toward his back foot. He's getting full extension, full range. There you go. Not bad, Esau. Stop. Not bad for a sissy. But this seems so...
Do you know what? You really are a pathetic, incompetent, mouth-breathing, window-licking, spastic bastard, twat, arsehole, wanker, tosser, dickhead, knobhead, failed abortion, streak of piss, disgrace to the family name, inbred, stuck up, Ponzi, Nancy, chintzy, pillow biting, West Ham United supporting cunt.
Fuck all that, man. Keep it by his sister, so let's do a tranny in the good side.
Oh, by the way, Moan, I'm reading your comments. I'm amazed that that comment has been allowed to stay. I would like that removed because it's pure harassment. Already you've exhibited. No, she's just being a fucking... She's actually saying sexual slurs. I mean, it's disgusting. I don't know if people think that's okay. I don't think it's okay. Anyway, listen, I'm gone. I'm going. See you later. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting person. I'm doxing Shamey, I'm doxing Robert, I'm doxing Seaman, I'm doxing...
You can't dox me.
The gay Klingon.
No, she can't dox me either, because I've doxed myself. My name's Amy Louise Thomas.
Well, I'm just going to do it for fun.
Yeah.
I'm doing it to amuse myself.
Yeah.
Would you like that?
Yeah.
I don't mind.
Does it sound fun to you guys?
My
Would you
middle
like
name's
it?
Thomas.
Yeah, I'm going to have pictures of Seaman's nephew, his name and everything like that. I'm going to do the whole obituary
Do you mean my
thing,
dead
why not?
nephew?
How about...
Before I fuck you
know,
in the arse, you cunt.
Well, you know, Seaman, you do it to me all the fucking time under your various sock accounts. So
wish.
fuck you. You
wish.
piece of fucking shit.
You
Do you want me to send you
little
some up-to-date pictures of
Wow.
everyone bleeding?
cunt.
No.
Well, yeah, no, I will look for the worst pictures.
I can send you some up-to-date
deliberately.
ones. I've got my mum, my sister, my dad, and my brother.
Shamey, are you asking me? Are you asking me for my email address?
I can help you
Because
out.
you're not getting it.
I can help
I
you out.
don't speak to weirdos like you.
You are a weirdo.
All right?
Failed.
Oh, God, no one cares about you doxing. Jesus.
Jesus.
Failed.
You having an orgasm there, Shamey, are you?
No, but...
I've never done anything to anybody.
No, I mean, I didn't hear or see of him, mate, sometime last year. You see none of him. He's another woman abusing little child nuns, that Brian Hurley. He's not a bacon. He's not a pedo.
Go suck your mother.
I'm love.
Structure and bust that skag. That's level. Rapid fool. Work your structure and bust that skag. I'll tight up, man, too. I want them felines. Yeah. Alright, click it. Said Yaga, they in the Benz like Spragger. One bag of weed, a mamba clock grabber. One bag of gal like Shabba. Lord, one bag of gal like get dagger. Lord, lick the gal there with the hammer. Lord, make the gal bar for the mama. Lord, I make a rascal ball out judge. Come on, what you telling me? She block her up in this bitch. Slap the like button, share the stream, and type your name in the Bamba Clat chat in the Bamba Clat. I mean, we said a man to woman in this Bamba Clat. I mean, yeah, man, where G? I said, where G? Man, yeah, man, come on. Hey, I swear we got about 3 hours max, yeah? So, if you're on this thing, flying. I got to link someone at 8 o'clock still. What's the time now? 5:30. So I'm flying home now to get my tool bag ready. Yeah? Oh, mate, I'm gonna come and take this pain away. Ma! Oh, my days. Yeah, man, so you maybe got the people them in the place, man. But shout out to everyone that's dressed like it's summer, innit? Yeah? You dressed like it's Mamba Clock summer on Yassa. Man, hey, also, yeah, yo, someone sent out an APB, fam. We need to get the scholar on the panel ASAP. Yeah, man. Man, there's been some wild accusations. Yeah? You know what it was, yeah? We had a debate and a discussion about this before. One thing that was missing may have been discovered. So, Monsieur Moraes, the boss would like to see you. Yeah? Hey, yo. Tell Chrissy Morris that Velco Leon the boss would like to see you. You get me? Just call me Velco Leone. Mad. Yeah? Yes. Alright. Let me pick up the people that in the place, man, real quick, yeah? I want to play that tune again, innit? Cause actually, I love singing along to it. Shit. Oh, man. I'm even worse than a rave, you know. Oh, my days. But I'll tell you what rave I couldn't go to. You know the rave where everyone wears headphones? Have you seen them raves? The silent raves. Everyone's wearing like headphones, yeah? So they can only hear the music in their ears, innit? So if you take it out, yeah, it's like all you can hear is people singing along to the tunes here. Yo, you would hear me at the top of my voice. God, mad. Oh my days. Come and take this pain away. Mad. Alright. Let me pick up the people there, man. Yeah, slap the like button, share the stream, and type your name in the chat if you want to get read out on the Velco Leon's boss's register. The boss. You get me? AKA King Valley. Yeah, crowned by Wendy. Yeah. Bad. Yeah, how you mean? And there's no take it back. Yeah, once the crown is on my head, you can't take it back. Mad. I need to make it up for me pension that. They say take it back, lad. You know I get it back. I need to make it up for me pension that. Alright. Yeah, man. So shout out to Dookie Gym Busters. Walk on. What you saying? They are old tight Trina TV live. Mad. Man said BNP certificate. Mad. What? Oh my days. Old tight OG Helen James. Come on. What you telling me, man? Old tight El Cid. Yeah, big up El Cid, man. Walk on. Jeez. Old tight Big Con. Yeah? Mad. Yeah, man. Shout out Condo, man. Old tight Stu Bezel. Yeah, walk on, Stu. What you telling me, man? Scotland, there in the building, man. I want them feel like. Old type Babs UK. She's the biggest weirdo going. Who is that? Oh, you're talking about still, man. Yeah, so shout out Baz C. Yeah? Hey, Baz C, you know what happened, yeah? People are going to ban you from a couple of chats here because that pagan ass Nico has got another account called Baz, where he lies about people on. And you know, because it says Baz, everyone keeps associating it with Baz C. So, yeah, man, you might want to tell him to change it to Barry or something, you know what I mean? God damn. That's a pagan thing still, yeah? Shout out Kimmy. Every gal see me with a femi. Lord. Come on. Jeez. All time breaking news UK. Yeah, alright. Big up. All time damn son. Come. Big up yourself, man. Transporter. It's MR Maximus. You're an idiot. Hold tight. Hold tight. So I gotta make the screen a bit better. God damn. LY73ANR. You have until 8 to apologize for calling me a nonce. Or your door's going through. Come true, bro. I want you to come true, fam. How you mean? You're a nonce and a pussy. Or how about that? Yeah, and suck him up. Yeah, all three. Yeah? I see you at 8. Yeah? How about, who you talking to? How about apologize? You must be mad. You must be mad. Oh, you dickhead. Brighton's Beast. I don't know who that is still. That's a mad name. Beast. Yeah. Usually people call sex offenders beasts. So, yeah, man. That's a little bit wonky, that name there. You gotta try and get a next name. God knows what that name says. Bygone, something, tongue. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, alright. That Matt Taylor in the chat. Fairly. Ah, you talking about Bleeding Heart? Yeah. She's a super weirdo, man. High level. High grade weirdo. Top level. Mad. He's a nonce belly, that beast account. Mad. I don't know that you get still, but till then if we're gonna let them get their self banned, yeah? Alright, big up. Old tight L Sid. I saw a big drop already. You read it wrong. It's Brighton's Beast. Nah, it doesn't say, it says Beast, bro, not best. You're alright. It says Beast. Mad, old tight Soundly Banana Cam. There you are. Alright, that's everyone, yeah? We at the bottom of the list. Oh, we're at the bottom of the list. Alright, man. So, did any of you do your homework? Who watched the Settlers documentary? Let me know. Press 1 in the chat if you watched the Settlers documentary. Press 2 in the chat if you didn't. Did you watch the Settlers documentary? Shout out Ricky Mill. That Settlers documentary puts a lot of other theories to bed, right? That that Settlers documentary is some. Oh, that's peak still. Because, we've had a long-standing argument on here, right? About, it says this in this hadith, and that's why the Palestinians are acting said way. Oh, that's why you hear me? Yeah? But on the Settlers documentary, they said they don't give a shit about human rights, law, or any of the other stuff. It says it in the Bible. Yeah? It says it in the Bible that this is our land, innit? Yeah, so we come here to take it. Dead Esau, he's dead now. Are you wishing? Wishful thinking. Yeah, the settlers thing is mad. And the man them can't use the October 7th excuse, which has been on rinse and repeat for the settlers thing, innit? Yeah, because, you know, the settlers are in West Bank. And if you watch the settlers documentary, you see them ride out into Gaza and say, hey, listen, we're looking to take this place as well, you know. Yeah, we got plans. We got plans for this place, her. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's wild still, man. Wild. Jeez, old tight lazy Titan, man. Big up. Yeah, man. I seen them local election results. I seen that Reform Party have 5 MPs now. And the fucking mayor. Tabamba Clark. Oh my days. Yeah, man. We're finished. We're done out here, cuz, man. We're getting another Trump. You can't type why am I blocked? That everyone can see. Like, if you're blocked, you can't type in it. Yeah, fam. So, my other account is, what's your other account? If your other account is up there, 2 mayors, yeah? God damn. God damn. I wonder fucking Ricky Mill was doing overtime on a Bumper Cloud Friday. He must be over the fucking moon, mate. Hey. Jeez. Yeah, because your other account's trolling, man. And chatting shit, cuz. So, you know what happens, man. One of the mods are gonna ban it. And especially if I see it, then I'll ban it. Yeah, man. Alright, so let's get into Exhibit A. So what's your account then? Accounts only get blocked for trolling, man, and chatting shit. That's it. So keep your eyes open. Oh, man. Yeah. And who's we? In this, we have evidence. Who is the we in we have evidence? Alright, let's get to the fucking documentaries, man. Yeah? How you know, obviously, you know BBC are serious about copyrighting their material. So, depending on the size of your channel, you can't even play a clip from a BBC channel. You hear me? Like, you can't even play a fucking clip from one of them BBC documentaries. Old tight JOJ. Come big up yourself, man. Big up, big up, big up. Sky Church, big up yourself. I said Farage sniffs bus seats. Oh, mate. Well, like you said, we're in a country that voted for Brexit, so it won't be strange if people vote for fucking Reform and any of them other lunatics. I got a strike for playing Shine's BBC. Yo, listen, you only get a strike here, a copyright strike, if you don't edit it down after, innit? Like, it would say it's copyrighted, or if your channel's monetized, innit? So we just say it's copyrighted material, and just put copyright underneath it, so it won't be a strike. You can edit it out still. Yeah, Louis Theroux's documentaries are serious still, because more times, yeah, he's not saying nothing. He lets the people speak. Verily, before you play D3, can you play gang tune? Man, don't listen to BBC. Man, don't listen to ITV. Yeah, shout out Kermit, man. Oh, God. Hey, bruv, you ain't got time to be chatting, cuz, man. You know what I mean? You got fucking a journey to make. You know what I'm saying? Got a journey to make, B. You know? Get the Kevlar ready, man. How you doing? Yo, you got work to do, B. Yeah, man. Shout out Bunga Bunga. Yeah, Louis Theroux. This Settlers documentary ends a lot of arguments, innit? Yeah. I tell you, it's not. Alright. I don't think any of the neutral people, won't say people that are biased on one side or the other, but any of the neutral people that are saying like two-state solutions and so and so, so and so, that documentary kind of gives you the reason why it's highly unlikely that there will be a two-state solution with mindsets of certain people in, you know what I'm saying, on one side or the other. And the more recent the pain is for any of the two sides, yeah, the longer it's going to take for any of that to... Yeah, it's mad still. I want an ice cream, you know. I wanted the ice cream from about Tuesday. I missed the ice cream van. Imagine I missed the ice cream van on Tuesday. I ran around the corner to grab an ice cream with the youths and it was ducking out. I'm like, "Oi, come back!" And it's gone. So, alright, come in and let's go. Let's start off here. Play.
Makes a huge difference. Thank you for your kind support.
Louis Theroux's documentary The Settlers takes viewers into the heart of one of the most contested and politically charged areas in the world, the West Bank. Through Louis's lens, we explore the lives and beliefs of Israeli settlers who see themselves as carrying out a divine mission, juxtaposed with the lives of Palestinians bearing the brunt of this expansion. The documentary seeks to shed light on this complex and volatile environment, asking critical questions about ownership, belief, legality, and survival, while providing intimate accounts from both sides of the divide. The film begins by plunging viewers straight into the West Bank, an area occupied by Israel since the 6th internationally as Palestinian territory. Louis opens up a dialogue that is likely to be uncomfortable for many, navigating the physical spaces and emotional landscapes of an issue that sees claims rooted in both modern geopolitics and ancient history. One of the first focal points is the perspective of the settlers themselves, Jews who have...
See that? Yeah, so the West Bank is internationally known as Palestinian territory. But the settlers and the Israeli government, namely Likud government, is encouraging settlers to encroach further and further onto the lands. Yeah, sorry, man. I was just like being nosy. Someone's chatting to someone in the car in front from across the road. Yeah, so the 6-Day War, there was an agreement to give back some land or whatever. Settlers have been moving or encroaching, settling further and further and displacing homeowners, farm owners and others in the same area. And there's basically, this lady called Daniela Varsi, who's labelled as the godmother of the settlers, who's holding different settlers meetings and settler camps and so how to kick out Palestinians and take over the bits and pieces. She even goes into parts of Gaza that they want to take over. And you know what they say? Because it says it in the Bible. Yeah? So all this time when the man them keep barring about, but it says it in the hadith to do this, that and the other, it says, like I said, you know that there's more violence in the Old Testament than there is in any of the other Abrahamic faiths. Yeah, because, the Christians do try to slip away from the Old Testament, saying, yeah, but we got the New Testament. Even though in the New Testament, Jesus says, I have not come to change the law. Huh? But even further than that is the majority of the Old Testament is historically inaccurate. So making land claims on Bible texts, on Quranic texts, on New Testament, Old Testament texts is wild. Like, wild. Anyway, let's play some more, my lady. Blue.
Have moved into this territory, believing they are reclaiming land promised to them by God. These settlers are not just ordinary citizens. Many are driven by religious fervor and a conviction that they are fulfilling a biblical prophecy. For them, this land is not simply the West Bank, it is Judea and Samaria, the historical heart of Jewish identity. This framing is crucial in understanding their actions and mindset. One of the key figures Lewis meets early in the film is Daniela Weiss, often referred to as the godmother of the settler movement. Daniela is charismatic, articulate, and unyielding in her belief that Jews have a divine right to the land. For her,
see that there? Star. The Old Testament is one of the settlers' main argument, or the settlers' main argument for why they feel they don't care about international law, they don't care about human rights, and so and so, so and so. Oh, God said for me, for take it. Yeah, pause. You know what I'm saying? Mad, alright, go on. Let's play some more. Yeah.
the argument is not about politics or legality. It is about a religious commandment to inhabit the land of their forefathers. Lewis tried
Bow. How you like me now? Yeah? You heard it there, yeah? So it's not about politics. It's not about East or West. It's not about ends and bitches. You hear me? Yeah, it's called My God Said So, and this is how I'm stepping in it. So really, we should be against the same way we're against the hadith that says kill Jews wherever you find them. Like, obviously, you know, we're vehemently against that or whatever. We should be against this Old Testament text that is saying that these men can kick whoever is in the land out because it's been promised to some mythical characters that there's no evidence even existed. You know? Wild still, man. Wild. Yeah.
tries to question her on the ethical implications of displacing Palestinians, but she brushes off these concerns, arguing that Palestinians do not have any rightful claim to the land and should leave. Her demeanor and rhetoric are striking because they lay bare the uncompromising nature of the settlers' ideology, which is bolstered by political support at the highest levels of the Israeli government. This level of government backing becomes clearer when the documentary highlights figures like Itamar Ben-Gvir, Israel's Minister of National Security. Historically a controversial figure linked to racism and extremism, Ben-Gvir is now part of the ruling establishment. His presence signals how
Yo, yeah, man. I've made claims previously like that the Likud party are far right and blah 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 blah. No one's not really gone against that. You know? No one's not really gone against that and said, oh yeah, you know what? I ain't. Oh, right. People just brush over that. But you know what comes with the far right, right? When you go too far to the right, it's mad. Claims of racism and all sorts. Alright, let's play some more.
once fringe ideologies have moved into the mainstream. Settler activities that were once viewed as radical are now protected and even encouraged by the state. This shift underscores a deep entanglement between religious ideology and state policy, blurring the lines between what is legal and illegal, and pushing.
Yeah, you see, that's what it's like on. Like we're speaking about the settlers in the West Bank, innit? Yeah, but this argument is always made on the opposing side about any of the people from sort of either Hamas or any of is it Fatah? Any of the people from PLO and blah blah blah. Because it says in their religion that blah blah blah. That's why they ain't doing this. But like literally, the settlers are saying the exact same thing on the other side, saying, "Yo, God promised this land to me, so that's why I'm dashing you up." Yeah. And shout out Louis Theroux, because you know, like people would cap and cape and try to make out like we're making up the shit. You know what I mean? Like, alright, go on. Creative players.
Pushing the conflict into even murkier waters. The settlers operate with the understanding that the army and police are on their side, which emboldens them further. The documentary is not just about the settlers, though. Lewis also spends significant time with Palestinians whose lives are directly.
Alright, yeah. The man's typing, yeah. There is no such place as Palestine. The Romans called it that. When they gave them a slapping. Supposed to write game, not game. Yeah, but so what was it called before the Romans called it Palestine? You'll be right what Flip Flop said. Who are the Palestinians then? The first to go to war with the Jewish overlap. The UK had no right to separate the land, as Jordan was promised to the Palestinians till they intervened and made a king of Jordan. Yeah, but the Old Testament says the land belongs to so and so, and that's what people are running on as well. Like, so I don't know what to say. What kind of answer that is? Like, how does that prove who's the air quotes? I've got the fingers in the air, rightful owner of the land, or who's got the correct claim to the place? Hmm? Yeah, you needed to let my man answer still. Because he was going to debunk himself in his argument still, but you know, right, hey, transporter, we're waiting for your answer, brother. Put some work in.
Impacted by the presence of settlements. These individuals share harrowing accounts of violence and intimidation. Settler outposts often start as small encampments, just a few caravans or tents, but quickly grow, consuming Palestinian land and resources in the process. Palestinians describe how their farmland has been seized, how they live under constant threat of attacks by settlers, and how the Israeli military does little to protect them. Instead, the army often appears to facilitate settler activities, enforcing their presence through checkpoints, curfews, and even demolitions of Palestinian homes. One of the most heart-wrenching moments comes when Lewis visits a Palestinian family whose olive trees, their livelihood, have been burned by settlers. The olive tree, a potent symbol of Palestinian identity and resilience, because it carries not just economic but also cultural significance. The destruction of these trees
Yo, I can't hear nothing. Is it just me?
Like, so it says that the alien government and the IDF are alien in the West Bank. But with the script to the other shoe, I'll place the shoe on the other foot. I'll place the scenario the other way around, where if any Palestinian government, not just Hamas, any Palestinian government was sending their soldiers to make sure that they can settle on any place that's considered Israeli land, everyone in the chat that is supporting the West Bank encroachment, settlements and all that, yeah, would say, oh, that's terrorism. See, it's the terrorist government that's helping terrorists do terrorism and terror. You know what I'm saying? Like, so bare T's would be rolling all together. You hear me, cuz? It'll be T season. Terrorism and terrorist and terror. But the other way around, there ain't even an argument. Like, no one's not even saying. No one's not even saying that. If anything, yeah, man want to cap and cape for it and say, yo, it's okay. These man, well, it says it in the Old Testament, so it's theirs. Like, what? It's crazy, cuz. It's Crazy, fam, man. Well, go on, Khan, anyway, man. What you saying?
Big up, man. Well, in my opinion, like putting my realistic hat on, innit? Like being realistic and leaving the Muslims to one side for a second, I would say that the land belongs to England, and England wanted to do a fuckeries, and they should really take responsibility for the fuck up that's going on over there. Now, if England wants to set up a fake country called Israel, we have to ask ourselves, is it a country? If they can't like maintain it without millions of dollars of backing and arms and help, and they can't maintain that land, they can't hold on to it. Is Israel really a country, or is it just a settler colony outpost for America and England to have some white people out in the Middle East? Really, ultimately, that's what it is. Like, it ain't really a country. It can't stand on its own. Like, if England and America weren't backing Israel with arms right now, they would be finished. So we can't class Israel as a country.
No, but bro, listen.
They're not
England's
a country,
position is because it has offense to ward off anyone that come and overtake the country and all that sort of stuff there, or whatever, innit? That's most countries are in that state where might is right, innit? Got the strength.
Yeah, I'm not saying might ain't right, but I'm saying you got to still be able to stand on your own, innit? Now, that's a different argument. Might is right is one thing, but if you're just an outpost...
Listen to this point then, yeah?
Go on.
Listen to this point, yeah? So,
go on.
I've heard another argument as well, that people back the Israelis, or the Palestinians, sorry, because they're not white or whatever. And it's that, is that really even a proper argument or whatever? Because we can reverse the argument to the other way around and say, right, the only reason why you're more likely to back the Israelis than the Palestinians is because they look more European than the Palestinians. Like, so where do we stand with that argument?
Yeah, I think that the Arabs ain't really backing the Palestinians because of their racial mixture with them. Like the Palestinians are like 20% Arab. Arabs like disown them. They don't even look at them as Arab. Like, all right, they speak Arabic, but they're Canaanites, they're Levantines, they're their own people, innit? They're their own race of people. That's why, like, really, they're a small group of people. That's why they're not really getting the backing. Like, no one's backing them because they're Muslim, to be honest with you. Like, for them to say that we're only backing them, that's not the. Yeah, but I'm saying the only reason people are backing Palestinians is because they're saying that.
That's not answering the point I'm making, right? I'm saying the point I'm making is that people have made arguments that people only back Palestine because they're not white. And I'm saying you can reverse the argument the other way around and say you can reverse the argument and make it the opposite way around to the same argument that people are making and say, right, the only reason why you're not backing Palestine is because as far as you're concerned, you don't see them as looking like they could be European or anything like the European guys. So how is that an argument on one side or the other? Like, how can you, how is the argument substantiated that, oh, yous are only against Palestine or yous are only against Israel because they're white?
No.
There ain't no
it's not because no, that's not even an argument. Like, people are against Israel because they're saying that it's a settler colony and it's a extension of the global hegemony and white supremacy. Like, it ain't nothing to do with their skin color. Like we've seen Israelis, they're all different colors, isn't it? Like, you got the Egyptian ones, the Ethiopian ones, the Polish ones, the Russian ones. Like, they're all just one mixed bag anyway. Like, then, like, you can't really hate them for their skin color. Like, yeah, a lot of them are European. Like, they're not even denying that. Yeah, a lot of them are European, it's true. But ain't nothing to do with that. It's the fact that they just moved onto someone else's land, and the people that's against them are saying, well, you shouldn't be able to do that on principle. You shouldn't be able to do that. And the people who are against Israel for doing that are also against other people for doing that. They're against Turkey for taking land off the Kurds. They're against China for taking land off the Uyghurs. They're against everyone that's doing that. That's just their politics. They're saying the indigenous people of that land should be autonomous. That's what the principle is. That's what they're backing. Ain't nothing to do with the race of the Israelis. That's bullshit. That they can't substantiate
Shout
that
out
claim
Dark Magician
at
though,
all.
yeah.
They can't substantiate that.
Dark Magician though, yeah, because he did send me the link to the video, and obviously because it's on BBC iPlayer, like I was saying to him, bro, man, I can't review the interview. I can't review the documentary, sorry, on YouTube because they'll strike it in the middle of reviewing it or watching it. So, what we can do is review snippets taken that other people have been able to upload onto YouTube or whatever, innit? Yeah, so shout out Dark Magician for this one.
Yeah, man, big up Dark Magician. But like I was saying, Billy, that
stories,
sounds...
yeah. Like, wait, hold on. If this thing of this settler documentary was a documentary showing how bad Hamas was, I'm sure that 80% of the people in the chat that are in support of the settlers or whatever's happening on the West Bank side of the game would be telling us, oh, have you seen the documentary on the BBC, what they've done about them, blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, so,
we watched the documentary clip with Jupiter back in the day where the Jewish geezer turns up and just basically claims the people's house right in front of them, says, "Now this is mine now." Yeah, and then the family come out and go to him, "Listen, why are you taking our property?" And he goes, "Well, if I didn't take it, someone else would take it."
Someone else will.
Right? And even Jupiter was shocked. Jupiter was like, right, but don't forget this was before October the 7th, right? So Jupiter was like, nah, that should never be able to happen. That's wrong. That's completely wrong. What these lot are turning up on busloads of people are just turning up and going, yeah, I'll have that house, and that house. Like, kick the people out. She was like, you can't do that. But now I guarantee you, if she watched it now, after all the propaganda and all the brainwashing that's been going on, if she watched it now a year and a half later, I guarantee you she wouldn't say the same thing. I guarantee you she wouldn't have the same position. She wouldn't.
Yeah, but who cares about Jupiter's opinion anyway?
No, but what I'm saying is that she's a representative of a community of people that basically don't have no principles. Their principles are flexible. Like, she'll tell you, yeah, that's wrong. But 1 year later... All right, cool. Well, I'm saying even Luke, whoever you named, yeah, from them people, they've been so brainwashed 1.5 years later that they will not see anything objectively anymore. They won't. Because they're entrenched now. They're in an entrenched position of them and us. Like, that's why they just keep going back to October the 7th. Like, they're fixated on that because for them, that justifies everything now. Killing babies, whatever. Like, it's just all, like, they're at that position of, it's on, isn't it? Like, anything goes now. That's how they're looking at it.
Yo,
So,
finally, man. Really, bro. I was hoping you'd play this video. Yeah, brother. Man.
Yo. I skip. Your mic's cutting out still. Chop it. You got that McDonald's Wi-Fi. You need to get off that Islamic Wi-Fi and get on that you need to get on the Mossad Wi-Fi, you see? And you notice that since I've signed up to the Mossad Wi-Fi, I ain't really had no mad connections. And so on, so. You get me, cuz?
Yeah.
Gotta get the Mossad Wi-Fi, G.
But that was probably donated, mate. Come on, it's other people taxpayers, you know what I'm saying? An expense of European taxpayers, you know? And expense of Dave and these man's taxpayers. But really, bro, yeah, man. But the point is, yeah, now this is the West Bank, innit? It's not the Gaza, right? So where's the sympathy? Where's the humanity from these other people, you know? But I keep hearing, you know, like they said, you know, that Bulgarian look. He was keep mentioning Yasser Arafat.
What do you call him?
Yeah. The guy is not. Look at his face, man. He don't look English. How is he English, man? He's from Bulgaria, man. Balkan and that. That's why he's battling for Netanyahu. They look the same, man. Eastern European Jews, innit? Right? Yeah, bro, this is apartheid, man. Literally. You can't go down certain streets. You know what I'm saying? Checkpoint, bro. You know, checkpoint. In your street. Imagine that, really, yeah?
There's evidence of apartheid on another video. Like,
yeah.
Textbook apartheid, right? Because textbook apartheid is that. Listen. Textbook apartheid goes like, there's a place that's for visitors to go to, but only a certain set of people are not allowed to go there, but visitors are allowed to go there. People on holiday, but any of the people that come from Palestine, Gaza, or West Bank, they're not allowed to visit. And the guy, the soldier stops Louis Theroux. The soldier stops Louis Theroux, and the Palestinian dude going to some visitor center in the West Bank, I think it is, yeah. And he says, the soldier says to him, bro, you're not allowed to walk down there. You know you're not allowed to walk down there. Like, go back up there. Like, you know you're what? You know you're not allowed to walk down here in a democratic country, yeah? That's mad.
You know what it is, bro? It's like you can go, but you Palestinian, you know, go back.
That's what he said. That's what he said to him. You can go. He said, Louis Theroux, you can go. He checked his ID. He said, you can go down there. He can't. He's got to go back up there. And he goes, but that's like apartheid. Why ain't he allowed to go there? And he goes, no, it's not. It's not like that. But he's not allowed to go down there. It's not right. You're telling him he's not allowed to go there, while saying it's not like an apartheid situation, while we can see it with our own eyes on camera.
Did you hear how he had to he had to go through to get back home? And he lives literally across the road, you know. He lives in the other side of that checkpoint. So what he has to do is go out of the other route, go to another checkpoint, wait there for a couple hours for the security to come back on shift and open the checkpoint. So now he has to go back. You hear how he said that? Lewis asked him, how are you going to get back? The guy's like, hey, I have to go through hell, man. It's going to take me 4 hours to get back home. I have to wait to the new security at the other checkpoint is coming back. But this is their reality. And what happened?
What Ellen saying that it's not true because it's only Jews or whatever. Yeah, like again, if this scenario was happening the other way around, we would be making up noise on the panel, but everyone in the chat would be saying, see, look, this pagan business, that's apartheid. They're saying that Jews ain't allowed to go this place, Jews ain't allowed to go that place, and rah. But when you guys are performing it to other people that live on the same place or live in the same thing, the man them ain't saying like, yo, that's pagan shit also. That's pagan shit also. Come on, man.
Yeah. Because, bro, it's like they've decided that just because it's based on people being Muslim, we are at war with them. We are at war with these people. Sooner or later, it's going to be justified. Self-defense, you know. We have to self-defend ourselves. I'm not going to say too much on this internet street, but this is where it's justified. You know what I'm saying? It's us versus them, and whoever stands on the side of humanity. You know what I'm saying? But this is what it's come to, evil and right. Now they're justifying what's evil is. Evil is right. A whole different people. I know, bro. What's funny is, you know, that fucking that wasteman speaker. I don't know, he's a mayor or something. When he's justifying, you know, how they're gonna grab the land in Gaza. I don't know if you reached that yet. And he's saying these people are animals. There's nothing else we can do. Just grab their land in Gaza. So I thought Gaza was about Hamas, but what is it about now? It's about grabbing their lands, right? Settlers coming in there, man. And it is what it is, man. Look at that land, bro. That whole land was. Yeah.
Because the whole documentary, obviously, I haven't recorded the whole documentary. I recorded bits from BBC iPlayer because BBC will strike your bumper clat, you know what I'm saying? It basically they've got the ID. Bro. Slow down. They got content ID that if you play anything that's registered to BBC Studios, it instantly gets the stream goes down.
Serious? Are you serious?
Yeah.
But can you not play it? Oh,
BBC serious. You can't play the documentary.
Okay. Even though if it's off TikTok or anything, it's the same thing. If it's on TikTok.
Well, it depends, innit? You can play different bits and pieces. You know what? TikTok's China
don't even play it, brother. You know, you got haters.
But
you didn't play it, brother. You know you got haters. You try to find a interview of somebody speaking about this. Even the Lewis guy himself. There must be an interview of him talking it, you know. But if you want to watch it for yourself,
you need to turn it down a bit because it sounds all muffled.
It's always a problem, man.
You got to turn it down a bit, and you need to move it a bit away from your face.
What I'm saying is, you want to watch it for yourself. That's obviously, but
Yeah, everyone should watch the documentary themselves. It's on BBC iPlayer.
I've seen it.
Shout out to Louis Theroux Settlers. No, for
Because
anyone
you
that's
got
not
a lot.
seen it. It's for anyone that's not seen it. You should watch it yourself. Come to your own conclusions. We're giving our own opinions here, or whatever. You know, like.
But that by this like, looking this man. Where you at, look, man? Caping, man.
It ain't the West Bank. They're in. Hey, Marcus, it's not the West Bank next. The settlers are people that are encroaching on people's land within the West Bank. This ain't the Gaza thing. But the settler gang is telling Louis Theroux and others that, yo, we're coming for Gaza as well. We're going to be settling over here soon. So.
That's right, bro. And the way they're saying it, bro, they're saying this is our answer. You know, I don't know if you got to that point, yeah, when they're saying this is our ancestors' land. These are the invaders. This is the Palestinians are the colonizer. No, remember when they're saying the Palestinians are the colonizer. These are the one who come and took our land. We have the rights here. You know, it's mad how they say that. You know, the Palestinians are the colonizer. The Palestinians are the settlers. They're the one that come here, took the land. You know, blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? But and look the way in the Lewis
everyone.
Yeah,
it'll be good to watch it with everyone. So you know that as
I would like to watch it, bro. But
because
you got a lot of
like
haters,
again, yeah. This time round, yeah. Again, wait. This time round now, yeah. So it's not flipping biased, blah blah blah, giving their opinion. They're speaking to actual settlers that are saying with their own mouths, yes, bro.
Exactly.
We're taking this shit, and this is how it goes. And this is the reason why. God said in the Old Testament, this is our land. And these men have to come off the land, didn't it? Yeah, so. Alright, let me play some more. God told them as well, bro, and they should commit all type of acts in their Bible, not in their Torah. God said, have you read the Torah? God said that they have right to enslave people. That's what they're saying in the Torah. They have right to enslave people. Hey, you know what I'm saying? You're 3/5 of the human being, everybody else. Nobody is in the same level as them. You know what I'm saying? They can be treated people as much as they want. Let me play a bit more.
Trees represents an attempt to sever Palestinians from their land, stripping away one of the few things tying them to their heritage and history. These stories of loss and displacement paint a grim picture of what life is like for Palestinians in the West Bank. Through these interviews and encounters, the documentary highlights the asymmetry of power and the pervasive sense of injustice. The settlers are armed, organized, and state-supported, while the Palestinians are largely unprotected and left to face these incursions on their own. The settlers justify their actions by invoking religion, while the Palestinians point to international law, which deems the settlements illegal.
Alright, yeah, man. You know, like, there's been a label that, bro, calm down. Let me spit these bars, bro. Yeah, so, I know Luke likes to give the Palestinians a label of savages and so on, so. Yeah. But so the West Bank people are saying that we're following international law, and these men are only following Bible law. So I wonder if Luke are gonna call these other guys savages for saying that we're following the Bible law.
That demon Luke.
We don't care about no international law, but obviously not. Obviously,
he's a devil. Guy, bro, I told you, man, he's a European settler himself. He's the Eastern European settler himself, bro. Look at him. That's why, bro, like, and he's here talking about for the last 3 days, Rashma. You're not a human being, man. But yeah, bro, and you know what it is, brother? And that olive tree is the identity of those Palestinians, you know what I'm saying? It's a long known history. Olive trees and these date trees. But the settlers have claimed those olive trees. Right now, bro, before it used to be, you know, when you buy Palestinian dates, Palestinian olives, in Ramadan, you know how much date was flooded. So basically what they're doing is they're taking people's land, they're stealing their business, and now this is mafia-style control, man. It's literally mafia-style control. Taking the business, now you're profiting off them. And the other thing, really, I was going to say, what I've seen is, and we're going to get to it, people hopefully understand, they're making it unbearable to live for Palestinians to live on that land. This is one of their tactics, you know what I'm saying?
They always have done. But you know what, Billy? I've got a video that literally proves that this was the plan all along. There's a woman called Danielle Weiss,
And this is while
Yeah. That's the settlers
yeah.
lady.
Yeah,
That's the
right.
head of the
Yeah,
She's
settlers.
basically saying, I mean, I can give you the
human, bro.
link. She's basically saying
That woman.
we're gonna take this land,
Yeah.
doesn't matter, no, by hook or
Yeah.
crook. This was during, like, this is when it just started. But what you need to look up is the Oded Yinon plan. It's a plan for Greater Israel, 1982. This was planned a long time ago. And they're playing it out to the dot, you know. But what I will say about, you know, about being their land, the promised land, it also says in the Bible that for their sins they were banished to a nomadic life, and they have to live that as a punishment. So they were never supposed to have a land. Now people can cry and say, "Oh, that's anti-Semitic." That is what it, according to the Bible. So, you know, there's that argument too.
One more thing, not to take too much. You know, and they said the so-called war that happened with the Arab countries, right? Clearly, remember, and that was the president of Egypt, Jabril Nasser, you know, and one of the freedom fighters from a Pan-African himself, and Jamal Assa, yeah, he clearly said, "Hey, these Jews left black, now they're coming back European." You know, this is what they're saying. You know, yes, we know about them. The Jews used to live there, but we remember they were black. You know, they were black.
Not white.
Now they're coming back, like looking like Luke. You know,
yeah, they were best explanation. They were sent away in slave ships. They were sent away in slave ships. The black Israelites.
What do you think now, Nixie? What do you think about now? What we're seeing now with these settlers, you know, is there any excuse? Are the Palestinians in the West Bank Hamas? What's the excuses? What's the excuse, you know? And the level of apartheid they live in, you know, the level of apartheid. It's mad, isn't it, bro?
Look at Kushner and all them moving in up there, like, yeah, that'll make a nice property area and all that. Like, babies are getting fucking massacred, right? These scumbags.
Yo, sister, I beg you, don't do that, man, to yourself.
What?
Just be careful, man. Don't say certain words.
Well, no, I'm allowed. Listen. Unless we really are in a fucking police state, I can call Trump a scumbag, yeah, and I can.
No, you said right. But I'm saying, just be careful. You know these the apartheid look. Apartheid look is not never far away. Apartheid look is never far away. You know, colonizer look.
I'm hoping. Did you hear that discussion, Belly? Did you hear the major breakthrough? Me and Luke managed to actually be on the fucking same panel and actually have a conversation. I was like,
he's a piece of shit, man.
I was like,
what's special about that aspect? You never wanna. He's a piece of shit, man. But what I'm trying to say,
well, listen, I think it's okay to maybe be able to have discussions with people rather than labeling each other, etc., etc.
No. He's an animal, bro. You see how he treats Palestinian children and human beings. Any human beings, anybody treat any human being at that level. They're not good people. Not because they're Palestinian or anything.
I'm just going to try to stay away from all the labeling.
No, I'm understanding, but how can we find any understanding? How can we find any understanding of what's right and wrong when people openly treat? And you clearly heard he justified this because he's saying that Palestinians are demons. So what I'm saying is, you know, and this you're not gonna like. God is with the Palestinian. God today already Palestinians are coming into the. God is with the Palestinians, and already today Palestinians are coming into the UK. Nothing people can do. The more you hate, the more Palestinians are flooding your country. The more you against them.
Yo. Let me make a statement real quick, yeah? Make a statement real quick, yeah? Or answer a statement that has been made, yeah? So support the country you live in, or live in the one sec, yeah? Support the country you live in, or live in the country you support. So I'm gonna have a guess and say that you don't support Keir Starmer.
Me?
No. Donna that made that comment. Support the country you live in, or live in the country you support. So what does that mean? And if you don't support the government that's running the country at the moment, does that mean that you have to leave the country now?
Exactly, brother. Good thinking, man.
Well, do you know what I'm saying? Like, so, support the country you live in, or live in the country you support.
You know what I mean?
One-liners, right? These little one-liners, you know what I mean? Like, you got respect and all that. Like, it's gonna like corner you, but no. Like, yeah. Let's see what she answers to that. Yeah.
Can you just press play that part? That's a part coming up. You know, when this idea for pulling up on these people. Just try to see the level of you know how They're literally, bruv. How did they get away with this shit, man?
Well, because
You know what I'm
they
saying?
control
People are not even
anything.
allowed to profit from their own olives. This guy has been doing it for hundreds of, for generations and generations.
You know,
It's about.
converted to Judaism in 2017. Did you know that?
No, but what do you think? These people, but what's his name? Nixie. But these people, they're moving mad at the moment. The way they're moving with their level of speed, of trying to.
They're at the final
They're
phase.
going mad,
People need to wake up because it doesn't fare too
It's like they don't care about the international people and international community seeing everything they're doing. They don't really care. We're doing it in front of everybody now.
Can you say this though?
We already been labeled savage. We might as well act like a savage.
Smith,
Or is it?
Adam Smith seems to get confused on projected, because this video, this guy is projected from the Lancet, which is a very well respected publishing thing. He the projected figure is over 300,000, mostly under 30 women and children. So that Adam Smith's like, you're just a liar. No, it's not.
Who cares about Adam Smith, man?
30,000.
Fucking TikTok, man. Come and show us, man. Come and talk up here. Get up here, Adam Smith. You little idiot, man. Have you ever heard Adam Smith being on here? What does he sound like, man?
No,
He himself look like he's probably look like a Polish, like Netanyahu, man.
Yeah, man.
He's probably Polish, man. He's like, look, bruv, a Polish Netanyahu.
Alright, let me run the rest of the video, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, bro. Yeah, be careful about that, man. Don't keep pressing pause, yeah? Don't lie, just run.
Let it play.
This dichotomy of perspectives underscores the intractable nature of the conflict. While settlers see themselves as pioneers reclaiming sacred land, Palestinians see the aggressive land grab. One particularly jarring scene takes place at a gathering of settlers advocating for further expansion into Gaza. This event is a mix of political rally and festival, complete with workshops teaching settlers practical skills for establishing new outposts.
Can you just pause for that 1 second? Nixie, did you see that?
Pause it there, man.
Yeah, that's
There's
a good part
camps
to pause.
there's saying training programs to teach man how to set up outposts and basically how to land grab in it. Like it's mad.
Land grab and making it harder for them
still,
to
you know what's mad here? All through this year, I haven't heard any of the supporters of the settlers or anything say, do you know, actually, like, right, it is against international law to just.
But then you missed a very important point. You missed a very important point.
But wait, bro. Let me make the point. Yeah. But again, if it comes down to any law that's favorable to any positions that's held, the man them are going to read you, but it says this in the law here, it says that in the law there. Like, the man them are just crazy with the two-stepping and double talking and blah, blah, blah. It's mad still.
But bro, man, even though I heard something about, the guy mentioned something about October the 7th, it's like the second has shown that, that clip of October 7th. So it kind of reinstate their mind of why they have to grab that land.
was like Luke
why they
saying,
have to
right?
grab it.
Or like others have said as well, that October the 7th was in Gaza, where they West Bank, get it? Like, so there's no reason for there to be any sort of conflict in West Bank.
But they're saying it shows the
settlers are doing the most encroaching on the West Bank side of the.
But you don't understand that they're saying that they kind of use this video or whatever happened on that day as a program on why it's justified to do this against Palestinians. So people, when they come there, they're gonna only look at these Palestinians like we all witness. We all see them. They all see them as one, as what I don't want that T word. You know what I'm saying? Those T's. They don't care that these men are literally.
The man them don't care about international law unless the international law agrees with the points that the man them are making. That's really the point that you're trying to make, and it's a true story. That's basically what happens.
Trying to justify international law.
Agree unless the law is on the side of the thing. Then if not, then it's like, we don't care about the law. They're biased anyway. They're so and so. They lean this way. They lean that way. They're left leaning, they're right leaning, they're so and so. They're just lefties.
Look at this old man, brother. I swear. Look at this old man. I swear he's at least 80. Where's your religion, mate? Where is your religion of that land? Abraham, who brought that religion to you, idiots. You know what I'm saying? Look at this guy. He's a land grabber, bro.
Right.
He's
religion
literally
is
grabbing
the
land.
issue in the land. Yeah,
He's not even a
obviously you're
young.
going to disagree
This
because
guy at least read the
you're
Torah
a
before.
religious
I
person
recall the
yourself. For
guy's
me,
name is Joseph.
religion is religion is the issue in that land, because without this Old Testament saying that this land belongs to so and so, then
Yeah.
the settlers shit doesn't happen, innit? And then
Yeah.
obviously
This is the
without
whole
the
thing.
hadith saying, wait, hold on, let me cover
Yeah, go on,
all
Bella.
bases here. Without the hadith saying kill this one when you see them hiding and so and so, would there be as much animosity to the Jewish gang as there would be, or whatever? I'm not too sure if there would be still. Like, so in my personal opinion, religion has a lot to play for this conflict, man. Has a lot of blame in this conflict. You know what I'm saying? Like, without
I
the
think it's
religious
important
on both
question.
sides,
I think it's
it
important
would
to
be a
question,
human rights
like all
issue,
religion. Yeah.
humanity issue, and then
Yeah.
got more chance of things
But
being
it's
sorted
important
out.
to question religion, I think, at this point.
So I can't did
But
earlier, brothers,
like
man. Didn't it?
it's not a strange notion to believe that we've been lied to, right? So it could have been tampered with, you know, throughout history. Yeah. In fact, I'm like researching stuff that's actually suggesting that all religion has been made up. Right now, people can start spazzing out about it, you know, the Dianas and all that. I'm not saying I believe it. I'm saying I'm researching it. Yeah. I'm researching it. But is it such a strange notion
Well,
to
you don't
actually
even.
consider the
I don't
fact
know
that
how
we
much
may
research
have all
that you
been
need
lied
to do. I don't know how much research you're going to need to do to tell you that the Abrahamic faiths are made up, because the creation stories don't match with the way the world was created, and even the history of the world, all these floods and blah blah blah, actually doesn't match up with the actual real events that's happened over time. Innit? Like, it's like minimal stuff that happens, minimal
It would be good to be live on this.
claims,
Yeah.
historical claims made in Abrahamic faiths specifically are able to be proven to be factually correct. So yeah, I don't know. It's like belief versus facts.
Yeah.
Belief.
Billy man,
I'm
like
gonna
that'd be a
just
really
say,
good
oh
live
well, I
because,
believe. I
like,
don't need
like,
facts to believe.
And then, bro, one more thing I was going to say something before, yeah? It's an Abrahamic faith, but I swear, if one thing I don't understand, well, Roman Catholics, yeah, and this Pope who just died, I didn't hear him mention too much what's going on in Gaza. It's like, if it's Abraham, where's the Pope, man? The guy that was almost 100 years and who just died recently. Why will he not mention it? It is, isn't it?
He's satanic.
No, but you know what I'm talking about. The Pope didn't mention nothing, man. He's like he could only say certain words. It's like he's still.
Yeah, by Freemasons and all of
It's
that
not about
stuff.
what you're talking about, bro. It's what I'm saying, bro. Why did the Pope not do whatever he
What
can,
I'm
man?
saying
He's
is
mountain.
he's not got the best interest at heart, Escape.
There's the
He's
children of
not like
humanity,
the Pope in quotation marks that we think he is my
Well,
understanding of it.
the Pope hasn't got any control over what they do in
No, he's not
Israel.
got control. But he's got influence. Everybody, all of these leaders bowing down to him when he finally died.
The Pope that died.
Hello,
The
he
Pope
can't
that
do nothing.
died.
He's not
Listen,
even
the Pope
talking.
that died went to bro. The Pope that died went to the biggest Islamic country in the world and said, Muslims and Jews should be getting on as brothers in faiths and all that sort of stuff. There, isn't it? Like, so there is, apart from talking and saying this, that, and the other, there ain't really much the Pope can do
that's
about.
lip service, isn't it?
No, but it's not about, bro. He can, brother. Look, he's got influence with America, European, all of these leaders. Did you see his funeral? Everybody turned up to his funeral. This guy, he could have at least have said, he could have turned them all to the enemy. He could have made them all enemies. He could have said to them, you know what? I don't want none of you guys coming back.
Do any research, Escape? Do you do any research in between, like getting nutted and that? I don't know, like, because like the Pope, like, you know, he is just another controlled faction. He's got no fucking control.
That's what I'm saying. It's not like I'm not agreeing to that, Nixie. What are you talking about? Doing your research and that. It's not. Am I not agreeing to that?
I wouldn't say that the Muslim community are land grabbers in the UK because they're moving into places in East London. Because there's people that are either but it's not though. It's people that are buying properties, people that are being moved into houses or flats or whatever by the local council or whatever. Like, But
then
unless they're saying
But also, but Belly, let's also consider, like, let factor in, okay? Most of the British people did not vote for this. Tony Blair changed the goalposts, okay, to allow immigration. And I think I did recall Sketty getting on a panel to actually acknowledge this is happening. So big up for that. But he changed the goalposts back in. Did you not? Right. But he changed the goalposts, okay? So I think, like, let's be honest and say that the British people, as you can see from, the past 10 years, are not happy with this. But what it's creating is division, animosity, and I do feel like civil war. We're on the brink of it, and I feel the
It's a
government
destruction.
pushing
It's
towards it.
I don't think there's no fucking civil
with
war.
all respect,
I just think
do.
there's like scaremongering.
This is not the agenda,
It's
Billy.
that.
You need to come to the side of the woke. That's the wrong word.
And
But
that's what I'm trying to say. But Vicky, what I'm saying is, it's the beginning of the destruction of the UK. Like any other country, is justified being destructed, destroyed, just because of the color of the skin. So now it's the UK's turn, and the way people are treating the Palestinian, you best believe Palestinian will find their way in this country.
It's about destroying us, like Christianity, everything. So, like Muslims who think that they're in
But you just said religion's false, though. So how can they be having a plan to destroy a false religion?
This is why I don't know enough about. I didn't say that. I said it's not a strange notion. I would love to explore it more. I don't know enough. I am not enough of an authority on it. And like I told you before about the whole.
Do you know anything about? Do you know anything about evolution?
Darwin's or my own perception.
And the funny part is,
no, actual evolution, the facts of evolution, not any flipping hearsay or so and so. Factual things.
Well, I mean, the facts that we've been taught, is Darwin's evolution theory of evolution. I've not really explored it.
The facts of evolution, especially things like any of the fragments of bones that they are from ancient hominids and so and so. So like, they got some full skeletons, but they got some bone fragments and skulls and blah blah blah. Some of them are older than the time that any of the religions give for the earth even being in existence. So
yeah, you got to do a live stream on this. This would be actually.
Let me just say something, bro, because
I'd love to explore that more, because
for some reason
it is a lot of research, really, when you delve into it, man. Do you know what I mean? But there's lots of schools of thought on it. You've got your diehard people like Diana, no disrespect to her, but who's completely myopic on it. That won't, I've even suggested to Rashma, I'm quite
Diana's like a KKK Christian, isn't it? Some of these. Some of the Muslims are extreme or whatever. Diana's like one of them KKK
but Belly goes straight in. I even said to Rashma, look, I'm willing to, question my faith, and actually even Luke
I'll put these men in the chats
he questions his Catholicism, I think. But Rashma, and I respect that. That's her. But she's very adamant. Nope, that's it. Her religion is, and she sticks by it. But also, actually, while I'm on the point of Rashma, I've spoken to Rashma Belly, and there's been some wires crossed. I know you don't want to talk about right, but what I just want to let you know is that Rashma has never said that she was present while it's ever happened. She's never said that, and also she's never said that she condones it. So I'm just here to pass that on. But I think when it's all died down and everything, she may speak to you about it, because I think that she needs to be heard.
Rashford don't usually jump on my panel or whatever, innit?
No, she did say though she doesn't really chat to you. But I said, well, maybe you have been the focus.
You can jump on the panel if you want, though. And have your say or whatever, innit? Obviously, Rashford knows that I don't agree with.
She knows that I don't as well. Yeah.
Whatever, with the hadiths and
she just
blah blah blah. So
she's been kind of misquoted there. She was never present. She doesn't condone it. It's just what she's. I think she's being honest and saying that's part of the culture.
Listen,
being honest,
that's even a mad argument to make here. Why that's a mad argument to make here? Because see, the day when I played the documentary, her and Luke's going back and forth in the chat, innit?
Yeah.
And she's saying she's doubling, tripling down
I wasn't
on.
watching what she was saying. I wasn't concentrating on what she was saying. Yeah.
And also, differently, a channel called Evidence of Hate has uploaded Rashman's bit
Helen
where
James.
she's talking
That's
about
Helen James.
way.
where she's
No way.
where she's talking
That's Helen
where
James.
she's talking
No
about. Wait, hold
way.
on, though, because she's talking
Oh,
about what about the girls that are flipping have sex and take pills and get rid of the baby in the fucking toilets and all that sort of stuff.
no
Like,
way.
this went mad, innit? She's going mad still. But
You
Yeah.
dickhead, they got her.
This evidence
They
of
put her in
hate.
danger, man.
Yeah, aka Helen James is a very
Danger in
divisive
her life,
person.
man.
She's literally just here to cause trouble for people. I don't see any positivity she ever brings to YouTube.
But hey,
But anyway,
Nixie, man. 1 second, Nixie. I was gonna
I
say.
don't know who owns the evidence of hate,
You're a
innit? But I'm
witness what
saying
happened
that
in
Yeah,
West
yeah.
Africa
It
recently.
it's staring at
And
our
you're a
own words,
witness.
innit? So
Oh, God,
Okay, well,
man.
I don't know.
yeah,
I
but
am
listen,
literally just
what you can
relating
do though,
what
yeah,
Rashman
is
has
listen, because
said
I've
to
not
me,
listened
okay?
to the full clip myself, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
But I know
haven't.
that
I
the
don't
clip's
know.
there.
Yeah.
I was atted or whatever, but you know, obviously I've been trying to jump on panels and blah blah blah,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
in and out,
yeah.
and
It
rah
gets
rah rah. So
lost in translation. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I get it. Yeah, I
Oh,
haven't
let me,
either.
see, if you know, hey, 1 second, guys, man. Let me just say something. Have you all
wait,
witnessed
I've
what
got to
happened in
mute
West
for a minute.
Africa? And really, just stay around for 1 second. Did you see what happened? You know what happened, you know, in West Africa with Ibrahim Traore and failed and coup attempt, yeah?
You
And this
mean
is
the
the reality
Sahel
of
block?
Africa.
This is the Sahel
The
block.
real block, man.
I really feel like
Same tribe as us. But bro, this is what I'm saying. We African now it's come to the point where all African internationally have joined together and are protesting about racism. And now and it's the same thing. These people don't see humanity when it comes to other people. But now it's literally happening. So my question to these people is, why do now you have a fight with now you have disagreement with the Palestinians? What about the Africans? Because it seems like the whole world now are literally protesting together. And this is the reality, man. Go on.
No, what's mad here is
Big up Ibrahim. Ibrahim Torere.
Traore, man. That's me.
You know what's funny is, bro? Hey, some people, you know, they call it. Oh, okay. I beg you find the clip with, I think he said, I don't know who was it, man. George Galloway was saying.
Yeah.
George
Galloway went mad. I shared the video still.
I'm not even sure if that one's
George Galloway went mad
at this point. You know, like. Yeah.
No, it's not about favoritism, you know, and this person, I'm not too sure, but it's not, what's it called, Nixon? It's never about that. You know what it is? It's about what comes out of their mouth at that specific time. I don't believe it, you know, but that said something years ago. No, anything they say is wrong. Nah, everybody create mistakes. Everybody says something wrong, but you need to listen to everybody. God has given all of us, you know, capability to understand what's right, what's wrong.
Yeah.
So we can't get. We have to be careful. This is what these far rights are doing always. This is why it's become now us versus them. And now these are the same people that are gonna fully destroy this country. You know that. It's not bad. It's not the migrant. It's not. It's these savages.
Listen, I'm about just what's right and what's wrong. I don't want to take.
But it's not right and wrong against everybody else. You against literally this is what I'm seeing. You know when I'm listening, when I'm listening to some document, you know, like Wendy and that. You know, Wendy and these people. Hold on, what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is, Nicky, yeah.
Sorry.
When I'm hearing like people like Wendy and that, not her specifically, but people like Wendy with that mindset that's in the military, and when they're saying that, I was in Afghanistan, I was a sniper. I was sniping I was aiming at this guy's coming out of his own house with his own gun. You know, he's literally saying how I'm his country. I'm pointing my rifle against him and his family at his own house. So he comes out because he hear either bomb or shot or something. Of course, you're gonna come out and patrol. You're gonna come out and look at what's going on. Yeah, you're in your own house, you're defending your own family. But then I shoot him in his head. And this is the savage. We shooting the savage. Bro, there's no savage. The savage is not in Brighton. You're going to his country. And remember the truth. And now you're against migration. What are you talking about, man? Who are you, bro? You're not better than anyone else.
Also very much suppressed, so we don't even get the real, you know. So you have to go on other platforms to even get, you know, an inkling of what's going on, because this platform, absolutely no. So people, you know,
this platform,
it's very controlled.
You were not around, Nicky. You were not around Black Lives Matter. You were not around at the time of Black Lives Matter. These same people that went
in the background, you know. I actually was on here about 4 years ago. Me and my sister came on a panel.
What you heard how plastic? No, not yeah.
But
Very ridiculous.
yeah,
So
yeah,
you
but I
were
didn't
on
really
Black
pay
Lives
as
Matter
much
time.
attention.
Did you hear how they were panicking like Jupiter? She was panicking.
On
She
the
wouldn't leave these channels. She would stick around here every day till like 11, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock at night. Just counter debating.
Who?
Jupiter, man. And all of them.
Who?
They were panicking.
Oh.
Black Lives Matter time.
Was
It's
that
like,
back in the time of Real? Real was back on them, wasn't he?
no, before
Yeah,
after reels. After reels. It was just soon as it happened, Black Lives Matter, these lot.
Okay.
They went you need to listen to some of the clips on Reddit stream, you know? Went plastic mode, panicking, angry.
Yeah, that was interesting because has got mixed race kids.
Like,
but what I will say though, actually, on the other side, because can I say, I would say, if you want my honest opinion, I feel like sometimes you are very kind of anti this country, and I like to apply that. Right? Okay, so if I'm just giving my opinion. My opinion. I am giving my opinion, my honest opinion, and don't take any offence to this, right? But what I see, I'm trying to get my mum to move back to Guyana, to be honest, because I would love that. I would absolutely just love it. But she's and ahhing. But I've applied it to there, right? And to be honest, if loads of like British people started coming over and taking over, I'd be fucking pissed. Trust me on that. Pissed. So I'm trying to apply it right. So if the Gold Coast, I go over there, yeah. And also, right, Rashma and Ultra Wisdom have been honest enough to acknowledge if this was their motherland's country, they would be pissed. If you know what I mean. I mean, you're not going to get the likes of Triller and that lot, ever fucking, have the balls to do that. But so that's what I'm saying. And Philly, I don't know how you would feel. Say if you went back to Jamaica, man, and it was like literally just fucking, oi city, you know what I mean? Fucking, like literally like all the fucking the chavs came. Like, how would you feel? Do you know what I'm saying?
The big problem. This is the big problem with people.
Sorry, I'm speaking to Mrs. Velli right now, so I can't really answer.
Okay, priorities. All right.
It's like I want to explain to her, but she don't really want to understand. And it's not your fault. It's what happens a lot with the English people. You don't seem to understand what's going on, Nixie.
Patronizing much. No, I know. I understand very much what's going on at Sketchy, and I'm trying not to patronize you. I'm trying to be respectful to you. But what I'm saying is, I understand your position very clear, and you've been very, I would say, kind of, you haven't been kind of like, I don't know, like this country. You've been kind of more like what
boy, a fanboy, yeah. A fanboy, a team leader, a team member.
I just want you to be honest. I want you to be honest about it.
I'm trying to be honest, but you always keep interrupting, you know. I was trying to explain to you. You said something about if they're taking over Veli's country. They've already taken over Veli's country. They're in there. They don't want to let Veli's peoples go. They're every time and literally and all the natural wealth or anything, even the tax money of Veli's country, Jamaica, Kenya, wherever, goes to this country. So because this country let us go through a colonization, now all the tax we collect on a yearly basis, majority goes to England. So don't think when we hear England is in poverty. So this is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that whatever you lot feel, I'm happy you lot feel that way. In fact, this is what I want you to feel. But you have to understand this. Because of your savageness now, it's justified. It's justified. This country has to be taken over.
Okay, I'll let you speak. Can you back that up? I'm happy. I was going to quote you verbatim. I'm happy you lot feel that way, and then you want to say about savages. So you're happy that British people, white people, because I'm British, right? I'm not white.
Yeah. I'm happy you lot feel that because you are evil piece of shit, man.
Right. Okay. So there you go then. So I was right in my assertion of you. That's all. That's all.
100%. I'm not here to. I'm not a dickhead. I don't fall. I'm not dickhead. You know, I'm not gonna start.
So you want, I'm not trying to catch you out here. I'm just asking. So do you want this country to be destroyed? Is that what you would be happy with? I'm not
no, not destroyed. But
right. Okay.
100%. I would be glad if white people get moved out of this country. Yeah, that would make me happy. And not all white. I'm saying these savage ones. The savage white people.
White people went to this country, and so you'd be happy basically just to let everyone in the country and all the white people out. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because they seem to do it well in other people's country, and they promote it. They agree with it, and they support it.
do you think that the proletariat of this country have benefited? Do you think they've? I mean, are they
I
the
don't
ones that
care,
are
bro. Have you heard Luke how he speaks recently? Have you heard how Luke speaks
not
and Wendy?
every British person is Luke. Yeah. Not every British person is Luke, and I will go so far as to say not every black person is a Sketty. By the way, guys. All right. Yeah, he's not a representative. Right. So you cannot just based on one person that you have a very big dislike for.
No, guy, man. Hey, bro,
Everyone
I
else.
still carry the handbag.
You've got to be very
This
careful
hand-
with your words.
This guy carry ladies'
But,
bags,
you know,
man, from
it's
Jupiter.
interesting. But do you know what? It's interesting to know because then I know what position, the like vantage where we are when we're fucking discussing this. You know what I mean? In fact, I would know not even to really get on the panel to discuss it with you because, well, you're
Yo,
authentic. There's
hey,
just
listen,
there's
You're
no
not
way.
special, man.
You see
Fuck
this?
off,
Wait,
man.
wait, hold on.
Let's
Let's
see.
get
Who
you.
are
Let's
you,
get
man?
you. Hold on a sec,
Who wants
though.
to talk to you,
Because
bro?
obviously
Go
this
and watch
fake
your fucking
takeover.
makeup
Wait.
aside, man.
This fake takeover narrative, like this country's getting taken over by these people, that people, and the other, where there's no evidence that points in that direction. The majority of people that have citizenship in the UK
Hey,
have
man,
come
can't you
through.
even see it in South East
Listen,
London? Come on now.
no,
Come
I
on
can't.
now,
I
man.
can't. But the majority of
You're
people that's moved to
joking
the
me.
UK have come through legal visas and legal means or whatever.
Right.
There's no this
Right.
country's getting taken over.
Right, they have, yeah. Right, okay, but then you've just missed the point I made about 5 minutes ago. Tony Blair changed the goalposts, okay, sneakily, without people knowing. So does that make it right, even though it's legal? Does that make it right that the British people are being shafted, basically? They've been, I mean, it's essentially treason
How?
what's going on. Like,
How?
look, right, what I'm saying to you, right? So if I move back to Guyana, right, or back, I haven't been there yet, but there's seriously something that we're considering if my mum agrees to it, right? And what I'm saying, in all honesty, if loads of like British people started just pulling up there, man, I would be fucking vexed. Now I know the
Guyana's
history,
a former
or
colony, man.
I know it is, yeah, but it's not like when you go there, yeah, and like when you go to Jamaica, yes, it may have been a former, but the way it is today, would you be happy? Just be honest, right?
It is honest, man.
And I know
That Britain is running Jamaica economy. What are you talking about? It's running Jamaica. Look what's going on in Jamaica, man. Jamaica looks like Africa.
Right. How would you feel though? Oh, it's ale, man. Big up. Good to see you, man.
Listen, it's this great replacement thing.
Very
I
man, you
vehemently
need to
disagree with it. You know I vehemently disagree
I
with
know,
it.
I
Yeah,
know. All right,
like,
but, yeah.
with the
Video,
listen,
right?
alright, so think about this then, yeah. With the with the
Hey.
with the with the majority of people that's moved there, and then even the people that are claiming asylum or whatever, you have to go through some sort of process to be allowed to come in. And then also then they say with the government allowing people to get visas to work or whatever, they say they know exactly how much people that they need to hand out to, or around about how much people they need to hand out visas to or whatever, but we'll say a lower number to get votes in. So
I think it's actually a bit more nefarious than that. Like, and I like it's very difficult to even talk about these things on here. But like, look, if you have got time to watch, I will send you some links. Yeah, like whenever you get a chance, and just tell me your thoughts on it. That will probably explain it a lot better than I will. But you're never going to get them on this platform. It's just a very difficult thing to like communicate to people. What I believe is going on. And look, Kelly, what I'll say is, if it is true, it doesn't bode well for you or me. Yeah, that's what I will say.
Anything. I want you to listen to a black Jew. That's a black Jew on the panel right now. Listen. Big up, brother Ale. How you doing?
Big up yourself, Ale.
Brother Ale, how you doing, brother Ale, man? Listen to a black Jew sometime. There's a Jew on the panel right now. If you want to ask like I was saying, brother Ale, how you doing, brother? See you back.
What are you talking about, man? My mum's black. I talk to her about these things all the time.
No, I'm saying a black Jew, Israelite. There's an Israelite on the channel. And brother El, what I'm trying to say is, Jabril Nasser, the president of Egypt back in the days, yeah, he said that the Jews left black and came back Eastern European. What do you think about that point? And try to educate, So when we say that, and when we hear, on in the Bible, wherever they're saying Jews have rights with that land. Who are the real Jews? Who are the Jews they're talking about when they're saying that?
Um, even better evening to the panel. Big up Nixie, big up Asketi. Yes, to answer your question,
Kyle, man.
Asketi. Trying to think. Yeah, I've heard of that. The Abu Gamal Nasser, what he said. I think his daughter's still alive, but either way, whatever he was saying, yeah, I agree. I agree with what Abu Gamal Nasser said. What else? As for who the land is there for, yes, as someone as it is, like, yeah, I'm gonna say, listen, that's land for people that look like myself. The difference is, I personally don't agree with that example. I'm gonna stick to with my own belief. I'm gonna stick to biblical prophecy. I'm gonna wait for the Messiah to return, then we go back. You know, so
brother, yeah,
yeah,
100%.
No, but the settlers ain't saying that, right? The settlers are saying that because it says in Old Testament that this land belongs to these people. That's the reason why they're taking that land. That's what they're saying.
Big up, Bill. Trying to think. Like it's a with them now. It's a thing where, example, with them not coming out from Russia and then just reading the Bible and applying themselves, you know, to the characters of the Bible. With them, it's that how could I say they're looking at it as a thing where this is ours because we believe we're the people to put. But the truth is, if they think about really, their land really is what's it, the Khazaria region of Russia near Armenia and Georgia. But with them, it's more of a thing where they're not, you know, they're not looking at science and thinking, you know, they're not thinking of science, thinking, you know what, they really are European. You know, their real lands is, you know, Russia, Romania, things of that nature. They're being wrong and strong, basically, in my opinion.
All right, let me play the rest of this video.
The attendees are senior political figures, lending legitimacy to the idea of resettling Gaza, despite the region's fraught history and the devastating toll of the ongoing conflict there. Lewis tries to question participants about the ethical and practical implications of their plans, but the responses are often dismissive or defiant. For them, their religious texts provide all the justification they need. Not everyone in Israel agrees with the settlers' vision, though, and the film briefly explores dissenting voices. At the Gaza resettlement event, Lewis encounters a group of Israeli protesters calling for a ceasefire and the return of hostages. These individuals represent a different vision of Israel, one that seeks coexistence and peace rather than domination and expansion. However, their voices seem drowned out by the broader nationalist and religious fervor that has taken hold. As the documentary progresses, it becomes clear that the settlers are not stopping at the West Bank, or even Gaza. Plans are already being discussed to expand Jewish presence across all of what was historically Palestine. These ambitions raise troubling questions about the future of the region. Where do Palestinians fit into this?
Hey, you know what's funny, yeah? That people were supporting this while saying their country's being overtaken. It's wild. Great kind of double contradiction. It's mad.
This vision. Will they be pushed out entirely? And if so, what does that mean for the idea of a two-state solution, which has long been the cornerstone of international peace efforts? The final scenes of the documentary are perhaps the most poignant. Lewis revisits some of the Palestinians he met earlier.
Hey, press 1 in the chat if you support a two-state solution. Press 2 in the chat if you don't. 1, two-state, 2, nah. I'll play it once you voted. Vote up, vote up. Do, 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 do. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, I agree with that blacklist. At the same time, while people are saying that it's crazy, man. Crazy. Facts. Big up JOJ. Both states could thrive. So you say that because the PLO refused a settlement agreement, that means Israel should be able to take over the land. That's what happened to it. Man, then we just want to make any excuse to justify the land grab.
Earlier, who express a deep sense of despair. They feel abandoned by the international community and powerless in the face of settler aggression. For them, the idea of justice or resolution seems increasingly out of reach. The settlers, on the other hand, are buoyed by their faith and political momentum. They speak with confidence about their plans to expand further, convinced that they are on the right side of history. The ending of the documentary leaves viewers with more questions than answers, which seems to be Lewis's intention. There is no resolution because the situation itself is unresolved. The conflict is not just a battle over land, it is a clash of narratives, identities, and worldviews. The settlers frame their actions as fulfilling a divine mandate, while Palestinians see them as part of a colonial project aimed at erasing their existence. Both sides are entrenched in their positions, and the prospects for reconciliation appear grim. The Settlers is a deeply unsettling documentary because it forces viewers to confront uncomfortable truths. It challenges the simplistic narratives often presented in media coverage of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and exposes the layers of complexity that make this situation so difficult to untangle. At its core, the film is about power, who has it, who doesn't, and how it is used to shape the landscape and the lives of those who inhabit it. The themes of the documentary resonate beyond the specifics of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It raises universal questions about nationalism, identity, and the use of religion to justify political and territorial ambitions. It also touches on issues of displacement and the human cost of conflict, themes that are sadly all too common in many parts of the world. By embedding himself in the lives of settlers and Palestinians, Lewis gives these abstract issues a human face, making them all the more impactful. The documentary also serves as a sobering reminder of how narratives and ideologies can shape reality. For settlers, their story is one of redemption and return. For Palestinians, it is one of dispossession and survival. These competing stories are not just words, they manifest in physical actions, policies, and structures that define the lives of millions of people. The film forces viewers to reckon with the consequences of these stories and to question which version, if any, aligns with notions of justice and humanity. Ultimately, The Settlers does not offer solutions, nor does it claim to. Instead, it serves as a vital document of a moment in time, capturing the tensions, ambitions, and struggles that define the West Bank today. It is a call to pay attention, to question, and to grapple with the difficult realities of a conflict that shows no signs of abating. The film leaves viewers with a sense of urgency, a need to understand the forces at play, and a recognition of the profound human toll this conflict continues to exact. It is a film that lingers long after the credits roll, compelling viewers to reflect on what they have seen and what it means for the future of one of the most contested regions in the world.
Yo, yeah, man. So, yeah, that's part one. Still, I got a next little. Hey, where's Chrissy Morris at though, cuz man? I thought he was gonna jump on the panel. Or you know, actually, yeah, two stories. Yeah, I did speak to Chrissy Morris before the revelations came out still, and he did say before that he may not be able to jump on a Friday, innit? Yeah, so we got Monday. He'd probably jump on the panel and all that still, but he's got to go on a long cleanup mission, you know what I mean? So let's remove that. Yeah. Let's get this one on. It's out and popping. All right, listen, I got to flick down the road in a sec still, man. So, you know what I mean? Somewhere to be, mate. Let it play.
Documentary presented by journalist Louis Theroux called The Settlers. It focuses on the figures behind the movement to make the West Bank and Gaza Jewish and to purge the areas of Palestinians. One of those figures is Daniela Weiss, known as the godmother of Israel's settler movement. She's the founder of the Nashallah Settlement Movement. That's a group that has the explicit backing of several politicians in the Netanyahu government. Now, in one interview, Weiss revealed her political understanding of that movement.
Do you have influence? Like I'm saying, yeah, if this was the opposite way around and the shoe was on the other foot, yeah, and there was members of the government of Palestine that was actively supporting people going into Israel to build houses or take people out of their houses and move into them houses or whatever, like, man, them people called that terrorism, innit? Like, with no issue. You know what I'm saying? The man never called it terrorism with no issue, straight away, no problems, no questions asked. Like, so I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it still, man. But God,
Documentary present.
Pause it, right? So Chester's getting overtaken by immigrants, yeah? How you saying? Or your town's getting overtaken by immigrants? No white people get houses in Leicester and Birmingham. All under Imam Veli. You're such an idiot. 200 yards from a migrant hotel. There's a migrant hotel in Chester, yeah? See this. Let me do a little bit of research on that. And let me find out why you're feeling like you're getting overtaken. I don't really get this overtaken talk. Like, people are coming to overtake or purposely overtaking your country and all that sort of stuff there. Like, I actually don't get that talk at all. Yeah. Because, number one, if the government didn't get enough taxpayers on the ground, yeah, then the place would be in even more of a bad state than it already is. Number two, I don't know where this conspiracy of the Great Replacement has been able to pick up so much pace and so much legs right now, when if the problem is that, air quotes, English people are not having enough English children, which contributes towards the government importing other people, or even the other one is like the English people with those specialist skills are taking employment and jobs in other countries, which means that they're sending 4 people with these skills to come to the country. What about all the actual real reasons that correlate with why there's immigrants in the country and all that sort of stuff there? No, but they get the migrants for the jobs that they need. I don't know why you're acting like everyone that comes is a flipping road sweeper. That's false. Or everyone that comes in, like every single person's low skilled or whatever.
especially if it's unemployment visas, it's for specific roles. So the roles that are not being filled by people that are here. Right, we can't. Let's play some more, man. Let it
Netanyahu
play.
government. Now, in one interview, Vice revealed her political understanding of that movement.
Do you have influence?
The Hong Kongers had visas to come to the UK at the end of the China lease. So that's not true. People from South Africa at the end of apartheid, not that, sorry. People from South Africa that had British ancestry were entitled, and probably still are entitled, to migrate to the UK and even apply for British citizenship. So I don't know why them are lying about scenarios that the truth is actually out there, that you can use any search engine, type it in, and go through a .org or a .gov source that will tell you these things. It's you, man, that live in the twilight zone, because as far as you lot are concerned, yeah, like in my day-to-day, yeah, I see different races of different classes of different people out and about doing whatever they're doing, innit? Like, I don't know where you guys live or the places that you guys frequent or travel to, or who you work with, if you work or if you have your own business, the customers that frequent your business or you interact with you, or whatever scenarios that you have to interact with people. But the people that you must interact with must be the most low life scumbags in the world, like the foreigners or whatever, because the hate that you guys have for just immigrants, migrants, is wild. Like, it's like basically you guys have never seen a good or a hard-working immigrant, a smart immigrant, or a high-earning immigrant or migrant ever. And like, some of the richest people in the UK are immigrants and migrants. What the hell is going on? It's crazy, cuz I don't know why you guys think like that. Serious. And even there's one, yeah, that's married to a whole immigrant migrant inside their house every day, yeah, looks at him every morning and every night, yeah, sitters online and will tell everyone, oh, it's the immigrants, it's the migrants, they're fucking up the country. It's mad. Yes, Hong Kongers were able to get visas and safe routes to travels like the Ukrainians were. Like I don't know how you lot have developed this much hate for immigrants and migrants when the majority of people that have come here on these immigrants and migrants visas have come here to do stuff that's gonna contribute to the economy. So what are you talking about then, bro? You got an example there inside your hat, bro. You're moving like the people that I'm speaking about, that they're married to immigrants and migrants and complaining about immigrants and migrants. Like, you sitting next to one that fucking goes work every day, that does what they're supposed to be doing and acts like they're part of the community and has their wider extended, their own community, what they mix and blend in as well. And differently, yeah. If your argument is about bad people, yeah, then make the argument about bad people, innit? All right, let me go on mute for one second. I'm going to play the video. I need to find something.
Important points. So it's lots of the documentaries sort of showing how extreme the settlers are, but that, I think, is the key moment, because it's saying we are doing the Israeli government's job for them, right? Because we're changing facts on the ground.
You see it there? Bang. But also, yeah, hold on there. Let me quickly slap this in the chat for my youth there. Yeah, so let me read it out first and then I'll just load it up in the chat, yeah. So, Hong Kong British national overseas BNO passport holders and their families are eligible for special visa to enter the UK, live, work and study there. This BNO visa was launched in January 2021 to reflect the UK's commitment to those BNO status to have chosen to retain ties to the UK when Hong Kong was handed over to China, sorry. So, I don't know why you said that still, because, like, you know. There you go. Yeah, like, so, boom. Like, well, like the lady said, yeah, they're doing the job what the government actually wants to do. It's like them NGOs, isn't it? Like the NGOs are funded by government funding or whatever, but they're non-government organizations, isn't it? Like, so they do the soft power work or the work on the ground to butter up the people or to provide, air quotes, yeah, got my fingers in the air again, air quotes, evidence of infringements that certain, air quotes, dictators are carrying out, which leads on to the invasion of the country, the toppling, changing of the regime and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, it's crazy still. Crazy. But, yeah, mad still. Again, yeah, so anytime, and we've condemned it as well, yeah, Carps. You know, I don't support Hamas attacking like Israel or attacking any of the innocent people and so on, so I actually don't support that, like, and that's not something that I'm calling for, innit? Like, that's why I'm saying, like, obviously, you know, I actually do support a two-state solution, but it is going to take other country, third parties that are on the same level to be intermediaries in that, because I mean, what about the ones without passports? Alright, one sec here. Let me play a bit more of it.
Ground. Because obviously, you know, in 1967, you can say, oh, it would be a crazy proposition to say that the Israelis could build all of these settlements in the West Bank. No Israeli prime minister could come forward and just say that. But if they tolerate the settlements being built, then to say, oh, well, the Israelis are already there, we can't ask them to leave, then that suddenly seems realistic, right? So the settlers, their job is to change facts on the ground so that then the Israeli government can just rubber stamp it. And of course, the map you saw there in the clip shows all the Israeli settlements built in the West Bank since the Six-Day War of 1967. During that period, Israel seized the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, East Jerusalem, and the Golan Heights, bringing 1 million Palestinians under the country's control. The occupation of those territories remains illegal in international law, a point Theroux put to Vice.
Because it's territory that was won in the 67 war, that under the Geneva Convention...
Oh, shit.
It's a light, fella.
Ah, but that...
Let me pause it there again, yeah, sorry, man. Big fingers, small screen. Mad, yeah, so... Like, I'm going to let that play again, yeah, anyway, yeah, because, you know, it's going to show all the different settlements that the godmother of settlements has been, or helped out, set up in the West Bank or whatever, you know. Do you know what I mean? Like, and also though, like, it's crazy because, you know, if this scenario was on the other foot, yeah, I'm sure we would have a specific young man from Preston screaming at how savage these people were being for just running up on their land and stamping claim, moving people out of houses and blah blah blah. Yeah, but let me pause there for a sec here so I can just read out what I put in the chat here. Hong Kongers with British national overseas status can come to the UK through citizenship, the BNO visa route. UK offers asylums for individuals fleeing prosecution, but this is not specifically targeted at Hong Kongers with BNO status. So for you to claim asylum, your life has to be in danger, innit? Like, that's the start, innit? Like, so your life won't be protected by the government. or the government or whatever. So that's why the people was offered visas. Anyone that has ties to Britain or wanted to continue their ties to Britain or whatever was going to get special status. China wasn't saying once they overtake Hong Kong or once they reclaim Hong Kong as their own, like obviously it's because it's part of China, you know, they're not, anyone that wants to keep their British status will be killed or will be this, that, and the other, innit? Like, so you won't get granted asylum if you can't prove that your life is actually in danger, innit? And there is people who have been killed who haven't been granted asylum because their life was in danger, but they wasn't able to prove their claim to be true. So it's mad, isn't it? Like, but, I don't get what the point or the argument we was trying to make. You saying that they should have got a special asylum thing because the country was going to get taken over by, or going to get given back to China, and the CPC was going to have control again of that part of China as well. But that's not the same thing as what's happening with Ukraine and Russia, right? Like the people that fled Ukraine is because Russia's actually sending an army in to smash the shit out of Ukraine. So people could actually die. So by that term, your life is in danger, innit? Like, so you would be granted asylum if you can prove your life's in danger, innit? But to be kind to one of their allies, they made special visas and straight routes to make Ukrainians be able to come to the UK and claim asylum stress-free. Not like the other asylum seekers whose lives are in danger. So you guys don't really care about that. Much. Alright, go on. Let it play.
I think it's the key moment because it's saying we are doing the Israeli government's job for them, right? Because we're changing facts on the ground. Because obviously, you know, in 1967, you can say, oh, it would be a crazy proposition to say that the Israelis could build all of these settlements in the West Bank. No Israeli prime minister could come forward and just say that. But if they tolerate the settlements being built, then to say, oh, well, the Israelis are already there, we can't ask them to leave, then that suddenly seems realistic, right? So the settlers, their job is to change facts on the ground so that then the Israeli government can just rubber stamp it. And of course, the map you saw there in the clip shows all the Israeli settlements built in the West Bank since the Six-Day War.
Sorry, one sec here. I think I skipped it enough far back. So let me make the screen bigger so see the maps that she goes through. We'll get back to around here. Wait, hold on a sec here. I forgot to answer Transporter's point here about, but why are they coming from France or whatever? It's like because to get to England from the Middle East, from Africa, and from anywhere that's like not going over the Atlantic Ocean, yeah, that direction. Like you have to go through like France to get there. Yeah, so that's why. Because there's like this place is something what we call an island, surrounded by water. So to get to the island, you have to go from the mainland. And the closest country in the mainland is called, three guesses, France. There you go. So that was your answer. Yeah. And let me give you another answer as well, yeah, because you're going to probably cry about that one, is that you don't have to, or you don't have to claim asylum in France as you're in France or whatever, if your end destination is to try and get to UK, like, because like especially if you've got more ties with the UK, like you was either worked with British people, English people or whatever in your place, or you've got ties to the UK, like you've got family members that are here or distant relatives or even friends or something, a community that you could join, become a part of or whatever, until your life is safe enough to either go back or gain citizenship or whatever. If you're granted asylum, is that's why, innit? If it weren't for conservatives which I know Transporter voted Conservatives. Weren't for Conservatives, there wouldn't be migrant hotels. They could have dealt with the issue by putting from claims. Like, there's some good things that Conservatives did, yeah, but you had to be in a of a certain pay bracket to realise the benefits of a Conservative government, innit? Like, obviously, the working class people didn't really feel the benefits of Conservative, because they had to tighten their purse strings. Oh, you don't vote? It was just a guess, you know. Right. Seems like a lot of the sort of people that support that sort of talk are former Conservative voters that now gone towards reform. No point voting. Just complain about the government. Yeah, well, I don't know how you change things. How do we change things? Like, if we don't, because that's what I've been on both sides of the fence of the argument, where I've been a non-voter for a number of years or whatever. I voted for no one, so and so, so and so. Yeah, and even if you don't vote, one of the two people still gets in. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, really and truly, it's what has to happen for you to be able to make an actual change in the direction of the stuff that you want. And differently, like you can see right now, is the change that some of us are asking for is not a unified thing. Like, I'm not asking for people to stop being able to be migrating or grabbing visas within the UK, but a lot of you guys are. So how are we going to unite on that? Like, we're on the opposing sides, isn't it? Crazy still. Oh, I just got a big. Hey, sorry, man. Let me play the video a bit still, car. I need to get a beverage. Woo! Nah, you know when you yeah, you didn't even know. Fly back in it. I got a fly back. That's like
Light instead of darkness. That's how she describes ethnic cleansing. Theroux's documentary.
Yo, serious, what you saying, man? What you say about that?
You know what I say already.
What, yeah.
My political stance has been very open and honest since day dot. It's a public genocide, and people are choosing not to acknowledge that and believe propaganda, which has been well honed, using our own psychology against us. And the fact that people are still defending this is ridiculousness. It's crazy. And I want to stipulate as well, and for you and your channel, it's not the average Jewish person. It's not.
Yeah,
These are an extremist version. Every single religion has extremists, and this is the extremist version.
Person in the UK, anyway.
Yeah, in the UK. No, but there's so many Israelis that are going out, and they're opposing Netanyahu and what's going on.
The numbers, because we're here, innit? Like, so.
Yeah, I think you need to stipulate that, because I heard what's her name, Helen James, the other day saying how she's never felt so, isolated or the hatred. Well, this is sort of why black people have had it. Then it's the latest one is Indians, now it's Pakistanis, and it's any foreigner now. But okay, you felt a bit of the hate, and it's horrible, and that is abhorrent for anybody in this day and age. But it's like, it's not you, it's the extremists, and people label you all under the same thing. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculousness. These are extremists. They're using propaganda. They're in control of everything. They've got us bent over a fucking barrel.
Yeah, listen, yeah, I don't really make arguments on, like, the any of the theories that people have about Jewish people controlling economies and so on, so on, so on. My argument here is about the how does the
It's not even.
war,
To
or
be
how does
fair,
the
though, I get it.
place get a two-state solution and all that sort of stuff there. Like,
I
so
get
I
it.
hear
I
really
get
about
it. But
the
there is no argument. There is no argument. It's physical fact. Who owns? And good for you. If there's only so many, small minority of the whole world and the population, yet you're running it. Well, you're proving that you're more clever, or you're more manipulative, or you're more power hungry and thirsty. It doesn't matter. Whatever way you want to look at it, that's perception. But it's undeniable who controls and owns the mainstream media, who controls and owns the TV stations, who controls and owns all of the CCTV software in the whole of London and the country. So it's undeniable. There's no argument to be made. I see that you steer away from it, but it's unfucking deniable.
No, I'm just saying it's not arguments I'm making it because it's not like, you know, I ain't really haven't had any sort of arguments like that or whatever. But boom, that's like one of them. Like Danny Roscoe was trying to make that argument one time when he was like speaking of something like Black Rock or something.
Bloody hell. And I don't ever want to be in agreement with Danny Roscoe. That just irked me the wrong way. I'm only joking.
Yeah, I don't know if he's gonna say that stuff now, though, innit? Because right now, remember, like Summer Robinson supports Israel, innit? Like, so
yeah, it doesn't go with his cause. Yeah.
Say the same.
Well, it's funny to see people change. You know what? Even if I don't like, I work predominantly for Jewish people. I do. And I think that they've been the most lovely, the most kind people. It doesn't stop my opinion that we are watching the biggest genocide to date in modern times. And there's still people that are defending it. Now, all of the things that have been debunked about babies in ovens, etc., all of that has been debunked. But there are videos out there of beheaded children daily. Sorry, I don't want to mention that on your channel, but there are videos out there, and it's of Palestinian children. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen. When people sit here and say I don't care, it's wrong. Are you watching EastEnders in the background?
No, them men are playing fucking games online, innit?
All right, I'm not staying, but my comment isn't.
I'm not staying. I'm not staying.
I'm not staying. No, I'm not staying.
All right.
All right. All right, Gav. Now, no, I'm not staying because I've got family here. But no, I just want to call bullshit. My comment wouldn't go through. I'm calling bullshit on that fucking bullshit comment about Helen James. All right, and you're not stupid, Zara, but I know you're not. You don't want to get involved. But I am going to.
You can't. Wait, hold on.
Let me just finish. She had her say about me. Let me just say. She sits in John West's channel and has paid for membership to be part of the PAKI gang, yeah? And all you need to do is watch what they do and sing at the end of it. They say they use the N word frequently and the P word. So enough with the fake damn outrage. Anyway, later.
I haven't seen that. I don't watch all these channels.
So what I was going to say was that obviously the same way people say, oh, you can't tell me about how I feel and things that someone's like. You can't really tell her whether she is or how she is experiencing it. You just have to sort of ask what it is, innit? Like, bro, what is it that's making you feel like that? And you know what I'm saying? Like, as long as it's not really the stuff that you're trying to say, then there isn't really much you can do about it, innit? Like, if it's stuff that you're saying or whatever, then you can have that discussion, innit? But
yeah. Do you know what? I don't ever want to doubt anybody. That's your perception, that's your experience, and all I can do is listen. And I don't watch, to be honest, I've unsubbed from every channel apart from yours and 3 others. So I just do what I want. I watch what I want. I use it to gain information rather than deplete my brain cells with stupid people arguing with each other now. So that's just what I do. Here is Helen. Jesus, here we go. Jesus never paid for any membership, and Nixie needs to shut the fuck up. Nixie said she detests me because I quote, she's Jewish. Okay, well, this could go on for time. There's just no point in that. Go on. Do you want to what are you saying about this so far then, Valley? What's your opinion? Putting me on the spot. I've got a cold, by the way, if I sound deep like a man at the minute. What are you saying?
One sec here. One sec here. You just asked me what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying, like the first thing I said originally is that the best would be a one-state solution where everyone would be treated equally and blah 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 blah. But that's probably never going to happen, isn't it? Yeah. A two-state solution where
You know that did happen already.
Both sides. Yeah. Wait. Hold on. Where both
Sorry.
sides are able to have sovereignty and their blah blah blahs and ratatas, and they're a safe place to live and so on. Instead of just like.
Well, Valley, you know, there was a
just the wars and
time.
people dying.
So if you look into the history of it, they were against it. They made out like there was all of this empty land. Whatever, I can go into the history of it if you want to, but Palestine was extremely in opposition to anybody coming and occupying their land. They were like, no, we're expanding. We all have young children. They're going to need this land. It's not useless land, blah, blah, blah. But they actually said that there was the highest scholars in universities in that entire time before that were opposing this. But either way, it went through, and there was a time when they did live in peace. I think there was less than 3,000 in the first 2-3 years, and they had to encourage people actively to come. So there wasn't enough people coming, and they deployed different tactics. When I say there, you can go into that, but this isn't the time nor the place. But yeah, you can go into the historics of it, and it's all there for anybody to see. So
well, that's why I told you to jump up, because I know that you've got a lot of knowledge on this, Sarah. You know,
but
and
I just don't.
Good
I don't
to hear you. I know you don't like to get involved, but you know, it is good to hear you. You know, sharing that. You know, because I think it has got to that point, like where. I think it's just indefensible at this point. I don't personally understand how.
I'll be honest. I know a lot of Jewish people, and obviously aware. My boss is Jewish. It's a Jewish company. The loveliest, kindest, friendliest people. And when I shouldn't in work because I'm in a professional capacity, but when I try and broach it, I will say, "Are you watching the same things as I'm watching? Are you hearing the same things?" I get like, oy vey, hands back on the table, you know, like, let's not, because the good people do
there are
say
Jewish people that
that's the majority. I've never met anybody that isn't, so I've never met somebody that's so extremist. I think at base level we're all human before our religion does not define you as a person. The worst thing.
Your innate kind of sensibility should kick in, shouldn't it? Really, you know, just as a human being. You know, I don't see
what you're laughing at, Justice, you little prick.
I don't see how anyone can defend that. You know, like they've been picking off kids. Yeah,
it's
like the IDF, like with snipers, laughing. If you look on other platforms, it's just absolutely freaking disgusting. Yo, B, where'd you go, B? Because he knows I'm going to have a rant, B. But I just want to reply to this Get in the side chat, because she's been following me all over the place, wherever
it's like,
I go.
Have you got a nick?
Put some fucking evidence up, bitch. Stop saying that I don't dislike you because you're Jewish. You've taken that and misquoted me. You see,
Evening, Helen Love.
Liar, all right? You gotta stop, right? Stop it. You'll get the attention this weekend. I'm going to go live. All right. I won't do it on here. I'm going to go live and expose your damn lies, man. You're nasty. Right. Later. She's lying. Period. I don't like liars. Okay.
But don't hone in on anyone, Nick. It doesn't really matter, does it? Like, one person's opinion shouldn't affect yours.
My bad. I did get a phone call still, man. It's hard to hear, you know, that because I can hear you lot chatting and shit at the same time. In the middle of the phone call, innit? So I got to jump off the panel with someone.
Oh, thanks, Felly. I like it when you sound like me, fella. I can hear you chatting shit in my car. How do we get you off the speakers? No, bet. He doesn't know how to turn it off. As soon as I ring him, and I'm like, I wasn't chatting shit. Thank you very much.
You're not obviously saying you was actually trying to share. It's like
Yeah, it's just a. Is that a London thing? Do
it's
you want
a
me to?
London thing.
It's a London thing.
It's
do you
a
want me
London
to?
thing.
London
It's
thing.
a London thing.
Well, go on, Velly. I'm actually well versed now. I said to me, my ex is from Tottenham.
What, in Londonese, yeah?
Yeah, and I spoke to him the other day, and I've got a little notes. You've got a folder, by the way, in my phone
Cutting out now,
of
babes.
Vellyism. I'm cutting out. I'm
No, I was
cutting
talking
out.
to- I'm saying so. We're going.
Oh, I
We're
didn't
going
think you.
outside.
I didn't think you were
Going
calling me. Oh, I didn't think you were calling me babes. I thought that's odd. You all right, darling? Velly's chatting me up. Somebody clip that. Jesus. I thought you said you're cutting out now, babes. I was like, what? What?
I was talking to my actual babes, innit? So,
Oh, you're welcome. Don't speak to me like that in front of people, Velly. They'll click on.
you're an idiot, man.
You sausage. Silly Billy. Oh, no, it's quite emotive, this subject, but I don't know if you saw the ICJ and they actually point out the laws that they've broken, international laws, several times, how many times, and the dates and what they've done. That's a really good thing to review, but it's quite hefty. So there's like the Irish barrister put it extremely well, and obviously it's more easy for us to listen to a mutual accent. She's really well spoken. But I think it was Abu Dhabi. Oh my God, they brought the fire. Wow. Brilliant.
Yeah, if I tell the truth, yeah, I'm not really trying to go.
Too deep.
I'm not really trying to go to none of them sort of Middle Eastern countries. Like, I'm not really.
No, well, I said the Irish
Not for
lawyer
me
was
still.
the
Like,
best.
the man them want to go Dubai and all that sort of stuff. Well, not none of my man, the minute that nowadays, like the new place that the people them want to go is like, oh, well, I'm going to Dubai and all that. I'm like, fuck that. You can go to jail for banning a scud in Dubai, cause without even banning a scud.
Hang on, what did you say? You can go to Dubai for bunning a what?
Go to jail
For what? I didn't understand what you said.
for banning a scud, a vape. A ganja
Really?
vape.
Shut up. I've never
Yeah,
heard
yeah,
those
it's totally
words
legal,
before.
What scud?
What? No, or bunning. Well, I know what bunning is. Means like sack them off, like get rid of them. But bunning a
but-
scud? No, I've never heard that before.
Yeah, banning's got multiple meanings. Like smoking in it.
Oh right, I didn't know that.
That's what it means.
Okay.
Burn is bun.
Back in the Valley Dictionary. Urban Dictionary of
Yeah,
Valley.
it's because you man are teeth to slang, yeah, from fucking the Jamaicans, yeah, but you don't give the Jamaicans no fucking credit for the hard work we put into the English language. You know what I mean? Like, all right,
Have you ever heard me try and attempt to talk patois to you in any?
Shit.
All right,
No,
Irie,
man,
Irie.
fucking Jamaica, it's Irie. Actual Jamaicans in Jamaica say Irie, innit? Yeah, but
Yeah. Well, I spoke to him the other day, and I opened up my notes on the Valley
Jamos.
Urban Dictionary, and I was calling him a batty man, things like that. He was like, "Zizi, where have you been?"
You gotta be careful, yo. You gotta be careful of using slang words that you might not understand properly in certain situations, yeah, because you might get a disciplinary at work if you call someone a
No,
bastard.
it was my ex, and it was a phone call, so nobody cares. Hopefully, I called him. You know what? I was dead proud. I was dead proud of myself. I called him a chi man, and I've never said those words before.
It's chichi.
Chi-chi?
It's not chi. It's got to say the chi and the chi.
Chichi.
Yeah, chichi man.
Chichi. Chichi man.
Hmm.
You're a chichi man, innit? Brother. I don't know. I'm not good at this.
Bruv is
Play
really, yeah, we gotta give the credit to the geezers for bruv, innit? Yeah, the man that just hijacked bruv. Nah, bruv.
If you go to
Much, yeah.
the
Some of my
East.
older cousins, yeah, when I used
Go
to
on.
say that, yeah, nah, bruv. Yeah, they used to say, hey, that's funny that, like, you say bruv, innit?
If you
Go
go to the, it's Birmingham, the Midlands, isn't it? But if you go there, they call everybody like, all the south end of Manchester, they call everyone brother. And I was like, I went to one of our stores, and it was in Manchester, so I just popped in and made myself known and whatever, and I could hear people on the street saying brother.
Helen is a Jan Crow. Why allow Helen, man?
What's a
I like
Jan
Helen
Crow?
still, man.
What is a Jan Crow?
Yeah, just hating her. I don't know who that is.
Yeah,
I am
it's
a humble arsehole. Who's I am a humble arsehole? Do you know them?
Oh, well, it's a soccer account, isn't it? No, I don't know. Do you know what? If I see a soccer account like that, I just block it. I don't need to see it. I don't need to be involved. I don't care. Not interested in your snidey comments. I just block it and speak to the real people. That's it. So what's a Jan Crow, please? Don't make me Google it. The worst one was
Like a
Jupiter.
vulture.
Oh.
Oh, fuck's sake, man. Rot me out, man. I don't even want to speak about that fucking monstrosity. We just need
No.
where
She said something about fapped, and my son happened to come in at that time, and I went, son, what's fapping? And he went, oh my God, and just walked upstairs. He went, I'm going to take the phone off you if you carry on asking me these questions. I asked my son what fapping was. Embarrassing. I've never heard these terminologies before. Double slit vape experiment. Evening, Babs.
Oh, shit.
Do you want me to play the video and then it stays on even if you get your Pornhub notifications?
Yeah, man. It's going
Yeah.
mad still. I've got bare work.
Well, put the link back. Put the link backstage, and once you allow me to play it,
One sec.
I know the
One sec,
rules.
slow down. Alright. Alright. There we go, catch.
See.
Watch out. Switch over on the premium because we don't like the adverts.
I'm not on premium. Well, I am, but my son won't give me his login. I only paid for one account and he nabbed it.
Yeah. I'll tell you
Got
what,
me
we're going to play another link here, which the guys in the chat are going to love.
You're gonna leave me.
Yeah, love. No.
You're gonna sit there bun in a zoot. Gonna say that? Does that make sense?
Bun in the zoo, yeah, you can say that stuff.
Okay.
That works.
Thank you.
You're bun in the zoo.
Extra points for me.
Right.
Have you got plans for Valley? I've got something tomorrow in Liverpool. They go all over the country. It's an old school hip hop festival thing, like an outdoor barbecue. Yeah, but they've got like a hip hop dance competition.
I used to tell everyone they can go and raving or whatever in it, man, but no.
I don't like raving and stuff.
So,
I prefer R&B
or anyone that's classed as a YouTube spaz. Yeah, like not any of the normal YouTube people, innit? Like obviously I'm not tarring everyone with the same brush, but I don't want to see any of the YouTube spazzes when I'm in a fucking rave with the man them or with normal people or whatever. Like and man, brother, do you know something about reform or some bollocks or whatever? You know what I mean? I shut up and shut up.
What's this thing with you and
I'll just tell the
Nixie?
man to rush him, and that's what I'll say. Rush him! Hey, did you hear what he said? Imagine that. Man come up and said hello, you know. I said,
sorry.
oh my dude, did you hear what he said?
Sorry,
He was
Belly, I've
racist,
got
let's
it.
rush him.
I've got to correct
Go ahead,
myself. That channel that you said I'm humble or whatever. They're not a stock account. They go into Nixie's on other people have confirmed that is just a genuine account. It's longly worded. I'm a humble arse, so make
Yeah,
it
no, I was just
shorter.
checking on it, man. Because, you know.
Yeah. No, I'd presume that was a sock account coming in to give shit, but no.
So someone's a jankro, that's mad. That's a liberty still.
I've
I
never
like
heard
Emily,
that
man.
word before.
She always shares my channel and shares my streams or whatever, innit? Like, so, and she's always welcome to stay in the chat or jump on the panel or whatever.
Yeah. I'm a fan of the posher London accents.
Yeah, you don't have to agree. Yeah, but you don't have to agree with none of the shit that I'm saying. It's better if you actually don't, innit? And then you jump on the panel. So
I've disagreed with I think about two things that you've said. Not today, and I can't remember them, but next time I will. I won't be backwards and coming forwards.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
Make sure
Listen.
you jump in.
Listen.
Make sure you jump in.
You chitchy man.
Jump on, you hear me? You talking to you? I should think my name's Esau, right?
I know how to say it now. That's it. You've made a monster.
You're trying to take bad man for Esau.
I don't know what
His name ain't even Esau no more. It's only Enonce.
Oh, talk English.
The Enonce. That's his
Still
name,
don't-
Enonce. Because
Stop
he's
it. I'm not getting involved in none of that.
Enoncing. The
Don't
extreme
get
nonce.
involved.
You don't get involved. Are you alright? Because
Yeah, drop me out. I'm quite happy to stay surface level.
Suck his dead dad.
Oh.
That he ain't ever seen. Mad. Alright. Where's the video then, man?
I said drop the link backstage and I'll play it.
It's in the private chat ages ago.
Oh, sorry. My bad. What was the timestamp where you were up to?
Nah, this is new video, isn't it? So you can.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I found out where I got the play. Yeah, because I was listening to my Will Smith CD the other day, and somebody done a mix, yeah, and then a rewind on the mix, yeah, and you know, sound effects came in. Let it play. I said, "Oh shit! I told you. I just couldn't remember where it was from. I told you, man. See, I'm gonna get it still, but
There you go. It's backstage. Yeah. So you comparing yourself to Will Smith.
The lefties' favorite there, Owen Jones. You get me? Jeez. The right wing's favorite. This is your favorite guy.
You tell me when to play and when to pause, yeah?
Yeah, God, let it play.
You have to do it in the style of the Fresh Prince now.
Of Louis Theroux is to put his interviewees at ease, disarming them with a quiet, inquisitive tone and then letting them hang themselves. This is always made for compelling viewing, but in his new documentary about Israel's illegal settlers, that skill brings out damning and desperately important results. The BBC's coverage of Israel's genocidal onslaught against the Palestinian people has overall been a bin fire. And it's unlikely that this documentary about these settlers could have been made without Theroux's journalistic stature and reputation. Now, let's start with this clip featuring Daniela Weiss. She is the far-right leader of Israel's settlers, who takes credit for the illegal settlements, which have been founded all across.
Breaking news, Tottenham have just announced that they're going to be signing Owen Jones as their new manager. Tottenham have just announced that they will be signing Owen Jones as their new manager. Let it play.
Breaking fucking news.
Across the West Bank, which is illegally occupied by Israel, indeed subjected to the longest belligerent occupation of anywhere on earth in modern times. There are an estimated 700,000 Israeli settlers living in around 270 settlements. Let's have a listen. Almost cartoonishly evil stuff there. And it is testament to the impunity these people enjoy, which they know they have, which is why they speak so candidly and honestly. Just on this, Jake Wallace-Simons, a fervent cheerleader of Israel, who has written what I would describe as hideous tweets celebrating Israeli attacks, which have very obviously killed large numbers of Palestinian civilians. He deleted one, which was widely condemned, included by myself. He's written an article for the Jewish Chronicle headline, "To demonstrate impartiality," in quotes, "the BBC shows the worst Jews they can find." So for a start, this headline, of course, seeks to conflate, as ever, classic modus operandi, Jewish people with Israel and the Israelis by saying the worst Jews, the Jews.
That's
The
mad
worst-
still.
To play the worst Jews they can find.
Wow, that's mad still. 'cause imagine if that was like
Muslims,
or even any of the other people that are anti.
Catholics, rapey,
Some of the
grapey,
far
grapey
right
priests or anything.
That
Oh
would
yeah,
have been mad still. They would
the
have said, "That's racist,
KKK.
that's anti-Semitic." BBC said they could just find the worst Jews they could
I
find.
think
Not that these guys
the
are bad
worst
people or nothing like that.
We all accept that there's extremists, there's good and bad. Like, people are people the world over, regardless of your belief. There's good and bad fucking people. It doesn't matter what indoctrination that you grew up with or what you choose to believe in. There's people that will take it to the extremes. There's children that go to school. There's people that want to go and shoot up a school. It's crazy. There's good and bad everywhere. They've chosen the worst children to put in this school shooting documentary. Doesn't make any sense, does it?
Yeah, it's mad still. And even that I've noticed a pattern when a point is made. Like Adam always does like, what about so and so? What about blah blah? I'm like, cuz damn, you got like
I do, Nixie, you
got
know
a
I
point
do.
to make. That's on the point.
One's deflecting from the other, in my opinion, next, but I don't really, I don't like to talk politics and religion unless I'm learning. So it's just madness. It's just a madness, and I don't see what on the bigger scale of things, us arguing about it is doing exactly what they want. Because while we're all segregated and being divisive against each other, the powers that be are they're distracting us with theatre and political theatre, with Trump and etc. and Keir Starmer, what's he said recently. In the meantime, they're passing new legislations through the House of Commons and nobody's fucking batting an eyelid. Our rights are being taken away, which aren't even legal. Legislation is not law, and I actually care because I'm leaving children in this world when I'm gone. I can't just sit back and go, fudge cake it, I actually care. It's not about the country, it's about the world. And if you look at the whole of geopolitics, it's happening everywhere. What you see happening in China, then America, and then it's going to roll out to us sooner or later. Look at the wanker they've just voted into Canada. What an absolute atrocity. Go on, do you want me to play?
Bank of England.
I know, which is...
What, Carly?
Yeah. It's the irony in Liverpool, I don't know about you, but you can call somebody a carny as a diss. They were like a fairground worker. Shut up, you little carny. That's what they'd say.
What, like someone that works on the playground?
Yeah, it's like a slang word for an uneducated gypsy. But if you look at them, they're actually in bed together, him and Trump. So all of this opposition, America will never take over Canada, we're not the 51st state, we're independent. They've worked together for years, they've been associated with each other for over 12 years. So, and Israel, so it's all theatre. It's all to distract us from, and to get you feeling emotive and acting on your emotions rather than your sensibilities and your logic.
What's that?
That's why.
What?
All of the inflammatory statements that...
in the world?
Not in the world. No, I mean the inflammatory statements that are used in mainstream media. To distract you. When you see a thumbnail, that's enticing. That's what I mean.
It's still the paper, isn't it? Like, it's still the news.
Yeah, but you still see clickbait on
in
here.
the world advertise.
Well, who owns them? Not everyone. Have a look at who owns them. Dig a little bit deeper. Follow the money trail, and you see who owns what and who runs what.
Most of them big companies are now like publicly licensed companies with shares and so and so in it. So it's like shareholder majorities and different so and so.
Who's the majority shareholder in each and every
what?
mainstream media? Okay, so go on, give me an example, and I'll tell you.
Like, what do you mean? What are you saying? Like Rupert Murdoch? What is he, like Jewish?
Go on. Give me an example of a company.
Well, he owns the Sun and Sky News. Can you hear me? I said Rupert Murdoch. Is he? What are you trying to say? That what is he like a scientist as well, or whatever? Are you there?
Sorry, I got it automatically cuts me off if I get something else. I got a call, but it didn't answer. Took me a minute to.
So
Go on. What'd you say? Sorry, my
yeah,
bad.
Rupert Murdoch owns the Sun and Sky News and a lot of other newspapers. He even has shares.
The Sun isn't even known to us. You know that in Liverpool, the Sun isn't allowed to be sold anywhere. You do know that, don't you? So the Sun, to me, died after Hillsborough. The Hillsborough thing came out, so we don't see the Sun. You do not see it, even in the bigger shops like Tesco's and all that, really, really big ones. People will just pick them all up and throw them all out. They don't even stock it anymore. So, but no, I'm not sure. I've never looked up the Sun. Who else did you say? Sorry.
I said Rupert Murdoch.
He owns Sky News. Did you say?
Yeah.
What, is he the majority shareholder there? Or does he literally own it?
No, he created it, innit? Like, so probably majority shareholder in it.
Wow.
Apparently, what's that? So apparently, there's an image of people that are going to turn up at your door, according to a video that I've just finished, that I've just listened to, that was put up by a racist loonball child abuser. Okay.
At my door?
Get backed. Not mine.
Oh.
Because I'm so fucked. It's unbelievable. You're so fucked. It's unbelievable.
Don't bother with the front one. The back one's open. Let yourself in.
No man to the back doors, cuz. Why for that? Lava.
It's nuts. It's nuts on here. And if you don't take it as crazy, if you take it too serious, then you become nuts yourself.
I'll say go to the front door so the ring camera could record your face.
I hate people with. Do you know? Have you seen the latest trend?
What's that?
Of the kids going around spraying all the Ring doorbells cameras because they said they don't want to be tracked and traced walking down the street, so they're just going up like spraying all the Ring doorbells in the street.
If I catch you spraying my Ring doorbell camera, boy, you are gonna get a beat down.
Have you got a Ring doorbell, you little snitch? Fucking self-snitching, Velly. Stop snitching on the street. What if I want to walk my dog in my pyjamas at midnight? I don't need you bloody watching me fall over somebody else's bin.
How's that watching you?
Because you don't have any right to view the street.
What, you're outside in your own pyjamas, you're nothing.
At 1 o'clock in the morning or midnight if the dog wants to go out. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Yes, that's your fault for being out in your pyjamas, you nutcases.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? I'll take your solar lights.
This is fucking Brookside.
Listen,
you out here in your fucking pyjamas at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Some of us are comfortable in our self, Ellie. I don't have to dress up. What do you wear to bloody walk the dog at 1 o'clock in the morning? Versace in it, you know.
Dogs. Bun dogs.
bun dogs. Bun dogs. Shut up. You have no empathy. You're not a real person. I'm convinced you're a bot now, okay? If you don't like dogs, there's something wrong with you. Get your kids a dog. What's wrong with you?
What?
You
Why?
need a dog. Everybody should have a family dog.
Fuck dogs, man. I ain't ever no animals in here.
What?
Fuck dogs and fuck cats too.
Yeah, fuck cats. I got my daughter a cat. Stupidest thing. The stupid little thing won't even let me touch her. And we're watching a video.
Fuck dogs and fuck cats, man. I ain't never no animals in my house, man.
Oh, what? You're inhumane. I don't get you. Unlisted, perhaps I don't. But my neighbours look at my house. They face my house and they go, "Oh, I saw that car pull up the other day. They stayed a long time. Is that your brother?" And I was like, "No." Like, do you think you have to explain who comes to my house? Fuck off, will ya? But go on, do you want me to play it? Oh, sorry, I can't find me. Bloody keypads are a nightmare.
Jewish Chronicle is seeking to conjure up anti-Semitism and to play that dirty game of trying to associate Louis Theroux with anti-Semitism without quite saying it. Because if you're accusing someone of trying to find the worst Jews, you're suggesting it's with the aim of making Jewish people, in a broader sense, look bad. Now, it's worth pointing out that over half of the world's Jewish population don't actually live in Israel. They're not Israelis. Indeed, I know the Jewish population of the US is of a similar size to that of Israel, and the polling there shows very different views among Jewish Americans. A poll many months ago by a right-wing think tank found that 40% of Jewish Americans under 45 think Israel is committing genocide. Now, in the article, Jake Wallace-Simons doesn't actually say if Daniela Weiss qualifies as one of the worst Jews the headline writer is referring to. He writes, "She's abrasive, animated, and comes across as crude in comparison with the urbane Englishman asking passive-aggressive questions." There's nothing you can see which is critical of her in this article. So if we were going to make this article headline more accurate so we could engage with it, that the documentary, on its own terms, I'm saying, it's not a more accurate headline, I'm saying if it was less dishonest on its own terms, it would be that the documentary was trying to find the worst Israelis they could find to make Israel look bad. Well, where the likes of Daniela Weiss fall on a sliding scale of hideousness in Israeli society is really besides the point here. Let me explain. Indeed, financier and environmentalist Ben Goldsmith has said something similar. He says the extremists picked out by Louis Theroux represent a nutty fringe within Israeli society, which makes for fascinating viewing, but about as an accurate representation of the whole as Tommy Robinson is of UK society. He then goes on to say, whereas he could pick more or less, sorry, where he could more or less pick views at random from the other side, and he'll find.
Hold down.
Hold tight, hold tight.
What did he say? It's about as English as a Tommy Robinson supporter, yeah?
Hang on.
I can't believe it, fam. Oh my days.
There you go.
Oh my diddy. The extremists picked out by Louis Theroux represent a nuttier fringe within the Israel society, which makes for fascinating viewing, about as accurate representation as the whole as Tommy Robinson is of UK society. Oh shit. Oh man. It's mad. Hey. Oh, tell me. Oh man. Try to dash Tommy under the bus here. Man. Oh my days. Oh, the right wing are going to be crying about Tommy Robinson. But a lot of right wingers don't even support Tommy Robinson, though, anyway.
No.
So, yeah. Oh, still. Hey, carry on with the video, but pause and play, yeah? I've got to
Yeah. Put down. So, chat, remind me.
Tommy Robinson is of UK society. He then goes on to say, whereas he could pick more or less, where he could more or less pick interviews at random from the other side, and he'll find that terrifying obsessional extremism is in fact perfectly representative of Palestinian society. Now, that would be an illuminating documentary, but Louis wouldn't dare make it, of course, because no matter which corner of Gaza or Judea and Samaria he chooses to visit, he knows he'd be unlikely to come out alive. So he makes hideous generalizations about Palestinian people, which, I mean, Britain, that kind of conversation, that kind of talk about an entire people, you would say, is supposed to be something which would be fringe, I would hope. Anyway, he makes these hideous generalizations about Palestinian people, let's not forget, ever subjected to generations of ethnic cleansing, mass murder, brutal occupation, incarceration, torture, colonization. We could go on, which he and indeed anybody else would find completely intolerable if they were on the receiving end of. And then concludes by describing the West Bank as Judea and Samaria, which is the biblical term used by Israeli extremists to refer to what is illegally occupied.
So, anything, I know what I want to say. It's not my channel, and I don't want to offend anybody. It's not what I'm here to do. My opinion is my opinion. But anybody got anything to say? He's just summarising that up, really. It's summarising, making words up. But it's absolute madness. It's madness to say that you can make a sweeping generalisation about all of Palestine. You can do the fucking horrific things that are being done in the name of one thing that was clearly allowed to be done. And it was terrible in itself, but the numbers don't add up. The numbers do not add up. The retaliation is so disproportionate to the original action. And it's crazy. And no, just no. When have I bothered about offending anybody? Well, not really. To be fair, you don't really know me muckers, do you? You've made several attempts and you get it wrong every time. Stab in the dark, you silly prick. So. When have you not found your own voice the most entertaining? Bender.
Palestinian territory. The point is, Daniela Weiss is not some fringe lunatic. She has, as she boasts, the ear of the government, the Israeli government. She has successfully led the endeavour to cover the West Bank with approaching 300 illegal settlements populated by hundreds of thousands of Israeli settlers. Her closest allies in the Israeli government are Bezalel Smotrich, himself a settler in the illegally occupied West Bank. He's Minister of Finance, as well as Itamar Ben-Gvir, also a settler in the West Bank, who is Minister of National Security and is, among other things, responsible for a prison system which is torturing, raping and killing Palestinian detainees, many of whom should be accurately described as hostages. Tommy Robinson and his ilk are, fortunately, for now, nowhere near power. They've even been disowned by Nigel Farage, leader of the hard right reform party.
Imagine being disowned by Nigel Farage. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. You're the one with main character syndrome, honey. Stop begging my attention. Has anybody in the chat got anything to say with what he's saying? Do you agree, generally, or disagree? I have to tell Velio to do polls, Renee, in the chat, and then you can all have your say. And you get a general consensus on what your thoughts are. I'm not very good at... Get back here, Velli, it's your bloody panel. This is not... I can't really say my opinions on somebody else's channel, it's not very fair.
Party. Daniela Weiss is a member of Israel's establishment. She boasts of having a hotline to the Prime Minister's aides. Her closest allies run the Israeli economy and the...
Whoa. She boasts about having a hotline to the fucking aides. Wow. The Prime Minister's aides. That's crazy. No wonder the power's gone to her head and she thinks she can say absolutely anything. Oh my god. Let's see what's the aftermath for her post this. Post this. Let's see. Because there's going to be repercussions and they don't fail to throw people under the bus. They really don't. So let's see what the repercussions are, because I guarantee today whatever bloody X account or Instagram or social media or Facebook she's got are getting highly, highly trolled. If any of you saw on Twitter or X, can somebody update me what's happened today? Has her account shut down? Has she gone incognito, just not responding to anything? She should have, if she's got bloody a hotline to all the prime ministerial aides, then surely she'd have some PR people on board. What do they call it? Crisis teams. You can phone in a public crisis. Jesus, they are going to, well, Jesus, sorry, they're going to be highly employed today.
Israeli justice system. Let's see another clip filmed in the illegally occupied West Bank.
Right now, millions are drinking filthy water. Not because they want to, but because it's all they have.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the apartheid in real life, cuz man, in living colour, mate. So man is telling you, yo, you're Palestinian, you can't come down there. You hear me? That's what still like. So like again, if that was the opposite way around, I would be saying that's anti-Semitic, isn't it? Like anti-Semitism. Like man is saying, right, you're Jewish, you can't come down there. That's mad. Still, come on, man, that's wild.
Don't
You know the
forget,
things that's
Louis
what
Theroux is Jewish. That's why he's getting a pass there. So now the Palestinian got stopped, and he probably had the same pass as him, as his guide or whatever in that country. That's crazy. This is madness.
It's mad that we can have laws like that.
This
in
is
our land.
there's not
That's
there's
why
not
they call
laws.
it the ethno state.
They've deemed it completely illegal on every single level. International law, they're breaking every single law. If you watch the ICJ, every country comes forward and condemns them and says, no, we can't have, we've had to pull out, regrettably. They've stopped us from saving lives. They've stopped us from administering aid and water and food and basic necessities to human life. We've seen several things. They've had 485 UN workers murdered on their ground. They said it's no longer safe for us to keep people in there, so we're going to have to pull out. And every single country comes forward. But I think the most viable one to watch, rather than watching other countries, there's an Irish barrister, which she talks really good, like posh Cockney, posh English. That's what I'd call it anyway. And she's absolutely brilliant. It's 40 minutes long. I suggest everybody goes and watches it. I can't review it. I don't do politics on mine, but if you ever want to do it, Val, send it.
Yeah, say less, man. But
Do you want me to-
that's crazy still, man. Like, trust me, like I would definitely be against that on the other side. Like again, there's a lot of times when the Jewish people have been oppressed, in it, like when even the English and the French, the Americans didn't let them in at the time when they needed help. At one time, they got expelled from countries and all that sort of stuff. That's oppression, in it, and that's bad stuff, in it. And I'm on their side for that. Like that shouldn't happen to them and all that. Like this here is oppression on the opposite side, though, where they're oppressing other people, saying that these people are only allowed this place, that place, and the other. So
Don't forget, you were the ones who wanted your own land, who came and occupied their land, then took over. You were armed by the UK and by America with guns and said, we'll turn the other cheek if you shoot at them and just go and take over the houses. Everybody was pushed into the West Bank. Now you're taking over the West Bank, not allowing aid in. It's ridiculousness. And nobody wants... If you give somebody an inch and they take a mile, and the whole of the world sits back and watches, it's like social media gone mad. We're literally watching exactly what the Nazis did, what you fucking cry about every year. You're still getting paid fucking
It's worse than what the Nazis did.
reparations.
It's worse
Thank
than
you.
what the Nazis did.
It is worse. The
The reason
numbers
why
are
the reason why
worse.
it's worse, the reason why it's worse is because the Jews were immigrants in Germany, but these lot have actually gone to someone else's country and tried to run them out where they've been living for like thousands of years. If that makes sense.
Exactly. But do you know what? You've got to go in with the softly approach. I know you're not very good at that, and show that just it's not against the average person in the street. There are hundreds and thousands of Israelis that were protesting in the street against what's going on because they're seeing it, and they don't show that. That's not allowed on mainstream media. Nixie's favourite tech. Hello. Good evening. I was going to call you Turk then. Good evening, Khan. Sorry.
Mulattoes come to
let me say this
fucking
very
booty clap.
quick.
Mulattoes come to
panel.
booty clap for some people still, man. That's why for that, cuz. Man shouldn't
gosh.
booty clap for other man.
Mulatto, you've took my
Anyway,
name, by the
darling.
way. That used to be my name, Miss Mulatto. Don't do me
And, let me
down.
say this. And Belly brought up booty clapping because that's what he's doing for Palestinians right now. The point is
You
this,
might-
with all due respect. Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, it stands a bit closer.
Unfortunately, we
Stands a
can't.
little bit closer to your
Yes.
router. That's good. Go on. Can I hear
Stop
you now?
booty clapping and then like start talking
Let
in
me
it, man.
let
and
me
we
say
can hear
this
you
very
better.
quickly. And you see that Veli is bringing up booty clapping because that's what he's doing for Palestinians right now. The point is, Palestinians are not Palestinians are not indigenous to Palestine.
Who told you
So
that?
just as they,
Who told you that?
well, one mic at a time. The DNA test results showed me that Palestinians are actually descended from Ottoman Turks
That's
as
not
well
true.
as
That's a lie.
Arabians.
That's a lie.
Well, one
It's a
mic at a
lie.
time, though, Khan. One mic at a time, and we can actually look up the Palestinian DNA test results.
Done it
So
too many
there's no
times.
confusion.
I've done it too many times.
Mulatto.
One mic
Mulatto,
at a
can I ask you? I know that you're inferior in education in America, but what
Alright, but,
part of
Zara, are you
history
able
have
to
they
hear me?
actually told you, sweetheart? I can
Well-
hear you, but you are in and out. If you want to go and put your head next to the router and then try and lick your nose with your tongue.
Yes, and Zara, put your head next to your brain and use it. With all due respect, the point is this:
With all due respect, sir, what I
Alright,
would
make
like
your
you to
point, I'ma
do,
make mine.
stick your thumb up your arse, wiggle your tongue and try and touch each earlobe, and then imagine how many fucks I give about your opinion. You've undermined yourself. You're clearly uneducated. I don't know what trailer park you went to school at, but
Is that what
it's
you did to your
ridiculous.
daddy? Did you stick your
No.
thumb up your daddy's ass? Just for the record.
No, well, your daddy asked me to several times, then your granddad did, and then your
So you
mum
did it to your
decided to
daddy?
bend over and take it.
So you pegged your daddy instead?
No, I pegged your
got
daddy,
you there.
babe.
Got you there. So
I said I
beautiful.
pegged your dad. I
Let's
pegged
have-
your
let's have
dad,
a
babe.
serious discussion. All right, make your point. I'm gonna make mine. Go ahead, Zara.
I just think I don't know, you believe in the mainstream media that's been like influxed into your ears. It's crazy, man. What part of history, like, where? I know that they don't teach you this in school, so that's not your fault.
Hey, it's funny, isn't it, that mulattoes booty clapping for Israel and going against another mulatto sister in defense to booty clap for Israel. Well done, mulatto. You
No,
booty clapping.
actually,
You booty clapping ass motherfucker.
Can I ask your
Man.
heritage? Can I ask your heritage? How did you end up in America? You've only got 200-300 years of fucking history, and you're all a bunch of immigrants, and you're actually against.
Stirring the pot, yeah. God, then.
Yes,
one mic at a time. No,
Yes,
I
the
was
point
about.
is-
You don't get to
Yeah,
dictate
Zara,
it. If you
please.
can't listen to a whole panel, sweetheart, then you don't get to,
All right,
dictate.
Zara. Go find a husband, Zara. And back to the clip.
I've got one, sweetheart. It's your dad.
Do you peg your husband? Do you peg your husband?
Your dad likes it on anniversaries and Valentine's
Yeah,
Day.
this anti-mulatto talk, man. It's
One mic
crazy,
at a
isn't
time.
it?
Actually, the
As-
Israel.
Do you know what?
But your name's Pan Mulattoism, and you're insulting a mulatto sister.
I'm
fellow
literally,
mulatto
I'm a
sister.
mulatto, yeah.
Yes, but you're booty clapping for the Palestinians, so you're not one of us. But the point is this, with all due respect.
One of us?
The
Do you class
Palestinians.
yourself as an Israeli? You're a fucking mulatto, you dickhead. Are you
I never
mad?
said anything. I'm not an Israeli. Actually, the Israeli versus
Well,
Palestinians is a colonist versus colonist
why are you balls
conflict.
slapping against your gooch for them then? It's making me sick, that slurping sound.
I think you have a comprehension issue. I'm saying the Israelis are colonists and the Palestinians are also colonists.
Not
That's a
true. It's
colonist
not
versus
true.
Not
colonist
true,
That's
it's
some
not
conflict.
Hebrew.
true.
Sorry, that's some Hebrew Israelite
Yes, one mic at a
bullshit.
time. So are you saying, just so I'm clear, are you saying that the Palestinians are indigenous to that land?
I'm saying they're more
Checkmate.
indigenous. Excuse
No,
me.
I'm
I'm
asking a
saying,
simple question.
excuse me,
Simple
excuse
Well,
question.
me.
let him
Are the
answer. Let him answer,
Palestinians?
There
dude.
Very
isn't a
simple
yes or no.
question.
Yes,
Mulatto,
there
Very
you've
simple
is.
asked it. Let
question.
him answer. Let him answer, dude. One mic at a
Yeah,
time,
They
we
are.
remember.
heard what he said. We'll pass it to you.
They
Zarya.
are.
Are the
One minute. One minute.
Palestinians
One minute.
Just
One minute.
indigenous?
Yes, they. Excuse
let
me.
We
him
heard
Can I
answer.
give
Con.
my
Now
full
we pass the
answer?
mic.
Can I give my full answer?
Go
All
on.
right, make your
Yes,
point.
yes,
Make
yes.
your
They
point.
are. Yes, they are
Not according to
indigenous.
DNA, though. They're not.
Excuse
Checkmate.
me. Excuse me. I'm not going
According
to
to
come
the
to that.
DNA, they are
I'm going
not
to come to
indigenous.
that. I'm
Checkmate.
going to come to that. Yes,
Go on.
they are indigenous. However,
Not
Hey,
according to
there
the
mulatto
are.
hater,
DNA, no, they're not.
mulatto hating
Excuse
mulatto.
me,
Can you
mulatto.
let Khan finish and then give your
You all
reply
cut
after,
me off.
Mister
Hold on, you all
Excuse
cut me
Mulatto
off.
me,
hating
Now
mulatto?
you want to
No,
have
but let him
mulatto,
decorum?
finish though,
mulatto.
man.
Hold
You
on,
was
you all
allowed to
cut me
make your
off. Now
point.
you
You
want
asked me a
decorum.
No,
question. You
but
asked
bro,
me a
you asked
question.
your question without no
You see, I got
interruption.
you
Sweetheart,
against the ropes right now.
you
The
asked
point
a
You
is
asked
this:
a question
they are
question.
without
not
no.
indigenous.
You're anti
Mulatto.
mulatto though,
Excuse
man.
me. Can I answer the
Yes, they are
question?
not
Can I answer
indigenous.
the
Yeah.
Go ahead.
question? I'll
Con,
answer it in
do
my
us a
Non-mulatto,
full
favour.
mulatto.
mulatto.
Have a play with his settings, please, because that's really bugging me how tinny he sounds.
I know. I can't help it. It's just these shit headphones that I've got. But the
Oh, is
truth of
All
the
right.
matter
it?
is
The point is, the Palestinians are not
excuse
indigenous
me.
to
Can I
that
just
region.
finish my point? Can I just finish my
Let
point?
him
All right,
let
make
him
your
answer
point,
you,
please.
Mulatto. You
Make your
asked the
Okay.
point.
question, let him answer, honey.
All right,
He's really
Peggy.
asked two questions, so if you allow me to answer both of them at the same time, I can do that.
Yes.
The Palestinians are indigenous. However, there are some people in that region that are more indigenous than them. That would be namely the Lebanese in Lebanon, right? And the Christian population known as the Samaritans. Now, the indigeneity is checked out by a genetic marker, which goes back to the Canaanite DNA. Canaanite DNA is older than any story to do with Moses or these 3,000, 6,000 year old stories. The Canaanite DNA goes back to 30,000 years ago when people from the Anatolian region moved into the Levant and mixed with the indigenous Natufian Black African population that was there. That's how the Levantine people became, right? Not counting any further influx into the area like Hebrews and
Hold on, you spoken
one
long
minute, one
enough.
minute,
I
one minute,
dropped
one
down
minute,
and
one
came
minute, 1
back.
minute, bro. I'm giving you
I
the
dropped down and
best
came
answer
back.
I
You're
can
still
give you.
talking.
I'm giving you the best answer I can give you.
All right,
So
take 10 more seconds and land your
The
plane.
Hebrew goat herding nomadic tribes that moved into that area all moved in at later dates, right?
Yeah.
So they moved in after the time of Moses, because Moses set up his kingdom, which through Aaron ran for about 600, 300 years or so, right? But in the whole story of the Palestinians, that's just a glitch. That's just like a tiny little speck.
Yeah.
Their history goes back tens of thousands of years that people have lived in that region, and those people are the Palestinians of today.
Yep. So there was 4 original tribes, and I found it. I don't even want to try and pronounce it. I know one is the one that the only one I can say is the Jahalan Bedouin, and then there's 1, 2,
I don't
3,
run,
4,
fam. You
4
need to
other
change your
tribes.
name back, you weirdo.
Farmer
Why you run us
Combe.
though? No,
Yeah.
I'm saying, no, I
So
said all he
I
has to
don't
do
know.
is change his name back.
My
But he
question to
jumps
him,
off the panel
Billy,
and then
do you want to
changes
answer?
it and then jumps
Do
back
you want
on.
to answer the
He
question that I was going
does.
to ask him, though, Vel? Do you want to answer it?
God, what was the question? What's the question?
The question is whether they're indigenous by 10%, 20%, 80%, 50%, whatever they are, yeah, indigenous. What difference does that make? Does that mean that, like, if they're not indigenous, does that mean they should be genocided or ethnically cleansed? Like this thing about indigeneity, how is that an argument
No, obviously
All
not.
right,
against?
let me respond. Watch how brief my response is. The Palestinians, according to DNA test results, they are not indigenous to that region. If you're so
It's not
concerned, why
true.
don't you go help them? Why don't you go help them? You rather
See,
booty
Yeah,
that's
clap
that's not really an
online?
ridiculous.
answer, innit? That's just
No,
stupid.
it's
So you just
not.
That's
want to
just
booty clap
stupid
So,
online?
response.
do you know, can
Like
I just
again,
say,
Yeah, go ahead, Zara.
Can I just say? So
Yes.
they've actually got a really strange.
So
I
the
don't
guys
even
with
know.
Polish ancestry is more indigenous than the guys with some Middle Eastern ancestry in Middle East. That don't
They're
even make
not
sense to me.
indigenous. Neither one is
What?
It
indigenous. You're not listening.
depends.
It's indigenous, you know.
Neither
No, do you
one
not?
is indigenous.
I say
Can we?
indigenous, you know.
Can we
Neither one
say?
is indigenous.
All right,
Hold on,
Wait, what? Who's
mulatto.
Zara. Let me
indigenous
have the
then?
dialogue with the
Mulatto.
Who's
host.
indigenous then? The mulattoes. The
Exactly. Let's
mulattoes are
have the
indigenous,
dialogue.
yeah.
Mulatto.
Neither.
Stop.
I'm
Stop.
trying to have
That's
the
Oh my
opposite,
dialogue.
god, listen
innit?
exactly.
Neither
That's
the
some Hebrew
Can't.
Israelite ideology.
neither one is indigenous. That's the point. That's a colonist
Dude.
versus colonist conflict. So let
Dude,
them fight it
are you
out.
trying to? Are you win? Are you gonna win by shouting it out? Because you're not changing anything right now. All you're doing is
Well,
make
you're not
yourself look a
changing
chump.
anything either. The
Well,
Palestinians are
I'm
being
trying
killed.
to talk.
Now you're
It's
trying to
supposed to
still
be.
The
wait, hold
It's
on.
Palestinians are
supposed to
being
be.
killed.
You want to
I ain't
steal
gonna lie.
Israel from the Jews? You want to
Hold
steal
on.
Israel from the Jews, yeah?
The Palestinians are crying and they're getting killed right now while you're
It's
crying
supposed
online.
to be a
Go help them if you care
conversation
about them.
and a debate. So
No, he's
chill
not
Yes.
out.
trying to debate you. He's just
So,
trying to get you
Yeah. So
triggered.
no,
one mic at
no,
a
no,
time.
it
Go ahead,
won't
Zara.
work.
Go ahead, Zara.
So
One
No,
mic at a
obviously,
time.
but that's what he's trying to do.
you keep saying one mic at a time, and then you continue to shout over other people and repeat the same statement. You're not getting anywhere with that,
All right, I'm
hon.
going to leave you on the panel for a second. Yeah?
Oh, fuck off, Ellie. Don't you dare. Thank God
Zara,
Khan's
we
here.
listening. Go ahead, Zara.
Go on then. Yeah, Khan's here as well, man.
Yeah, yeah.
What? And
Thank
anti-mulatto, pan-mulattoism.
Anti-mulatto, yeah. You can change
Anti-mulattoism.
your name to fucking Bun Mulatto. That's what you can do.
Mulatto, seeing as that you're the expert on mulattoism,
Yes.
can I
Yeah.
quickly ask you a question? Like, in your opinion, what
Yes.
percentage
Hi,
of
oneness.
the group's DNA would need to be indigenous for them to qualify as a native group of people?
Yeah.
Yes, and that's the first
How
intelligence
far back in history are we willing
diagram.
to go? Yeah.
Zara,
That
can I answer
vouches.
that? Zara, can I
Yeah.
answer this question?
Please do, please do.
I'm sorry. Go on, sweetheart.
Yes, it'll be very brief. Actually, even if you have 1% indigenous ancestry,
Uh-huh.
you're indigenous. The
Right.
Palestinians collectively have zero indigenous
It's
ancestry.
not true. It's not
Just
true. I
like the
don't know
Israelis,
when.
they are both
No, 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 no. It's not
non-indigenous
true.
groups.
Can I?
They are both
Can I just?
foreigners.
Can I just
Neither
say I
one of
don't
them
know where
has
you got
land
that
rights.
from? Can you bring evidence for what you're saying right now? Because I've done extensive reading on this subject, and everything I've read directly contradicts what you're
Nicely
saying.
out,
Yes,
Ellie.
Khan, let me respond to that, Khan. Actually, and we had
Please
this
do. Please
discussion
do.
before. Well, brother, if you want me to respond, you have to mute up for a second. Now, me and you had this discussion before, and I brought the clips of Palestinians' actual DNA test results, and they are not descendants of the indigenous people of that region. Actually, they are descended from Ottoman Turks, Arabians. Some of them
Not
have
true.
Greek, and even to the Israelis issue. I don't feel for either side. And Khan, I answered your question. Now answer mine. Since you are so concerned about the Palestinians, why don't you go over there and help them? They're your Muslim brothers and sisters
Well,
under the same sunnah
can
as
I
you.
just
Why you don't
say
go help
something?
them instead of
Can I just
fighting
say
online?
something? In order to help them, like,
Yes.
what would you deem a valid response from my part as an individual?
Well, number one, I'm not your father, so I can't tell you how to be a man. But I will say, you crying online does not do anything to help the Palestinian people. Why don't
I'll
you
say
go
you're
over to
wrong. You're wrong.
Palestine?
You're
Well,
wrong.
one mic at a time. You asked me a question, one mic at a time. Why don't you go to Palestine and
Uh-huh.
stand in solidarity with your Palestinian brothers?
Stand where? In a minefield?
If that's what it takes
Where
to
am I
protect your
standing?
people.
But can I do more here for them?
No, your taxes are actually going to the UK government, which is sponsoring the genocide of the Palestinians, which you all
Ah, so
characterize.
you admit that there is a genocide at least?
No, well, you cut me off. What I'm saying is what you characterize as a genocide.
Okay,
Your
okay,
taxes are paying
okay.
for it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So don't you see the hypocrisy in that?
No.
Hold on, you don't see the
Okay.
hypocrisy in your taxes being used to kill other Muslims
It's
in
like
Palestine?
when I gave those taxes, it wasn't
Uh huh.
Yeah.
with the intention of it going to
And but you're still giving the taxes. You're still paying taxes
no,
every
but
day.
what I'm
Every
saying to you
time
is,
you
if
make a
imagine
purchase.
Malata, let me just answer
Uh
you.
huh.
Imagine you came to me and you said, Khan, I need to pay my bills, otherwise me and my kids are going to end up on the street. Can you lend me £1,000? and I lend you £1,000 and you go and buy a gun and you hold up a liquor store. Now,
You knew. Hold
would
on,
the
but let's have the
police,
dialogue.
would
Hold
the
on, let's have the dialogue.
police, wait, would
In
the
You knew that
police
they
America,
not
were
you're
be
actually
you knew that they were
responsible?
complicit.
using the gun and the
Would the
bombs against your
police,
people
wait,
every year.
my brother,
Mulatto, it's got to be one mic. Go on,
I'm trying to show
Yeah,
you
it has to
that
be one mic. Let's have the
I may
dialogue.
have
You
let
didn't
given
him
even.
you the
let him
money.
I'm
finish.
trying to
I
respond
may
to what
have,
you just said. Let's go point by
Mulatto,
point.
hold on. You'll get a moment to
Hold
respond.
on,
Just let
Zara,
him finish.
please mute up.
No,
Let's go point by. Let's go
you've
point
got
for
to
point.
you've
'Cause
got to
you
let
like the
him finish his
monologue.
point. You've
You
got to let it. I'm not
he made
talking.
his point.
I'm
Let's
saying,
go
dude.
point for point.
There are people listening to this, so just chill. Let
And
him finish his point. Then you get to respond, and then Khan will shut up as well. Okay? Go on,
I'm
yes,
not
and
even
Zara.
saying anything.
And
finish
just
your
for the
point.
record,
Go
hold on,
on.
just for
I'm
the
saying
record.
I gave you the money, but I didn't tell you to go and commit the crime.
But you knew that they were committing the crime. Checkmate.
Mm-mm.
Before you gave the money, you knew that they were
No,
committing the crime. You
they
gave the
still
money
didn't.
every year.
It's not
Well, let's talk
true.
about
It's
it.
not true.
How many? Hold on, one mic at a time. How long has the Palestinian
Come on,
quote
Khan. Let him have his minute.
the way you characterize
And
it
he's
as a
got to
genocide?
respect you.
How long has that been? How long has that been taking place? How many years?
They're still denying it till this day. The
No,
government
I'm
of
asking
today
you. You
is not
acknowledge it. How
accepting
many years has
that
it been
they.
taking place?
Can I just say something to you?
How many years has it been
Even to
taking place?
listen, even till today, the
Uh
government
huh.
of the UK is
No, I'm
denying
asking you.
that
How long
they
has
are
it been taking
funding
place?
and supporting the genocide.
Exactly.
So
So
To
how
his
long has it
that's
been
what I
taking
knowledge.
place?
mean.
You've been
All right,
paying taxes over the years, and you knew that it was
calm
taking
it.
place.
I didn't know.
Can we
Checkmate.
have can we have a
Hold
little
on, hold
parliamentary
on, Zara, hold on.
procedure
I got him in
here?
the headlock.
Ca-
That's one
I
mic
get
at a
it. I
time.
get
Hold on.
it. Listen,
Oh my
listen. I
God.
know that you're passionate, and it's one mic at a
I
time.
know,
But
but
what you're doing
Zara,
now,
please.
listen. All
You
right,
gotta
I'm
let the
saying to
bulls fight each other. Let
calm.
the bulls fight for a second.
All
Now,
right, what do
please.
you think I am? Some fucking weak fucking sow?
But you're
Fucking.
not a bull though. Let's have a dialogue. Now
You
you
clearly
said
haven't met me before, dickhead. I've just got a cold. That's all.
you're a bull. You're a bull to your boyfriend that you peg. We know that. But please let me have a dialogue with the man right here
I'm
for a
a
second.
fucking bull to you,
You
fucking
peg
hell.
your man.
Don't even make me. Don't even
All
make
right, go
me
ahead,
the only
vent so we
person
can get
I've
back to
ever
the discussion.
pegged.
All right, go
Stop
ahead,
it.
vent so
Stop
we
it
can
with
get
the
back to the
sexual
discussion.
connotations. It's weird and it's
All right, go ahead, vent.
unnecessary.
All right, go ahead, vent
Stop
so we
it.
can get back to the
Stop it. I
discussion.
don't talk about your sexuality. You're clearly a big faggot. I don't talk about that. So just calm the fuck down. Do not fucking start with me. I've got more balls than yourself and your dad put together. Now shut the fuck up. I'm just saying to you.
I know Zara
Listen.
just wants attention. That's what it is. Go ahead, Zara.
I
Get your
want
attention.
attention. Listen, I need you to just say, let Khan finish when he's making a point. You can hold in your anger and rethink about what you're saying.
I'm not angry at all.
Reword
If
it
the
in your head.
Palestinians being killed, I'm not angry.
Well, you're fucking passionate, aren't you? You're clearly
But
passionate about
listen,
this
I'm not even
subject.
passionate about it. You're just annoying. How you don't realize that? Respectfully. But go ahead, Khan.
My point is, whether they're indigenous or not, does not have any bearing on the fact that they're being genocided. They're being genocided and ethnically cleansed. The same way the German immigrants the Jewish German immigrants were not indigenous to Germany, and they were genocided and they were ethnically cleansed. So this thing about indigeneity is a false argument. It doesn't really prove anything. The fact that they're indigenous or they're not indigenous, or they're Arab or they're not Arab, or they're Canaanite or they fell from the moon has no relevance on how we should treat them as people.
All right,
We've
pass the
denied
mic now.
them. Go
All
on,
right, go
okay,
ahead.
I pass. No,
And
I'm good.
watch how brief my response is. Khan, if you believe a genocide is being waged against Palestinians, why do you
Yeah.
still pay taxes to the UK government that is financing the alleged genocide against the Palestinians?
Can I
So I
just
can't
drop
stop
in?
paying
No,
taxes
let him
without
answer,
becoming a.
please.
I
Yeah,
can't
go
stop
on.
paying taxes without becoming a criminal.
Yep.
You
I'm a
can
state
leave the
criminal.
UK. You can leave the
No.
UK.
I
Okay,
don't
so
have the
what?
means to do that.
No, you
All
don't
right, well, get the
understand.
means.
So,
Get the means. Go ahead, Zara.
mulatto. So what
Yeah.
happens in this country? They've jailed 80-odd-year-old men for not paying council tax, even though they've withheld it in the name. They say, I don't want my taxes going towards foreign wars. I'm not into this, and they've done it every legal way, and they've sent an 80-odd-year-old man to jail. Honestly, we're so under the cusp. There's nothing you can do if you've got a family and responsibilities.
Well, if you want to
Then
look at the
Hold
whole
on.
what
history of
else can you do?
Let me respond to her. Go ahead,
Okay, I
Zara.
didn't realize you had a response. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, watch how brief my response is, Zara. You didn't even hear what I said to Khan. I said,
I
leave
did.
the
I
UK.
listened.
No,
Yeah,
we're not the
and I
same
know.
cap. I said
Oh,
leave the
okay.
UK.
So your response
Yes.
is leave the country and go somewhere
Yes.
else. So
If you don't
so
support
hold
the
on,
genocide, then
hold
leave.
hold on a moment. So you got children in school, in
Take them with you.
education. Okay, so it's you're sort of not being on this planet right
I'm
now that
being
you can
real.
just pick up. Well,
Think about
do
how
you?
many people from
Can
the UK already
I can
left.
listen? I'm going to ask you a question. Listen to how
Yes.
brief my response is.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
I guarantee. Have you got children?
Yes.
Would you? So you pick them up and move them out of your country because, or the country that you reside in? Because don't forget that you're all original immigrants. It's America is just a country of
Yeah,
immigrants
and
unless you're
let
Native
me answer you. I'm
American.
gonna tell you what I did in real life. Let me tell you what I did in real life.
Go on,
I
babe.
did
Go on.
not.
I'm listening.
I did not like the living conditions in the U.S., so I took my entire family to Puerto
Yeah.
Rico.
Oh, you're in Puerto Rico,
Yes.
baby. Yes. Well, it's still classed as the US. You know that, don't you? So I'm.
Clearly.
Yeah, yeah. So where about? Well, I don't want to ask whereabouts are you, but yeah, I've got land in Puerto Rico myself. So that's my thing. It's my dream.
That's my
But
point. So, as far as the discussion at hand, and I'm glad we could make it peaceful. The point is,
yeah,
it's hypocritical for people, particularly Muslims in the UK, to say that they don't support what's
the
taking
thing
place in Paris.
is, can I just
Bizarre, you
tell you?
interrupted me. Goddamn it.
Sorry, mulatto. Go on. My apologies. Go on.
Yes, and I usually try to keep my responses within 1 or 2 sentences because I know you want to have a dialogue. It's
No, go on.
hypocritical. It's hypocritical for Muslims in the UK and in the US to criticize what's taking place in Palestine while paying taxes to the same government that's financing what's going on in Palestine.
Yeah, I
Mulatto.
understand. I
Hey,
understand what you're
Zara,
saying.
I'm
The
only going to be a
frustration.
quick second.
Hiya, Baz, love.
Hi, Zara. I'm only going to be a quick second. Just
Yeah.
want to point this out, and I hope it sinks in for him. I know it won't, but I hope it does. Mulatto, every time someone has spoken, you're speaking at the exact same time that they are. Every single time so far. Yet, you keep saying to people, one mic at a time, when you're trying to talk. Don't be a hypocrite, man. If someone's speaking, if you want them to let you speak, you've got to let them speak too. Simple.
But he's
And
been coming around here for years. He knows we're going to let him speak. We don't need to
actually,
preempt our responses.
when we respond to Buzz, and once again, watch how brief my
Buzz.
response is.
Buzz. Go on,
Buzz.
Buzz.
Run with it, man. Run with it. Run with it.
Yeah, Buzz, if you rewind the goddamn footage, you'll see that I was literally cut off every time I spoke. So
I've been
I
listening,
know
mate.
you have a
You want me to
bias,
rewind it?
but I'm just saying it for the record. You cut me off right now. Literally, I know you have a bias, but I'm just saying it for the record. But go ahead, make your point.
Baz, stick
said
around.
You said the exact same thing twice. How did I cut you off? You
Well, you
made your
cut me
point.
off when I was speaking.
Look, you've just done it to me. You made your point, and then I was about
Yes.
to reply, and you made your point again a second time. After cutting you off, you said the same thing twice.
Right,
All right,
can
so what's
we?
your response?
Can I hold on? Can we play a little bit more of the video and then we can all react? Yeah.
Yeah.
Go on, I'm going
Okay.
to jump back in the
Come
chat.
on. No, Baz, stick around, love. I know you're not feeling well. I'm
I'll
feeling
come back
poorly
in a
too.
bit.
No, just stay then. Just put yourself on mute, hon.
Mm.
Go on. Come on, meh. Don't met me. Come on. I need a fellow scouser up here. Come on. Just watch.
And it is apartheid. It's not even subtle. If you are a Palestinian, you cannot walk beyond a certain point, but if you're an Israeli, then you can do as you please. In the West Bank, the civilian justice system of Israel applies to Israeli citizens. By contrast, a military so-called justice system applies to Palestinians. That means kangaroo courts with an Israeli soldier as a judge, proceedings conducted in Hebrew, trials over in minutes, a conviction rate of over 99%. Indeed, Israel is the only country on earth which systematically puts children through a military court system. There's also what's known as administrative detention, in which Palestinians are kidnapped by Israeli soldiers, which is how we should describe it, often at the dead of night, again including children, and also detained without trial or charge. And there's overwhelming evidence of physical assaults, torture, sexual abuse of these detainees, including children. As an Israeli peace activist is quoted as saying, around 40% of Palestinian men are believed to have been arrested by the occupation at some point. Since Israel...
Khan, go help your people, man. Why you not helping them?
Detainees, including...
You want to answer to that?
Yeah, why you not helping them?
Okay, so there's a short answer I'm going to give you. According to Islam, if you see an injustice, you're obliged to fight against it, physically fight against it. If you're
Yeah.
incapable of fighting against it, you have to speak against it. If you can't speak against it and you're not even allowed to speak against it, then you have to hold it in your heart. In other words, even in your heart, you have to hate oppression. Now, on a scale of those three things, I would say I'm speaking against oppression, not only in the Palestinian cause, but in general. This is what I do, right? And I hold that principle. Now, when it comes to the point where, which you could come to that point in England, where we're not allowed to speak against certain things, then we'll have to hold it in our hearts. But we still won't be obliged as Muslims to get up and leave the UK just because of this Palestinian situation. Because there's been worse things that's happened really and truly, like what happened in Iraq, what happened to the Uyghurs. Like, these are bad things that have happened. All right, what's happening to the Palestinians is equally bad. We could say what's happening in Sudan, what's happening in Congo, what's basically happening in the whole world. Does that mean that Muslims can't live in England? That's not true. The fact
Let
is
me
that as
respond to
long
that.
as, wait, as long as you're able to practice your religion freely in that country, you can live there.
So, Khan, just so I'm clear, you Muslims can leave your Muslim countries and migrate to the UK and the US, which is literally financing the alleged genocide against the Palestinians. But you same Muslims cannot migrate to Palestine to help the Palestinians?
I'm saying to you that England had the mandate of Palestine, so technically all the Palestinians were English. They were British
That's a
citizens.
deflection. I'm asking a simple
No.
question.
What I'm
You
saying to you,
all
to say
can
that
move to the UK
you
physically.
can't move to England
Why
doesn't
won't
make
you
sense,
move to
because
Palestine physically?
listen to what I'm saying to you. When the Ottoman Empire collapsed, it signed over all its lands. It had a choice, England or Russia.
Yes,
So
we know the history. Khan, please, you're trying to deflect.
England gave certain promises to the Muslims, right? Now, based on that, Muslims agreed to move to England and support the British Empire, right? They fought and died for the British Empire. Palestinians fought and died for the British Empire. Their names are written on war memorials still to this
Yes, we
day.
know that's a deflection. I'm asking a simple
It's not.
question. You
It's not.
Muslims, please, one sentence. You Muslims in mass numbers have moved to the UK
Yeah.
physically. Why
Yeah.
you same Muslims can't in masses move to Palestine to protect your Muslim brothers and sisters?
Because the Palestinian cause is a cause for self-determination and their own national identity. It's got nothing to do with Muslims.
It's nothing to do
Wow.
with. It's nothing to do. This
So
is what
fuck
you're
them,
not
Muslims
right?
should stick
getting.
up. Listen, Mulatto. Muslims should stick up for Palestine, but they should also stick up for Sudan. They should also stick up for Ethiopia, Eritrea. They should also stick up for
Yeah.
everyone who's having an injustice
And that's
done
my
against
point.
them.
But Khan, that's my point. You all in the masses have moved to the UK, which is the
But
country that you all hold on
yeah,
one mic at a time, it'll be one sentence, which is the country, the UK is the country that you claim is complicit in genocide against Palestinians. Your taxes are paying for an alleged genocide against Palestinians, but you saying Muslims can't move to Palestine to protect Palestinians from genocide?
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Wow. Well, listen, to all the listeners, these Muslims, they're fake. They don't care about the sunnah. They will pay taxes to get their Muslim brothers killed in real life and their Muslim
Okay.
sisters killed in real
Mulatto.
life.
Mulatto.
Go ahead,
I've
Zara.
I've got I've
I was going to drop down, but go ahead, Zara.
yeah. No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate how it's going now. But what I would say is, what you're doing is saying, you Muslim brothers, you're clumping everybody in one religion into one box. Like, there are
Yes, I
people
am.
here. There's a lot of reverts in this country. There's a lot of white people that have now become Muslim. Are you saying that they should, just because there's a war, like, what about the Ukrainians that have lived here? Now there's a war with Ukraine and Russia. Are they supposed to all go back home? Is that what you'd say? Or would you say it's not safe? Leave your
Actually,
relatives here.
and I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm glad you asked me that about the Ukrainians. In the U.S., anyone can look this up. There were masses, not all Ukrainians, but there were masses of Ukrainians in the U.S. that literally left the U.S. to go
Yeah.
to the Ukraine to stand
Yeah.
up for the Ukraine. So
Do you
yes.
know? Do you know what percentage that was?
No, I don't. Not enough. Not enough.
I can no, but I'll look that up for
So
next
wait,
time, because
Mulatto,
that's
are
a
you saying that you admire people that get off their asses and go and fight wars in other countries?
Yeah.
I admire. I'm trying to answer your question. I admire people that get off of their asses and go stand up for their people. Yes,
So you're
undeniably.
saying that
Can I?
Shumaima Begum is a hero to you?
Who?
The girl that was
Do you know?
15 years old that went to fight for ISIS, and now she can't return back to England because she went to fight for another country. By law, she can't return back to England.
I don't think he's going to be
Are
aware
you
of
saying
that
that
case,
she's a
Sean.
hero now?
Yeah. Let me answer that. I never said anyone was a
Not
hero,
Sean.
but if a person, and I'll repeat what I said verbatim, if a person goes back to their country of origin to do what's best for their country of origin,
Yeah, but
I have to respect.
we're not from Palestine.
But you're Muslims and you live
But
in a
Shumaima
country.
Begum's a Muslim.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to have a dialogue with you. Just
Let him
as the person.
finish, Khan, because he's not aware of who she is. Sorry, for my
The
voice
point is
goes.
this: no
Let
matter
him
how many
finish.
different people that you name that are Muslims, the point is you right now are hypocritically in a country paying taxes to a government that you claim is committing genocide against people that are
I
under
see
the same sunnah as you.
Mulatto.
Wait. Zara,
Mulatto.
let me
Sorry.
reply to him. Let me reply to him, Zara.
Right.
So
One.
your claim,
Go on.
Mulatto, is that
Go
if
on.
I'm living in a country, I have to
Yes.
blindly follow the elite and the leadership's rhetoric on foreign policy. So, for
No,
example,
that's a straw man.
if
I
I'm
never
living in
said that.
England, then
Yeah, I
I'm
never
not
said
allowed
that.
to object to the foreign policy of the English establishment. Is that what you're saying?
That's literally not what I said at all. What I said is your taxes, and I've been very clear on this. I said it multiple times.
Yeah.
Your taxes are being used to commit genocide against people that are under the same sunnah as you. What part do you don't understand about that?
Okay.
I'm saying to you that for
Can I
them to be
have?
under the
Can
same
I?
sunnah as me, they would have to have the same caliph as me, do they?
Oh, so you're
Okay.
not unified under Islam. I get it now.
No, because Islam was dismantled and the caliphate
Yeah.
was abolished
Stop.
100 years ago.
Stop. Hang on. Hold tight. 1 second. 1 minute. Because you can calm this down. Even though you're passionate, you're both passionate about the subject. You might have opposing views, but just give me 1 sec. Mulatto. I agree. You can unmute. Mulatto. I know you can control yourself, but I'm saying I see what your point is, but can I ask what your heritage is? Do you mind me asking? If you don't want to say,
Yeah.
you don't have to.
No, I have no problem saying it. I've said it multiple times. Mixed
Okay.
race. I have
Yeah.
a
So,
lot of different ingredients. Oh, I'm listening. Go ahead.
okay. So, what are your parents predominantly? What would you class your parents as?
Both of my parents are mulattoes, descendants of U.S. chattel slaves. We also have Portuguese, Spanish, German, Irish, etc., etc., etc. I even got some Asian
Yeah.
ancestry, Native
Okay.
American.
So,
I'm
what would you
listening.
class? What would you class your mother as? Do you just? I hope you don't use the phrase African American.
No, she's a mulatto.
She's a mulatto from what? From what? So,
Yes, that's what I was trying to break down. She
yeah.
has Cherokee ancestry,
No.
German ancestry.
What is
All
she?
right.
What's your mum? Where's your mum from?
She's from the U.S. She's from the
What's her
U.S.
mother? Yeah. What? Oh, so from US born. So what was her mother? What was her father?
From the U.S. as well.
Yeah, but
Mulattoes.
okay. So you're just from a family of mulattoes, yeah. So that's cool.
Yes.
That's cool with me.
Yeah.
Well, I hope you're handsome. Do you want to turn your camera on?
Zara, we was having a serious discussion and like you
No,
put
no, I
yourself in the
am.
middle
Listen,
just so
no,
me and him can't
listen.
speak. Why are you doing that?
Listen, I'm lightening it up a little bit because she's
Yeah, but
got a
we
bit
don't need you to
heavy
do
with.
that. No, it wasn't heavy.
Stop.
We was
I'm
having a
asking him.
perfectly good conversation.
Calm down, Con. You can resume your fucking argument in a
Oh,
moment.
well,
For
shut up then
fuck's
and let us
sake.
get on with it.
Don't get arguing at me. It's unnecessary. This is what you do all the bloody time. Look, he's rage quit now. He got
He was gonna
turned
go
off,
anyway. He doesn't ever stay this long.
doesn't he?
No.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I've never spoke to him before. I was just seeing if I
You
could
never
make him
spoke
feel
to
a
him
bit more.
now. You're just asking him about his mum.
I was asking him about why he calls himself mulatto. So
Because
what
he's a
does he?
mulatto.
You know why? Because he said the point I was trying to make is he's saying to you, go back to where you're from and fight for what you're from. He's moved from America to Puerto Rico, which is legally classed as America, because I've got land there and it's classed as America. So you haven't left America, you dickhead. You didn't like what was going on in America, so you moved to an island in America. That's what my ultimate goal was. That's what I was trying to get to. So where's your heritage? Why the fuck didn't you go back there? So if you would have let me land instead of getting all fucking arsey and put your thong back to front, all right? Do you want me to continue this video because you're good to comment on it?
My comment is this. Under the British Empire, when the King of England ruled over his kingdom, he was free to call people from all his territories, including Australia. As we know, the New Zealand forces fought for the British Empire under the Anzacs, under the label of Anzacs, right? Now, under Islamic Sharia law, where we had one caliph, the king or the sultan was able to call people from all different Muslim nations to come and fight on behalf of Islam. Now, when the Khalifa was abolished and the territories were handed over to England, England took over some of those responsibilities. They said, if you hand over these territories to us, we'll ensure that the population are given self-determination and they'll have their own democratic governments and blah, blah, blah. Still to this day, countries like Iraq, Syria, Palestine are not being given their full legal status under the British, because what the British slyly did was hand it over to the United Nations to deal with. So they basically sold the debt onto someone else. You know, it's like when you get a parking ticket and you don't pay it and some debt collectors turn up on your doorstep going, you owe us money. And you're like, but I don't even know you. That's the situation. England's foregone all the obligations that it has to these people by basically handing the debt over to the United Nations to deal with. Now, the United Nations is obliged to stick up for those people. So what it does, it passes 1 million resolutions against Israel, yet none of those obligations are ever met, right? And that's the situation we're in today. Those people have been denied citizenship of their own country. They've been denied self-determination. The indigenous population of that land have been denied citizenship. Jews were told that this empty land, come and live here. They were told that it was empty. When they got there, they were like, wait a minute, there's people here. And they assimilated and started living with those people.
Yeah,
right?
no, I agree. I concur.
And for a while they were accepted.
Yeah.
From the get-go, they were accepted because they all lived under a British administration.
Well, the British were the ones that armed them and said, we'll turn a snide eye if you want to occupy the land and if you're not happy with your settlement right now. So it's a lot. All of this is really down to the Brits, and they go, what's it got to do with us? Let's deal with our own little islands.
To say why is there Muslims living in British territories is ridiculous, because when the Ottoman Empire collapsed, Britain took on those countries. They took on the people from those countries.
I know, but you don't realise what's taught.
I'm talking to the people.
Yeah, okay.
I'm talking to everyone.
I know this, and I think the majority of the chat are well versed in this and history, but I think when you're talking to a Yank, you've got to talk to them with kid gloves.
No, he knows.
Do you think?
Yeah, he's just an Islamophobe. He's trying to point out that there's some sort of contradiction within Islam, that it doesn't allow people to go and fight for whatever reason. Yeah, as a Muslim, you're not allowed to go and fight for Palestine. Yes, that's right, because you're a British citizen, and according to your citizenship, you've entered into a legally binding contract, which means that your citizenship will be revoked if you go to fight for another country. Now, when people go and do that, they go and fight for Israel, should they be allowed to come back to England? That's the real question.
Or do you know, what's your opinion? Let me think on it, but I'm quite willing to listen to your opinion while I think and take it in.
I'm saying to you that if a Muslim can't go and fight for their own people by law, then how comes Jews can do that and go and come as they please?
Yeah.
Because when the Jews in Turkey who've been living there
I see the hypocrisy, I do, but I don't believe that people should identify. If you choose to believe one religion and then you decide next week that I'm no longer Muslim, I'm going to be Jewish, and I find that more peaceful, as you know, for self-peace, I don't think you should identify as that as a person, go and fight for. I don't believe you should fight for anybody. I think we should all be on our own journey, and it should only bring it inner peace.
You understand what I'm saying to you? I'm saying that it's a crime. As a British citizen, you can't go and fight for another country under some other country's flag. You can't do that. That's why up until now, British people who have gone to fight abroad have done so as militias, as people without a flag. So those militiamen that you find dead bodies turn up and they turn out to be British people get sent back to England.
Okay.
They get sent back to England in a body bag. All right.
Well, you know a lot more about this than I do, so I'm not. Do you know what? I believe that you shouldn't have an opinion unless it's informed, and if I'm not informed, I'm not going to speak on it because you just make yourself sound foolish. So that I'll listen to you, and that's all. Okay.
No, I'm not asking you a question. I'm not asking you a question. I'm not asking you anything.
All right. Do you want me to play the video because I need to pee?
Yeah, play it.
Yeah, but I'm going to be 2-3 minutes, Velly. If it's too much, I'm sorry, but
No, it'll be fine. Play it.
but I'll be quick. I'll push.
What's I doing, man?
Go on, you're going to have to talk on it after.
Don't worry about that.
I
mate.
believe
It's the easy
they've been
part.
arrested by the
Don't.
occupation at some
Got me.
point. Since Israel illegally occupied the West Bank in 1967, an estimated 1 million Palestinians have been detained. The system of apartheid means that Palestinians are ethnically cleansed from their land, their homes demolished in order to make way for Israeli settlements. As Amnesty International detailed in the 2022 report concluding that Israel was overseeing a system of apartheid, that means fragmenting and separating Palestinians into distinct territorial, legal, and administrative domains. Louis Theroux's documentary showed the system of checkpoints, with Palestinians having to spend vast amounts of their time alive waiting at checkpoints, indeed facing humiliating, aggressive treatment, or worse at those checkpoints if they wish to travel in their own land. Amnesty details decades of discriminatory land and property seizures, home demolitions, and forced evictions, and what they call a system of laws and policies that keeps Palestinians restricted to enclaves, subject to several measures that control their lives, and segregated from Jewish Israelis. They further describe the deliberate impoverishment of Palestinians, keeping them at great disadvantage in comparison to Jewish Israelis. Louis Theroux's documentary was an excellent expose of the true nature of the Israeli state, which is a settler colonial state based on establishing and entrenching supremacy for the settlers while dehumanizing the colonized indigenous population whose continued existence on the land is regarded as something between a problem and an existential threat. Indeed, Yair Golan, who is supposed to be the moderate leader of the last so-called Zionist left party, he said the following just a few weeks ago: we'd all like to wake up one spring morning and find that 7 million Palestinians who live between the sea and the river have simply disappeared. That is from what is known as the supposed progressive opposition to Israel's far-right government. And this is the point. Israel would rather the Palestinians who live between the river and sea simply disappeared. The state works backwards from that point based on what it thinks is politically possible at any given point. Since 7th October, it believes what it can get away with is much greater than before, hence
God. Go on. Do you know what you've heard? Sorry. Are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just couldn't see you. Sorry. Come on. What did you hear? I'm sure you've got enough to say.
No, you can take some more. Take some more.
You've got to do it for what's it called? Copywriting purposes anyway. So if you've got nothing to throw in.
Well, I don't think you played enough of it, to be honest.
Oh, did you not listen before you jumped on?
Who? No, I did.
Okay. All right. So, what's your favourite colour, Con?
Chocolate.
Chocolate. Is it caramel? Are you flirting with me? I've sent me fella this channel, by the way. I said, this is where I am, baby. He knows what I'm like anyway. It's all right. If Veli says, if a Palestinian minister made such comments, people would call them a savage. 700 people just happened to disappear, for fuck's sake. Thanks, LJ. Okay, so I'm gonna play it.
The point here is this.
There it goes.
We're being sold this story that these people, they're not our people. Are they indigenous? Are they not indigenous? Who are they? They
Well,
were all living under the British mandate for Palestine.
yeah.
At one point in history, all these people gave their allegiance to Britain. From a Muslim point of view, from an Arab point of view, these people became British, part of the British Empire, part of the British sphere of influence in the world. Now, for British people to treat these people so badly, all right, is one thing. But then to make out like as if it's nothing to do with them, they're not responsible for these people, is completely wrong. Because even if we didn't take their land, which was always their land, and let's say they were immigrants or whatever the case may be, nothing can justify treating your own people, people who have given you allegiance, people who have sworn an oath to you, people who have signed the contract with you and said, yes, we will have your passport and we will have your citizenship and we will live under your rules. And not once did these people turn against Britain. If anything, they fought for Britain, they fought and died for Britain, but yet the Jewish side carrying out terrorist attacks, as the King David Hotel scenario tells us, that these people were actually fighting the British before they were fighting any other authority in the region, because they wanted to be the authority. They've always wanted to be the authority. And whoever was in charge, whether it's Palestinians, Hamas, whoever, they don't care. They will fight whoever's stopping them from realizing their dream of having their own state of Israel. That's what's happened. Doesn't matter if you're Hamas or England, they will fight you. That's what they're all about. And they've proved it. They've done terrorist things, they've done criminal things, they've done, by any means necessary, gone after their goal.
Well, I
They've
think
taken money from Russia, they've taken money from America. Whoever gives them money, they'll take the money from. Like, they've got no allegiances. They were funded by Russia at one point. Yeah.
I agree with you. I do believe they feel like they are above the law, and they feel impervious to laws or any sort of accountability. And once you allow that a little bit, you give an inch, to take a mile, and it's not the good Jewish people that we see day to day. And I think that's important to keep reiterating. But it's the powers that be, and this small faction of extremists, and they are extremists, whether you like it or not, that's the only thing that you can call them, are getting way too big for the boots. So they need to be stopped. And there's normal Israeli people living in Israel that are calling it out, and it's gone too far. At what point do you point out genocide and stop listening to propaganda?
To be honest, when we look at the history of Britain, we look at the history of America, we look at the history of white supremacy, it's based on genocide. And they've done every genocide. They've told us this story that the Russians and the Chinese are the enemy, when really and truly, you know, like they're the real,
don't forget,
they're the real threat.
So if you
especially
look
to their own, especially to their own. 1 minute, why are you cutting me? Why are you cutting me? What's the reason? Are you going to say something so significant that you need to cut me?
Well, carry on with your monologue then, emotional.
Thank you for your permission. Anyway, like I was saying, simple facts. When we look at all the people that have been genocided in history, majority of them have been done so by the white supremacists. It's nothing to do with Christians and Muslims. It's nothing to do with atheists and whatever. It's to do with white supremacy. Now, the reason why white supremacists don't mind killing other people is because they look at them as inferior, as second rate, as like not worthy of living on this planet, and as if being white somehow makes you special, or some group of people that needs to be protected from extinction. That's how they view it. That is their underlying belief. Like, they don't care about anything else. They just care about, like, they've got themselves in this survival mentality of we can do whatever we need to do to ensure the survival of our race.
I saw something the other day, and it was, I think it was GPM, like the gross person per. It was basically the breakdown of origins on this world, and it literally if you do statistics, you can see how statistics are manipulated. A lot is omitted, a lot is put into different categories, etc. And for whatever purposes. So I can use the same group of statistics and I can make it come out for your outcome, or I could make it come out for Mulatto's outcome. So it's so easily manipulated. But people don't see that. And they had this thing and it said that whites are the minority on the world. So, and it showed the growth and the birth rates of Indians versus it's basically brown, blacks, and then whites. That's what it was, if we call a spade. And it was quite disgusting. This is just fueling the fire. Like, people are getting clicks and views with this. People are justifying their own terrible indoctrinated bias with this. It's quite scary. It seems like we've stepped back 100 years, all in, 2 years of psychological fear from mainstream media and governmental sources. It's quite scary. But let's get through the end because we're literally nearly there. I think we've got 1 minute left of this, okay? Then can lock it off.
Genocide in Gaza and an accelerated pogrom and colonization in the West Bank. So kudos to Louis Theroux. Do check out his documentary on iPlayer. Let's hope it encourages more people to understand the horrors being imposed on the Palestinian people by Israel, facilitated, and always remember this, by our own government. Please like and subscribe. Help us take on a pro-genocide media, which is complicit in genocide.
And just to reiterate, that's a fella called Luke. I'm sure he'll put it in the description and give him kudos for that.
Yeah, so they say leopards don't change their spots, innit? Like, or the other saying is it does what it says on the tin, right? So when you look at the main criteria or what motivates white supremacists or Western white people is racism. All their systems, all their culture, all their belief systems, everything is based on this white supremacist agenda. They don't care about religion. They don't really care about much else, in fact, right? That is their highest criteria. When you look at Jews, for example, as a group, they don't share that. They do have a supremacist ideology, but it's not based on their race.
Can I just say, I find it particularly offensive. The original Jewish people, Hebrew Jews, were black Jews, and there was 12 bloodlines. And once that failed, Ashkenazi Jews are not actually acknowledged as original Jews. I know that's going to offend a lot of people, and people will block me now, whatever. But that's just historically. It doesn't mean I don't recognise you. And if you choose to believe any faith that you want.
To be honest, like, I would say to those people, if your black ancestors actually gave a fuck about being black as much as you do, they wouldn't have been mixing with white people and ended up being white themselves. Because there's people that are running around with E1B1B DNA, which proves that they were of black origin, but they're white as fuck. Albert Einstein had E1B1B, black African genetics, but he was white as fuck. So obviously, it's not just one person. Generation after generation after generation, your people have chosen to mix with white people. Like, they obviously didn't give a fuck about being black, innit?
Can I ask you a question? Do you disagree with mixed race marriages and having children out of your race?
No. Why would I?
So it's not. I suppose it's why. If you think about it, take a step back, why are people now, like, they find it so important to find out the DNA and send off your fucking spittle and put yourself on some. No, why? No, hang on. Let me. Can I finish? Can I finish my point? Can I finish my point? Can I finish my point? I need to be. Listen, I love it when men say that to me. Hold me hands above my head and tell me that again. Listen.
Phenotype and genotype is two different things.
Right, I'm saying to you, why is it of such import now? Such importance now?
It's not important. It's not important.
No, I mean, for people these days to spit into a fucking tube and send it off to a company and say, I'm 1% this, I'm 4% that, I'm 8% this. Why is it so important? Because we've lost our equilibrium with the land. Previously, we would know because our grandmothers told us, our great-grandmothers told us.
Listen. This idea about being black is only a recent concept.
Are
Like
you not black today?
excuse me. People in America started being identified as black to differentiate them from white people. If you go
Yeah.
to anywhere in Africa, right, there's no one's walking around calling themselves black. The same way white people don't go
No.
around calling themselves white when there ain't no black people around.
Do you know that
So
in
these terms
Africa?
of black and white is very recent. It's
Do you
very
know that?
recent.
Do you know that in Africa, right? If you speak to anybody that speaks the mother tongue, like speak to a grandma, she doesn't know what Africa is. They don't call Africa in Africa unless you speak English. It's an English terminology for that country, for that continent. It's not known. So people, I won't say which country that I'm talking about, but they don't know what Africa is genuinely. You know, that generation above us, or two
Anyway,
generations
let me finish
above.
my point like, without you
All right, well,
distracting me.
I like how you can go on then.
So equally,
Quite
there's black
aggressive
people.
tonight, I'll be
There's
honest.
black people that used to be black as a nation, and now they're phenotypically white. Same way, you got white people that moved into Africa, which were originally Turks or from Turkey or Anatolian or ancient Greek or whatever, or Hebrew, yeah, the lost tribes of the Israelites, moved into Africa, and now they're walking around as black as anyone else. They call themselves Igbo. They say that Igbo means Hebrew and that Hebrews came from the other side of Egypt, right?
Oh,
So
yo, yo.
they acknowledge that they came into Africa. Now, them being black, it's got nothing to do with their racial or their ethnic identity. They practice their own practices, they have their own religion, they have their own language, and their own history and their own origin. Now, you cannot say that all black people or all black African people share the same origins. Some of them came from outside of Africa, and funnily enough,
the majority of them did, yeah.
Funnily enough, the black Africans that came from originally from outside of Africa are currently walking around blacker than the original people of Africa. The original people of Africa look like Nelson Mandela. They don't look any blacker than Nelson or Tyson or like any of the black people that we know today.
So-
Like, there's people that's blacker than them.
Come on.
Now the question is, the blacker you are, does that mean the more African you are? The answer is no.
No, of
it's not
course
true.
not, because
It's
the
not true.
original bloodline.
So blackness itself, within itself,
Jesus,
blackness or
this is
whiteness. Yeah, I don't know why you keep trying to throw curveballs. It's like
I'm not. I'm just trying to. I'm trying to. I can follow what you're saying, dickhead, but you're not some sort of imam. Like, how long does this monologue go on for?
It's not a monologue.
Is this a fucking talking heads from Alan Bennett?
But you've been
Is it
interrupting me.
48 minutes
Obviously,
or
if you're not
something?
interested in these subjects, then you should.
I am interested, but I've got something to say. You're not the only person that
But you're not
fucking
saying
knows
anything
something about this
relevant.
subject.
But you're not saying
How
anything
did you know?
relevant.
Because you won't let me talk, dipshit.
You've been talking, though. You have been talking.
Oh
You're
my
asking ridiculous
God.
questions.
It's
Now, here's the thing.
ridiculous.
Am I supposed to
You're
let
the only
you
person that knows
stop
anybody.
me? Am I
You're
supposed to
the
let
only
you
person that knows
speak?
anything about
Am
anyone.
I supposed to let you?
No, don't let me
from
stop you.
speaking mid flow, so you can ask me a
Mid-flow?
question? Yeah,
You fucking mid-flow.
So you can then ask me a question and divert
You need an
my
extra
attention
strong fucking
somewhere
tampon.
else. If I wasn't
Fucking
so
mid-flow my
invested-
ass.
If I wasn't
Heavy
so
flow.
invested in the point that I was trying to make, I would allow you to distract me. But here's the thing.
Well, keep going then,
I'm going to
dipshit.
make
Keep
my
going.
points
Keep
regardless.
going then. Keep
I don't
going.
need your permission.
Keep going, toilet roll holder. Keep going.
I've got all the patience in the world.
Oh
You
yeah,
cannot
you
distract
sound
me.
like it. You've
I'm not gonna let
clearly
you distract
fucking
me
shown
from my
that.
point.
You've clearly displayed that here today. Your amazing sense of patience. Wow. Add that to your fucking CV.
Determination.
Extremely patient.
Determination.
That's why you
Determination.
drive a van. You're not socially.
Tenacity.
You are socially
I've got
inept.
tenacity.
Khan,
Tenacity.
you are socially inept. That's why you're supposed to work on your own, dickhead. Extra flow, heavy flow. Fucking shove that one in and put a fucking pad on just in
It's
case.
so boring, man.
Go on, I thought
What
you
is
weren't going to
working
allow
consistency
anything
once
to
a
distract
month?
you. You weren't
No,
going
but
to allow
it's
anything to
boring.
distract you.
No, but I've made
Go
my
on.
point, but you didn't even notice.
No. Oh, but you said you haven't done. I've just stopped your flow, your heavy flow.
But I
Sound-
consistently ignored you.
You're ultra sensitive. That's what you
No.
are. Ultra sensitive pad. I'm gonna put your face on a fucking heavyweight nighttime pad with wings. Ultra sensitive with wings.
You're gonna put your face on.
I'll put your face on shitloads. I've got a good one here.
See that toilet roll on my thing there, on my pic?
I'm gonna put your face on a flasher. I'm gonna put your face on a plucked chicken.
I want to print off some toilet paper with your face on it.
You
Trust
can't
me.
do that, Khan.
I
This is
can,
why.
I can.
This is why. Do you remember how wound up you got when you worked in the van with
If I
somebody?
can get one with Israel on it, why can't I get one with your face on it?
Watch what I do. I'm like the queen of InShot. I like that dirty little chuckle. Go on, dude. I'm not trying to stop your flow. I'm genuinely not. I really am not. I didn't mean
No,
to,
I'm
but
saying I'm not saying that you did. I'm saying you're incapable of stopping me. I won't let you.
oh, okay. Well, you know what? Big up. You have the power.
I made my
Well
point,
done.
innit? I do have the power, and I made my
You
point.
do, and I respect your alpha energy. So thanks for that.
It's not about being alpha. It's about if I'm going to make a
feel like-
point and I come
Oh,
out
I'm
of my
gone.
house to do something, I'm not going to
I
stop
gone.
halfway and turn
Veli,
back. Like,
somebody
I've
is
invested time and effort.
backstage. J.A. Kingston is backstage, Veli, if you're there. Yeah, I would like, but I'm passionate on the same issues, and if you let me speak, I am aligned with yourself, but I've got certain things that I want to mention. I really
Like
try
what?
not to talk
Like what?
politics. Well, you're
What's-
too late because you were too
what's
busy
impor-
scolding me.
What's important to you? What is important to you? In the parameters of this conversation, what is important to you?
Humanity.
Good
above
answer.
all. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, we'll talk about that then.
Well, I'd like
Convince
to,
me,
but
like put a bit of passion into this
Well,
humanity angle,
do you know, I'll
and
be
then maybe you
honest.
can do a little monologue and we can clap for you.
If you're gonna booty clap for me, then I'll do it. Hi,
Go on then.
Kingston.
Go on then.
Well, listen, I'm not very well at the minute. I haven't got the energy that I usually have, but I am here and I'm doing whatever you need.
I'm
Hi,
asking
Kingston.
you this: is your highest criteria humanity?
Humanity first and foremost.
Okay,
I mean,
so James, J.A. Kingston, brother Kingston,
Yep.
is humanity your highest criteria?
I mean, and I'm human, so
No, I'm saying to you that is there anything you put above the importance of humanity, humanity being in a general humanistic kind of like societal fashion? Is there any values you put above being a humanitarian, for example?
oh yeah.
I'm sure there is. I would like you to explain to Zara, because Zara saying humanity or humanitarianism should be our highest objective, our highest goal. I'm saying that I'm sure that James has got a thing that's more important than that.
an alternative, yeah. Go on.
Go on, James.
I've heard you on panel before, James. Hello, by the way. Never spoken
hey.
to you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Well,
Sure, we'll fall out in 10 minutes.
well, again, like humanitarianism is a bit of a subjective claim, you know.
Right.
A lot of people have different notions of what is in the best interest of quote humanity, you know.
Right.
So I mean, I definitely want humanity to thrive,
Mhm.
but a lot of people would say my methods are polar opposite of humanitarian, you know, because they would consider my actions as being cruel or very Darwinistic, you know, and a lot of people who are
James, can I ask you a quick question while you're on the roll, yeah? Would you say that the survival of the white race as a collective would maintain a higher state of humanity? Like, would the rest of humanity benefit from the survival of the white species? And should we actually make that a priority as a human race, as a collective? Should seeing white people survive and not become, let's say, replaced, should that be an objective of ours?
I mean, personally, yes, but you know, that's not going to be something that comes naturally to people who are not white, who are very tribalistic for their own group and are very happy for the white race to become displaced, if not outright
What
extinct.
about people like me and Zara who don't really care about their own race and don't really care about race in general, and just happy to see everybody mix and throw everyone into one big melting pot and say, let the best genes come out on top. How would you feel about that, James?
I wouldn't.
I perfectly understand, but it's just not really how things work.
James, can I actually make my own point
James,
there?
that's not conducive to your agenda.
Yeah. No.
Well, obviously,
James, what I'd like to say is I'm not. I do agree completely. If we were all pro our origins and we all completely backed our origins, save Khan, he put all his money into Turkey. You kept everything white, and it was predominantly 98% white and only 2% of foreigners. That's lovely and it's idyllic, but it's too late to go back. We're already mixed. So what is your answer now? There's got to be a realistic answer. We're already mixed.
In this country, not even 1% of the country is, what I'd say, mixed in like half black or half white.
What?
Or maybe it is 1%. I'm not sure.
Are you joking?
But you're right though. It's like 1 or 2 or 3% or something like that.
That's mixed.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in terms of is that going to include people with just a quarter of black ancestry, but the rest is white, or is it going to be a mix of you're a bit East Asian there, but also a bit of South Asian here, a bit of a?
No. I mean, it should go first generation to second generation now, because I've got children. My mother was white, blonde hair, blue eyes. My father was black, Nigerian, and my children, obviously a quarter, you can't tell. They just look white completely. But it's saying 3% or 1.7 million people. So you can't diminish that.
When I hear the term mixed race,
But I don't know how they're quantifying that either. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's fair enough. How statistics can be fucked.
They also include people who you would just think are just white or just black, but you wouldn't know.
Yeah.
That little bit of different. All right, fine. Look, in terms of
I'm shocked at that, to be honest.
Yeah, but in terms of the future of how society will look in terms of demographics or race, it's still, not how you say it?
Massively mixed.
Yes, and therefore it is not in the realms to say, it's too late for this country to once again have a homogeneous population.
Can I ask, James, is that when you say it's not too late, is that what your ideology is? Is that your ideal outcome?
My ideal is for this nation to be at least 95% native stock, because
stock. Sorry. Go on.
Yeah, laugh it up. When I say native stock, I'm talking about Anglo-Celtic people. So.
How are you thinking about going about that? Have you looked at the age demographics and things like that? So even if you clear out every foreigner, right, to re-establish your dominancy.
No, James is actually saying that the amount of mixture that's happened up until now is absorbable by the majority. So they'll add to the actual what's the word? Genetic diversity in the population, but they would have to be homogenized, or just outbred in terms of phenotype.
Even
I understand. You don't have to mansplain anything to me. I'm not a dickhead.
I wasn't saying it for your benefit. I was saying it because the people are listening.
Well, I just want to
say
that
chuckle, James.
I'm not. I mean, for example, I'm not necessarily against English people mixing with Afghanis or Pakistanis or even Indians to a certain extent, especially if they're of the extraction.
Well, if his end result is homogeny, then obviously he would choose people that are easily absorbable.
Yeah, because the people of that South Asian extraction are somewhat distant cousins in terms of we all have a common ancestry with the Yamnaya or Indo-Europeans.
I agree.
Yeah. But the main thing is that there can be lots of incentives for foreigners or minorities in this nation to pack up and leave on their own volition. No forced deportations needed. It could be incentives of better opportunities.
James, can I ask you a quick question? Staying on point, right? So if our ultimate aim would be to introduce a foreign gene pool into the majority and have it over a period of time homogenized in, so it would basically be absorbed by the majority, would it be better to treat those people in a way where they felt so comfortable that they would happily give up their own racial kind of what's the word? Like concentrated genes like within their ethnic group? And it would be like, basically, can we promote those people to mix with the majority by giving them more confidence or more acceptance? Or should we use the whip and carrot where we kind of like force them into accepting the indigenous population or the majority as superior, and therefore willingly give up their racial identity in that way? Like, what do you think would be the better way of achieving that goal of homogeny within a nation?
Well, unfortunately, ideologies aren't necessarily racial in their basis. We obviously got a lot of Muslims who are of many different races and ethnicities, but are very dogmatically this one entity in many ways. So yeah,
Can I ask?
Yeah, go on.
No, sorry, James. I didn't mean to stop you.
So what made me think of that, James, is that
Can I ask? When you think of this and somebody is... No, I'm allowed to. I'm also on the panel and I've let you talk. I just want to make one comment. Khan, with you saying that, you don't give up or accept superiority of any race. You fall in love with a person, not with the colour, not with the race or religion or what the parents are. It's ridiculous to think like that. How are you still thinking like that? And you're bringing it back to 100 years ago. It's crazy. Hello, SM.
It's crazy. Anyway, before SM speaks, there was a group of people that moved from
He's on
Anatolia.
one, SM. He's got a hard on. First time in a decade.
There was a group of people that moved from Anatolia, right?
It seems penis not in a mirror.
Central Asia. They lived on one side of the mountain, and on the other side of the mountain there was Mongols, right? So they were the indigenous Mongol population, which we wouldn't really call them Mongols back then, but now we would know them as Mongols. But anyway, these people intermarried to such a low degree that over a long period of time, they both had admixtures from both sides homogenized into their gene pool. So for example, the Mesopotamian or the Indo-European Turks that moved, or the Scythians that moved out to Asia, did take on some Mongol DNA, but not enough to affect their phenotype. So phenotypically, they still look distinctive from the majority of the Mongols. Mongols, likewise, also.
And apparently,
that's fascinating. I have to say.
Apparently, a Persian diplomat who met Genghis Khan described him with red hair.
Right. It's very well known, James, that Genghis had red hair, and all his children and his grandchildren, apart from one, also had red hair. So he had his haplogroup would have been R1. He would have been R1, Genghis.
I don't know where he's going with this.
I mean, I think if you saw Genghis Khan, his features might have looked a little more East Asian, but he still had those
right.
Scythians.
So this is the same with the other side of the mountain, with the Turkish side of the mountain. The ruling elite have always been the R1s. The majority of the population have been J2s with a mixture of J1 and a mixture of, let's say, C Mongol admixture, but the majority, the ruling elite, have always been R. So the descendants of Ottoman sultans had their DNA test done, and they all came back as being Indo-European R1 haplogroup. That's a fact. Yeah.
I is scientific. Fucking hell, thank God you're here.
I just literally switched on and I heard you lot talking about this fascinating subject, and Khan already seems to be an expert in it. So Nothing for me to say. He probably just made up all that shit on the spot, to be honest.
To be honest, Science, I'm just trying to get James's political view across rather than it being about race or him being some demonized as some sort of far right loon. I'm saying that he might have a legitimate position that we can actually explore because he's like
Well, I mean,
a bit of an anomaly.
his
He's not
position.
like the same as everyone else.
He's explained his position. He's an out and out racist. Like he genuinely believes
No,
that white
no, no,
people
no,
are
no.
superior, and in fact, English people.
I would like to
are
argue.
more
I
superior.
would like to argue that somebody who's prepared to absorb the current mixture within the country into the majority would not be deemed a racist.
Well, why don't we just ask him, James?
Well, we did ask him before you came on.
No, we didn't. We didn't. Every time I spoke, you told me to shut up while I'm speaking because you're
Why are you
talking to
speaking, man?
James.
Shut up, man.
What are you doing? Are you crazy? Like, I'm not one of your brasses, you cheeky cunt. Shut your fucking mouth and sit back, fat ass.
You got triggered. You know.
No, but you're not saying that I've said that. I might as well say it.
You're
I might
not
as well
triggered
say
the
it now.
Northerners. You know, you're all
That's James. If you heard me triggered, this is not me triggered, but yeah.
Yeah, I know. So if this is like a little bit triggered, you don't want to know when she's actually triggered. But yeah, the point is
Drama.
yeah. But no, the point is that look, just because I have a bias, or it's not even a bias, it's a preference for my own people, doesn't mean I hate other
No,
races.
I think that's quite natural, to be honest. I think a lot of people, if you look, they have a natural bias for their own type. Somebody that
You
looks
have
like
a bias. Well, you know, just look at the analogy of your own children. I mean,
How do you, James? How do you feel?
If you have children, you know, you're going to prioritize your own ethnic blood or kin than you would other people's children, even your neighbours' children. You know, and it's
But there's no guarantee that your children will be the same
but
race as you.
James, I
What if your
am
children
mixed
aren't?
race. I'm half black and I'm half white, right? So I'm light skinned, but my children look absolutely white. So I don't. But how can I not be properly half black? Did my dad's cum not work?
Not all Nigerians are as black as you might think they are.
My dad, I can show you photos, was
I
absolutely
guarantee
dark
you,
black.
your dad was a Fulani.
Right. So are you going to let me finish it while you talk about my family that you don't know about?
Was your dad a Fulani?
My dad was very dark black. I'm not willing to tell you any of that, Khan, unless you show me pictures of your slave grandmother. Okay? Right. So my dad was jet black with a big afro. My mum was blonde hair, blue eyes. My brother is a little bit... He's got more darker features. He's got, like, the wider nose than me. I've probably got a little bit more than my mother's features, like a medium nose. It's not... She had a really pointy sort of Jewish-looking nose, but it went in the middle with me, whereas my brother has got more black features. He's absolutely gorgeous. A tiny bit darker than me, but both sort of light skinned. But you can't tell me that I'm not properly.
Did you, by interest, have blonde hair when you were a toddler?
No. No. But how can you tell me that I am what I am? You are on one. Have you had a line or something tonight? Because you seem like a complete cunt mode.
Oh, sorry, you broke up. What did you say?
I was talking to toilet paper up there. Have you had a line tonight or a can of courage or something? Have you slipped off the wagon? It's crazy that you're trying to tell me who my father was or how his sperm worked. You're a fucking lunatic. And I didn't class you as that, but how would you feel about a Turkish man trying to suck your cock, James? Is that alright with you? As long as he doesn't get pregnant? No?
You speak to me?
Yeah, you've just had a take on your cock.
Okay. And?
How'd you feel about that? Are you okay with that?
It's what narcissists do. It's called triangulation. Instead of talking to me, she's involving James into the mix now.
No, I was talking to James while you muted yourself and Googled narcissist. It's your favourite word. Everybody on here who says anything against you is a fucking narcissist. Oh, you're not like banded around a buzzword, is there? Oh, I've watched a few psychology shorts. I like the word narcissist.
What about a borderline
BPD?
disorder?
Yeah, what about that?
Is Is that the same as
No,
narcissist?
of course it's
Exactly.
not.
So they're
What
not
about
everyone's a narcissist, then, are
DID?
they?
You've got DID. You've got
What's
multiple
that?
personalities. Dissociative identity disorder. It used to be called multiple personalities. Somebody that's actually studied it, not from YouTube, you dickhead. Like, go on.
I wouldn't go
let's
that
go.
far. I think he gets in a bit of a habit of what do you call it?
Being a dickhead.
Well, you can
It's a psychological term.
you can interpret that, but I would say he just likes playing devil's advocate. Devil's advocate all the time.
But do you know what? I enjoy Khan, and when he's on a roll, he's absolutely brilliant. But sometimes, if you let him go too far, and he has a real problem with taking any sort. If say like SM come up and he interjected, and he didn't say a word, I interjected. He goes, "Why are you talking? Why are you talking?" He has a problem with female authority. What a gobshite. Piss off, Khan, just because you've paid brasses all your life and you've been rejected. We can go into that if you want.
Well, he is Turkish, so, you know.
Well, oh, look, it's funny from him. If it was me, it'd be like, you're a dickhead. But honestly, I fucking had an argument and I wanted you to come onto a panel because somebody really wound me up the other day saying they won't go to Turkey because it's full of sleaze bags and all that. And I was like, I know somebody who's sound. He's a Turkish fella. I'll fucking get him on here, watch.
I agree with them. Turkey full of sleaze bags.
Oh my God. You're such a fucking...
I agree with them. What's wrong with that? If my missus was like, I'm going to Turkey on holiday with the girls, we booked ourselves into this all I'd be like, you're not going.
We were going as a couple and he said, guaranteed. If you go to the bar and I go to the bar at the same time, they'll save you before me because they're all a bunch of sleazers. And I was like, listen, why have you been back 4 times? Like, shut up. Every person on the way home in the airport goes, never again. I said, but you've been back 4 times, dickhead. So, what's your point?
Cheap as shit, isn't it? That's why they go.
Yeah, that's what he said as well. It's like, because it's 450 quid for a 5-star all-inclusive sorted, that's why. And he booked it, and I refused to go.
my son went to Turkey about 2 months ago, and he gave me his leftover money the other day, and it seemed like a lot. It was like about 900 quid in notes and that. So I thought it was going to be a lot. I took it to get exchanged, and it was like 16 quid. 18 quid or something. That's when I truly realised how.
Well, they're struggling. Oh no, I refused to go on that holiday. I said, take your fucking mate, change the name. I'm not going. I didn't go. I said, I'm not going if you're going to be rude to everybody while we're there and be paranoid at everybody that says hello to me. And I didn't go. Stood my ground. I said, fuck off.
Hey, what if it was like your girl going to Dubai with her girlfriends? You know, without
what, to get shat on? You mean?
Oh my God. What's your opinion? Tell the truth, then. So if my fella says I'm going on holiday, I'm going to Amsterdam with the boys for 3 or 4 days. I've got no qualms with that. So tell the truth. What do men really get up to? I trust him.
What's the majority of men could never sleep with a woman they've never met before?
Amsterdam is known more than just a red light district. You know, people just go to the nearest coffee shop because they just want to get high.
The majority women think that men could just jump into bed with anything. They can't. Men don't have the capability of doing that.
Well, somebody said on the live.
They'll be like having panic attacks. Trust me.
Well,
it's easy just to walk into a room with a woman you've never met before, take your clothes off, and actually put in a decent performance. Do you think that's easy?
Do you know what I heard? It was vile. I didn't want to hear it, but somebody that I really respected said, I had sex with a prostitute in Amsterdam, like one of the red light rooms. You just go in. They said it was so mechanical and like non-personal. That it was just weird and I couldn't wait for it to be over with. Do you know what I mean? And I said, well, that's sort of your own fault for falling for that, for paying for that. They said, but at least he had that experience and now I know I'd never do it again. But really, what would I don't think there's anything that could compel a woman to go and do that just because it's
It's not
there.
true. I think a woman could easily have sex with a stranger.
Oh, piss off. No. How can you when you share your energy? That's that. And every bit of male DNA is left. No, you can't.
Wait. You see? Surely you've seen the stunts these girls who make when they sleep with 100 men or
Bonnie Blue. I knew you were going to bring her up. Yeah, Bonnie Blue and stuff like that. Yeah,
No, she's always bringing up it's just strangers, you know, like.
That's not a normal person.
Like,
She's clearly mentally ill, isn't she? Because that's not. I don't know a single woman that could identify or understand.
I don't think we should pigeonhole women into having a sexuality. There's different women.
You may say she's going too far, but in reality, there's a lot more of her than we realize. It's just she's made it public whilst everyone else is making it private.
Right. And here's the thing, though, James. Why isn't it so open? It's because women like her are shamed. If they weren't shamed, there would be obviously more of them around.
No. We used to go to the point where, you wouldn't marry someone who was a divorcee, you know, maybe
or had kids from before.
And now it's
got somebody else's kid.
And now it's gone to we should shame you for not wanting to marry a porn star or someone.
No, it's the lever swung too far one way or the other. But what I would say is, I don't shame anybody. If that's how you want to live, that's how you want to live. But I cannot understand it.
But can we just ask, as the only woman here, is there any point you would say that we should have at least some roles and responsibility from males to restrict certain undesirable behaviors from females?
Yeah.
You have to elaborate, explain.
I establish.
Sorry, I don't. Can I just try and understand the question? How would male role models deter women from undesirable behaviors?
Which restricts.
No. It's like just like how the dynamic.
But a role model is someone you emulate. So, like you saying, I don't understand what you mean. It doesn't make sense.
No, I didn't say role model. I said male, or the.
You did say role model.
No, I said male.
Let him clarify. What do you mean, James? Break it down. Come to the brass tacks of it.
As part of the male sex, is it desirable to live in a society where men have to tell women, no, that's not okay?
Yeah, I think men should be able to tell that to women.
Yeah.
Women that want to be with
them. But obviously,
like, for
but that's an age-old.
That's
too general. Like, hang on, mate. That's too general a thing because there's a lot of things that men can't tell women what to do.
Look at it from like the smallest thing, like a village. All right. Do you think it is desirable that if a woman is known for sleeping with lots of men, that she should be shamed for it?
Yes, I think she should be shamed for it.
Who really cares that much? Like, why is there a should be? Like,
but the point is, they're not. The odds of you getting like a woman who is a virgin, even as a teen, is like remarkably low.
Wait.
But why would that even be such a big deal, though?
Coming back to the
why would that be such a big deal?
Coming back to the village setting, it would be the women, the majority of the women, it would be the matriarchy that would single out and distance themselves from any women that acted.
Judge, you're right.
They would be
women are worse than men for stigmatizing, and I agree that I've got two friends, right, and I'd say acquaintances, not friends, that I've met, say, in work positions that I've worked with. And I've just been intrigued by the stories. Like every weekend, slept with this fella, slept with that fella, or one of them is actually a mum from a primary school, and she was having a different fella every single night at her, inviting them to the house when the kids were in bed. And I actually drove to her house and said to the kids, "Do you want to come and stay at mine?" Because they knew what was going on. Your mum's putting herself in a dangerous position. She got a slap off one day, and she rang the police, and I just went and got the kids. And I was like, "Listen, if you want to stay at mine, I'll pick you up after school. I'll let her know. Catalan, it's all right. Kids are at mine, just leave them here while you sort yourself out."
But from what I've seen of these women,
I can't believe
they usually do work in teams where, let's say there's 4 of them and they all want to sleep around. Like one of them would be the designated babysitter, and then next week it would be the other one, and next week it would be the other one. And
No,
they have
Con.
to balance off
Well,
their
I'm telling
duties.
you, my reality is I've only obviously I'm
You know what
not
I'm saying?
really.
You're only helping her. You're facilitating her.
No, I was.
issues.
No, you didn't get
though.
it. You didn't get it.
No, but you helped her out then.
No, you're not listening. All I did was remove the children from a dangerous situation.
Yeah,
That's all I did.
I'm not saying you never did that. I'm just saying that helps her though.
I'm not. No,
Are
it
you
does.
saying
All
that
it does is help
Zara's
those children.
An enabler? He's calling you an enabler.
I'm saying you're an
Basically.
enabler. And I'm saying
So
women
I
do
should
do
have.
that. Like even women who don't
My
participate in
God.
whore culture do participate
So I should have
in
left
whore
those
culture.
children to be removed from
For
that
you to even sit there,
situation.
look, for you to even sit there and listen
Crazy.
to a woman that's going, I done this and I done that and I done this, you're still participating in whore culture.
What? So if she says that in a group in the playground of all mothers waiting for the child to go into school, and I'm thinking, okay, those poor children, her son is in my son's year, her daughter is in my daughter's year. I feel sorry for those children, the situation that they're in. And she rings and goes, the police are here, he's just punched me in the face. Like, somebody's just punched me. And I was like, who's punched you in the face? Went somebody off a website. I said, listen, I'm coming to get the kids because I know what the next step is. Going to remove the kids. And I said, listen, leave them at mine for a couple of days. Am I an enabler there? I'm encouraging that behaviour. So I should have let those children.
No.
That's crazy.
No, you should
That's
have actually. You're saying you're stopping those kids from going to social
You may as well
services.
carry
I'm
a
saying
flag that
would
says
have been
whore culture.
that would have been the best outcome for them.
Sam, I think I'll make one. I'm going to do one on InShot now as we talk, okay?
Saying that would have been it would have been better off to phone social services. You'd have been better off.
Social services have never bettered any child's life.
It's like if you're a bank robber and I'm saying to you, listen, that shit car you got, you're definitely going to get caught. Yeah, let me come and pick you up from outside the bank and make sure you get home all right. Now, that is the same thing as what you're saying. You're saying I'm helping you to commit your crime, but better.
You are on cocaine tonight. There's
In a
something
lot of
wrong
ways,
with
it's
you.
worse. In a lot of ways, it's actually worse than that.
Send me little prick.
No, let him speak. Let him speak.
Yeah, he's taking the piss if you don't get it, you
it's not,
dickhead.
No, I do
He
get it,
is.
but let him speak, man. He's entitled to his opinion.
You
But
realise what a
I
dickhead.
think people should just do whatever they want to do, and when they don't want to do something, they shouldn't not want to not do it. They should basically, people should do what they want to do, and then not do things they don't want to do. I did too many negatives there. I got confused.
So what you're
I like
saying,
make up a new
Science, is
word, SM. I like
person's
that.
individual happiness should be their highest criteria for behaviour. The individual happiness.
It
So
should
as long as they're
be
happy, that's all right.
humanity. No, I believe that society is pushing on
I am
women
pretty decent at word make-upping, to be honest.
with makeupping.
I'm the best at that, though. That's my forte.
I'm clipping that, Science. I'm clipping that. Do you remember how long I followed you around with that one word? I can't even remember it now. It'd be on my old phone.
What was it? Sir? Master? It's probably something like that.
It was something ridiculous like individualizationism. It was just, I was like, what? What did he just say? And you were like, sorry, you kept timing me out, you little prick.
Anyway, back to James. What was you actually trying to say originally? Men should be able to tell women to not be whores. Is that what you're saying, James?
Well, and other things.
So are you suggesting, James, that men are invested in seeing women become whores?
Be their best selves?
No, the opposite. Are men enabling the whole behavior?
Khan, you're even missing the level of conversation. This is like proper dumb shit. Like this is a childish level of conversation.
Break it down.
He's saying he's basically assuming that men work as a totally homogenous group and they all think the same things and want the same things and would say the same things to women in the world.
That is the premise of a simplification, isn't it? He's actually
SM, don't forget that if women want to be whores, they work in packs of 4. So one is the designated babysitter and the other's whore. So
going back to what he was saying,
is
we
great.
had to correct him and show him that it would actually be the women that would be stopping any whorishness in the village, I would then suggest that any men that knew about a woman that had whore-like tendencies would be the last people to try and stop her from fulfilling her aspirations.
But yeah, but it's not just being a whore. It's
How
also...
can you say that when you slept with shitloads of brasses?
Oh, come on,
No, he's right. It's what always happens.
Look,
It is with Jamie. He's got you, bro. Because
we cannot compare a woman sleeping with a lot of men as the same as a man sleeping with a lot of women. One is being penetrated.
In a village, you only
the
need
other
one
one
whore,
is
right?
penetrating.
She can service the whole village.
Sorry, Khan, you got him, bro. You got him. See, the right angle, the proper angle is that Jamie's one of these people like from 1984 with the pigs and that. Yeah, he wants to establish all these rules of a make believe great, traditional society, conservative society. But
did you say 1984 with all the pigs? You mean George Orwell, Animal Farm?
Yeah, I meant Animal Farm. Yeah, I meant the other one. The other one. The other one. But basically, he'll be the one, the pigs that'll go around. You lot will be out there funding.
Not all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. That's the famous George Orwell quote from Animal Farm.
Exactly. And that's what Khan said about Jamie.
Wait, scientific method. Are you denying?
Is it?
Are you denying there aren't standards that are
the one with all the pigs? Weird that I knew what you're on about as well. You fucked up little shit.
I don't know about absolute standards, but from society to society, culture to culture, from time and place, so standards change, innit?
Yeah, but you can't compare the standards of, I don't know, Victorian Britain to, say, pygmies in
you can't,
Africa.
because for example,
unless they're both patriarchies,
wait. Let me just say.
Well, that's
for
given.
example, you can't compare Victorian England to the modern world because women didn't have rights.
Right. My point.
What are you talking about? Women had all the rights that.
I think I've done my stint. I've not felt well.
So people
Thank you for having me.
Dominated and decimated by the.
Can we all say good night to Zara, please?
All right.
Goodbye.
Night, James.
Good
night, SM. You're the only one I really feel like saying good night to. James, you are you, and lovely to meet you.
What I am.
No apologies. Khan, you're just a fucking flip flop. I'll see you tomorrow and see who you are then. Tra-tra.
Get up early, yeah? We'll be up early doing the streams and that.
What? I've heard you on Ghosts. My God, you're cooking. Like, Jesus.
Yeah, what, Rashma? Got a thing, science. Your name got brought into that whole situation.
You what? What situation?
Your name, like, recently, Rashma was saying something about teenagers should be able to get married, and someone said, like, what's a teenager? And she went, well, 11 to 19. Yeah. Apparently, like,
but that's wrong to begin with.
Like, I don't know who was saying that you were supportive of such a feminist agenda. I forget who it was. I think it might have even been
supporting
Luke.
A feminist agenda.
Well, in my opinion, women being able to get married whenever they want and pick whatever husband they want is a feminist agenda.
Well, women, yeah. If you're talking about adult women, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's to trap the husband so that they become a slave to them.
Exactly. So it's a feminist agenda. So I do believe that Rashma is a feminist more than she is a Muslim. And her drawing on Ali Dawah as her backup, I find it very weak.
But children are divided as men or women. Children are just children.
Wait. Children sign up to the military.
Well, is that your justification for what Rashma said?
Right, what was he?
James, if we had two planets, right? One of them was a matriarchy and one of them was a patriarchy, and they had separate identities, right? Whose age of marriage or consent for sex would you say would be higher, the males or the women's, the matriarchies?
I'm leaning with the matriarchies.
No, because from a man's point of view, you want a woman that's going to provide you with offspring that are healthy, right? And that's the whole purpose of procreation. But from a feminist agenda, sex is just a tool for manipulating men. So they want to be able to do that as young as possible, because then you become a player in the big game.
That's so, like, come on, you know that's not true. Loads of men.
Is true.
Loads of men don't.
A real feminist will not be fighting
Hang on,
the
hang
rights
wait.
of a woman to not get married
most
or
men,
not have a
most men,
husband.
most men do not see sex as exclusively for procreation. Most men
No, but I'm
enjoy
saying to
sex
you,
for the fun of it.
on a planet which was a patriarchal system, we would be making rules for our daughters to live by as men.
Yeah, like
right?
we should be doing
we
here.
would,
Like we
right? But
ideally are doing here.
I'm saying that as a man, you'd want your daughter to get married at the right age that wasn't harmful to her. But I'm saying her
So
mom
women would think the same, isn't it?
would have a different criteria for why she wants her daughter to get married.
Oh yeah, because there's lots of instances of brothels being run by women, and they're perfectly happy to pimp out kids, you know, who are like,
they don't care.
Yeah, you know, it's money.
This is the thing with which is what I'm saying. Like, if we objectively look at women as a species, we have to accept them. They come in all shapes and forms. And when we accept that, then we can, as men, put the ones that we agree with, that's on our mentality, on a pedestal. The rest we can ignore. Now, this is the only thing that men can do. Like, as a man, the only power you have over women is to walk away from the ones that aren't conducive to providing you with a patriarchal system. This is quite simple.
And if you look at these women who do these stunts, sleeping with 100 men or whatever, you know, and you see they're training other women to follow in their footsteps. So
exactly,
it's clearly
they're basically trying to create more revenue and more sources of revenue that are derived from actually that one act of just actually having sex. So they're saying that just by having a vagina, if I want to have sex, I should be able to do that in as many different ways as possible. So if I want to be a prostitute, or if I want to be a cool girl, I want to be a porn star, that is my right as the owner. Like Betty said, I own the panani, I make the rules. That if you take that as your rule, you can look and say, okay, so a woman who gets married and has a man, has a personal slave working and paying her mortgage and providing her with money to do whatever she wants with, right? That is the power of her panani. You cannot deny that. That is a feminist agenda, right?
Yeah, no, I actually agree. You know, anything other than motherhood, a woman's value is
What,
always...
you agree with Khan's point? Just the...
Well, yeah, you know, like look at all like the accomplishments that women make. It always seems to be in a very self
gratifying, grandiose.
Yeah, like
fashion.
All worries me my vagina. Like the most famous female artist, I forgot her name, but it's always portraits of herself. You know, the one with the monobrow. You know, and a lot of women's authors and literature is always very self-indulgent. You know, like Twilight is basically making Belle as like, oh, so a woman can just like put themselves into like this experience, you know, like.
But this is what I'm saying, James, is that there's nothing wrong with that, right? There's room for us as men to accept women in all shapes and forms. We don't need to just pigeonhole the women that we want them to be. I'm saying if you're not cut from that cloth and you can't be the woman I want you to be, I want you to be happy and live your life to the best of your ability, but just don't come around me, innit? Like, I want to be able to do my thing. I want to be able to have a girlfriend that's not influenced by her 5 friends who are telling her, you can do better than him, fuck him. Look, Jim up the road wants to fuck you. This guy around the corner wants to fuck you. The postman wants to fuck you. And based on the fact that everyone wants to fuck her, she's now looking at me going, I can get another you in a minute. And I'm like, huh? Like, when did you turn into Beyonce? Like, chill out. Like, you ain't Beyonce, innit? Like, I've actually had a woman say that to me. Like, she's saying to me, listen, like, you're just a dick to me. You're just a cock to me. Yeah. I could get 10. I could just go out in the street right now and get 10. Yeah. Now, me being the master of comebacks, my answer to her.
You are just a masturbatorial device for them.
But here's the thing, though. Like, she was pissed off when she said that, right? But my answer to her was so devastating that she couldn't even make a comeback from that. She had to literally just leave. I said to her, look, but anyone who fucked you once would never fuck you twice. Because you're just a mess. Like, that just shut her up straight away. But I didn't want to do that to her.
You did. But you proved yourself wrong because you were with her for a long time. You did.
Yeah, but I'm saying to her that I'm not with you for sex, innit? I'm not with you just because you.
Yeah, but what you're saying is that you're the lowest man out in the world that did it twice.
10 men, No, but I'm saying if a woman gives it up freely, there's no, you don't get respect for that. Like, that's not conducive to a long-term relationship. Do you understand? This is that I'm trying to make you realize that
Did
putting
she
up the
leave
pussy
you
to
for someone better
strangers.
though? Did she leave you
No,
for
she
someone
didn't
better
leave me. I
though?
left her. I finished it with her.
Nah, you've
But
heard
she's
this before, bro. You know
basically
you're lying.
no. But she's basically saying that not because she don't want to be with me. She's saying that because she's trying to bring me down a peg or two. She's saying, listen, like stop thinking that you run the show. Do you get me? Like you need to chill. You need to relax. Like I'm bringing you down a peg or two. I'm giving you a dressing down sort of thing. And that's what she felt she could do. And I was like, yeah, like somebody could do that to me, but you're not that person. Do you get me?
Well, she showed you because she left you, innit?
No, I'm saying she didn't leave me. I'm saying to you.
Bro, this is you leaving Jedi all over again.
No. I'm just being quite like candid about it. Like I've had like in arguments with women, they will say things like a feminist woman, a modern woman, a woman who actually believes that her value comes from sex, right? And she's in competition with other women on coming back and telling stories about who they fucked last week, right? They're trying to emulate what they believe that men were doing, that their fathers were doing. They're like, yeah, it's our turn now. We get to do this now. And this is what men do. And look how great life is, right? Now, that's fine. You can think that. But when you open your mouth and then thoughts come out your mouth, you better be ready for the answer that you get back. Because I'm going to shatter your ego right there. Because you're speaking from a position of ego. You're building up your ego. So when someone then, you know, like the saying goes, people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, right? That's where that comes from. It's like
It's such a
you're
good
building
saying.
up your
I love
ego.
that saying.
You're building up your ego and you're making yourself this big thing, but really it's quite fragile. Do you know what I mean? But you're not realizing that. So, you know, I had to say what I had to say. Like I'm a person that I'll never raise my hand to anyone. I'll never be violent to anyone. I'll never like I've had to obviously physically restrain people before, but like in a professional capacity. But I've never actually ever hit anyone, and I would never do that. And like even if someone hit me, I'll just walk away, right? But if you say
Well, you
something
never
to
had a
me,
fight.
no, I'm saying if you say something to me, right, I will have to say something back to you. I don't care how big you are, how bad you are, or what the repercussions are going to be. Yeah, because in my mind, physical violence is crossing the line. Now, you should be able to say whatever you want to me, but then I should be able to say whatever I want back to you. And it shouldn't really get to violence. Now, if you can't take it and you cross the line, then in a way I won in it, so I get to walk away. Like I won at that point. Do you know what I mean? Once you lose it, I won. So, like, if you started
You should
it and I
start a gang,
finished
bro.
it,
You should.
but I'm saying if you
You
started
should
it and I
start a gang
finished it,
based on those
that's a
principles.
double victory. That's a double victory. If you start trouble with me, start saying things to me, and I say things that then you have to shut up about, then unfortunately you started trouble, but I finished it. So I won twice. That means, like, that's how I am. I've got an
You should
answer,
have been
but
a
like,
politician
the
or a
thing is,
policeman.
no, but the mad thing is, science. Yeah, I don't even have to store these things in my mind and think, oh, if you say this to me, I know what to say to you. It's just that it's like an automatic thing. Like you say something to me, my mouth just opens and things just start coming out. Do you get me? And after I regret it, I'm like, I
Should we try
regret it.
that?
I'm
Like,
like,
someone says
I said,
something to you.
all right, say something to me.
Like what?
You know,
Like a
I've called
cuss?
you, I've called you things before. You've seen it.
Yeah. Yeah, you have. You called me the B word.
Like, how do you think that happens? Like, why do you think that
Because you're
happens?
racist. That's why it happened.
No, it's
Because
not because
in
I'm
your nature,
racist. It's because I'm trying to say
yeah,
something
in your
to
nature,
hurt
you're
you.
racist. So when you don't get to
How can I
filter
be racist with
what
the
comes
same
out
race?
naturally is
How can I
racism.
be racist with the same race, bro?
We're not the same race.
We are the same race. How are we not the same race? We're the same race, isn't it? Huh? We're
We keep going
obviously
on
the
about this
same
Turkish stuff.
haplogroup.
Well,
Turkish
I
is
think,
not a race, bro.
I think he's referring the
To being
Caucasian.
Asian.
No, he's referring. Are you referring the Caucasian race as being like?
Yeah, we're the same race. Like Pakistanis, Turks, and English and Russians. Like we're all the same race, really.
Yeah,
Like,
Caucasians.
what's the difference? Yeah, we're Caucasian. Like,
I think
how can I be
I
racist to
think I'm
you?
Indian. I think
No,
I'm more Indian than
but hold on,
Turkish.
hold on.
No.
If you called me a Turk and I called you a Jodaki, right? I'm referring to your country where you come from. How is that even your race for you to say that I'm being racist to you?
Yeah, and the upper caste Indians are more like Indo-European than they are like the Druidic
The
culture.
only reason you could say me calling you the P word is racist is because it has
So do you consider yourself more closely related
It
to
has
upper class Indians?
no, but
than
wait.
Tex?
I'm saying to you that if I called you, for example, a bud, yeah, because it has racial connotations that has been used historically to demean you, then you could say to me that was racist. Do you get me? Because it has that historical
So
connection.
you say now that calling someone the P word is not racist?
I'm saying technically that that's not your race. And
Okay,
technically, I'm not a
but,
different race than you.
But seeing as I'm from that part of the world,
Yeah.
do you still think that calling someone the P word is racist or not?
I think if someone else said it to you, it might be here.
It might be.
Yeah. I'm saying if you said to me, shut up, you fucking Turkish prick, like I wouldn't take it the same way as if like Veli said to me, go and eat a fucking kebab. Like I'll take it different, innit? Do you get me?
That the kebab one's worse because you're also fat.
Did you get what I'm saying to you? Like, I don't think you get my point.
Wait. How would you take it if you were called a curry face?
A curry face?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that doesn't even really make sense. Like,
no, I've been mistaken for an
why
Indian
would your
before, and
face
have been called.
curries?
I've been called the P word before, and by Irish people, and I did take it as an insult. But I wouldn't say. I don't know if it would be racist, but maybe, yeah. It's a grey area, but yeah, I would say yeah. I took that as a racist insult.
Yeah, but I think like the whole term like curry face does really specifically target that both Pakistani and
but
Indian.
they thought I was Indian though, because like to them I'm dark, innit? Now when I went to Scotland, they were going to me, "Are you a darkie? Are you a darkie?" I was like, "What's a darkie?" And they were like, "No, a darkie." And I was like, "What's a darkie?" They were like, "Well, that's what we call people like that different ethnicity." I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah." I was like, "Yeah, I'm Turkish." They're like, "Oh, great, we love Turkish people. We've been there on holiday, but you're still a darkie." I was like, "Oh, thanks, mate."
Well, actually, I remember looking at the police codes, and I believe it went from like IC1 as in whites and Europeans, IC2 as in like Mediterranean-looking people, IC3 as for like sub-Saharan African people looking, IC4 I think is Middle Eastern, South Asian-ish. And IC5 has been East Asian Mongoloid type, and I forgot what the other one was. But
I think that like it is a bit of a generalization though, because like there are people that fall between the gaps in that setup. Like, there's always going to be somebody that can't.
Yeah,
like,
well, you probably
100%.
do. You probably don't fit very well. I mean, like to be honest, I've never seen a picture of you. Well, I have seen a picture of you, but before I saw a picture of you,
I look like Hassan Yilmaz, but with hair.
Wait. Before I saw a picture of you, rather than thinking you look like a fatter version of Super Mario, I actually version of Banksy. That's what you sound like.
No, Banksy's more white than me. Banksy's like he's like, I think some Persians are really pale. Some of them are. I think Banksy's one of them. Like
oh shit!
Like,
wait.
He's actually really pale.
Who's that? Who's that Persian actor who you remember he was like in The Mummy, and he was like the guy who got like had beetles that went into his skull.
Omid Jalali.
Yeah, him.
Is he Persian? I don't think he is.
He's a comedian. He's an Egyptian comedian.
No, he's Persian.
No, I think he's Egyptian.
I'm pretty fucking sure he's Persian.
I think he's Druze actually. Someone needs to look it up. But yeah, he is from that area.
The fat guy, yeah, Omid Jalali. I swear he's Egyptian.
You know, he is so like Bansky, like especially how the way
Do you think
they
so?
laugh.
I don't think no way. Omid Jalali's got a hook nose, like an Egyptian hook nose. He don't look nothing like Banksy.
You know who Banksy's like? Do you know the guy in Peep Show?
The Jewish guy.
The fat guy in Peep Show. That's basically Banksy's life.
Yeah, Banksy's pretty pale, man. I wouldn't compare myself to Banksy. No way. Not in terms of complexion. No way, man. That's crazy to say that. Who do you know who's paler than Banksy? That would be like, I don't know. It'd be a hard person to think of.
Mm. Wait, what was it that Michael Jackson had for that skin issue?
I forget the name of it now. Oh, I forget. I wasn't a really big fan of Michael Jackson.
I was.
Well, because he like actively got whiter. He's like, let's do this to everyone. James is like, we found the solution.
Well, can we just appreciate the irony that what could have been the most iconic black artist living in a white country literally made him white?
It's ironic. I agree. The irony is there to be seen. Definitely.
I'm just saying,
without a doubt.
like, I mean, I'm working like as a teaching assistant, right? And I feel sorry for these kids who naturally have all these lovely dark skin and melanin, but because they live in a place where there's not a lot of sunlight, they start showing all these patches that, you know, it's not really going
I
to
think if
look
you're
desirable.
melanated and you live in the northern hemisphere, there are special
So-
measures you should be taking. Like there are special sunbeds that actually give vitamin D and sun-like effects, and I will definitely invest in one of those. Definitely.
So what would you say about all the white people who go out in the sunshine and tan themselves and make themselves purposely darker than their natural skin tone, and in
What
fact
about it?
travel abroad to you know spend their holidays laying in front of the sun to make sure that their whole body changes color to
I
a
don't think
darker
there's any white
hue?
people that are lying in the sun thinking, let me just go one shade darker than Afghani. Like no one's doing that.
Well, they're definitely trying to get darker and darker, aren't they?
Do you know how
Yeah,
much?
but not to resemble another race.
Yeah, like do you know how much
So
Australian?
why would you say that the black people or people like Michael Jackson did it to resemble another race?
No, he said it's ironic. He didn't say they did it to resemble anyone. He said the
Well, isn't
irony
it
of
equally ironic? Isn't it equally ironic the other way around?
Not really.
I don't know if you understand the
Why
meaning
not?
of the word irony.
Look
I
at
think I do.
Australia. Yeah, Australians are still pale white despite living in the most hottest area.
And Eskimos are still brown.
Well, that's because their diet is very vitamin D, you know, rich. So
But also the fact that they are actually Mongols and Mongoloid
I guess so.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course they are.
But I think like the reason Europeans developed like the light skin and blue eyes was basically a very unique mutation that basically kind of like resembled almost like childish, you know, looking features, but prolonged in adulthood.
That's
So,
right.
yeah.
That's right.
Because
associated with
well, look, we've done experiments like with these Arctic foxes. We put them in like separate
yes, the Hungarian
breeding
experiment.
patches, and
That's right.
the more
Hungarian
tamer
foxes.
and domesticated they became, the more
They stay puppyish.
Yeah, and you see like the
floppy ears and black fur, like a puppy.
Yeah. You know the fur.
I've seen the
changing
study.
colours.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
The fur doesn't change color. It just stays the same as the puppy color.
Yeah. And I just like want people, if they're gonna take anything away from what I'm known to be about,
I think we need to recognize the fact that there was a race of blonde, blue-eyed people that were very dominant in the Eurasian steppe, and that is the backdrop of a lot of the races of today. A lot of the people of today stem from those people, and they carry that identity of coming from those people. And those particular looks are held up as some sort of like standard, as some sort of like, because the problem with colorism is not the fact that we prefer one color over another, it's the fact that we attribute certain behavior patterns or other qualities to those looks, right? So when we see somebody, for example, with red hair or ginger hair, we associate that with a certain type of a personality or a behavior pattern or a certain level of intelligence or something like it's the connotation of having red hair, right? That's what makes it more significant, right? So when people look at, like, when white people look at black people, they see something different. When Arabs look at black people, they see something different, right? That, like, it's based on what you associate with being black, right? That's what it is. That's the issue. What is the connotation that you've attached to that phenotypical look? I don't think with blonde blue eyes that it's rare. I don't think it's just the rarity of it. I think that there was actually a very dominant race of people in history that had those features, and they actually made a name for themselves as being people that went around starting civilizations and cultures. So people refer to their forefathers as being of those people.
Hmm.
That's just the connotation that comes with it. You know?
Well, you could take that point of view, but I'm just saying be a bit more pragmatic in the sense that the environment that we live in will create different types of pockets of humanity that will specialize in certain skills and cognitive function. And the steppes of the European plains 5,000 years ago managed to create this very unique cocktation of very domesticated but also very warrior-like people that managed to spread their genes around and their language, and especially the spoke wheel and the
I don't
domesticated horse.
think you can be domesticated and warrior like
No, you
simultaneously.
can. Like,
I
look at
think
the
what happened was when
look at oh, come on, you as a Turk, what's the most famous dog that's basically like the national
the Congo,
symbol? Yeah,
the Anatolian Shepherd.
yeah,
No,
that
but
is basically something that
my
can
point
take
is
on
that
lions. That can take
my
on
point is
lions.
that people who were farmers, right, and run out, or well, they became overpopulated, where the people had to then migrate. They had to leave their homeland, and they were forced into becoming a warlike people, right? As we know, the Vikings turned up in places like America, in Greenland, like they traveled all the way to like Afghanistan. Like these people, because like the land that they lived on couldn't support them, had to take to the high seas to kind of, you know, to survive. And that warrior-like mentality then had to kick in at that point, right?
Well, the whole Viking thing of
Myth.
doing things, you know, is basically a continuation of what happened in the steppes of Ukraine, where the Indo-Europeans were basically these constantly pastorious, moving wagon people, you know,
Right,
who
right.
had the chariots and everything and the herds
Hmm.
of cow and all that stuff, and you know that it was constantly like it was like the equivalent of being like on the sea as like a ship, you know, and you have to be wary of pirates, but also you may be a pirate yourself where you would steal other people's cattle, and you know, and it's a constant like struggle with the elements and all that stuff. So that whole like mindset and struggle and will create like a very strong, determined people, but also because they had to work together, they have to obviously tolerate each other. So they have to, you know, be domesticated to a certain extent, otherwise they wouldn't get along, you know. Like it really does come down to the fact that we lived in like a part where it's in the northern hemisphere, which created, you know, winter conditions really test, you know, the limits of certain people, and they will create genes that will make them, you know, step above the rest, in for lack of a better word, for people who haven't had that testing of things because they live, I don't know, below the equator or something, you know. Ooh.
Sorry, James, I was replying to a message. Yeah, so like I'm saying, like from our point of view, there is no actual value in the phenotypical differences between human family, right? But it's just what we attribute to them, what we attach to them. So we might think of white people as having certain traits or certain qualities that subconsciously we attach to their whiteness, right? Now, it might be a completely made up mythology, or it might be a completely misconstrued expression of their ethnicity, but nonetheless, the connotation of their skin color is more important and more significant than the actual skin color itself. That's my personal belief. Like, I do believe that when we look at Chinese people, we've got like a prejudged, stereotypical idea of how they're going to be, right? Because they look so different from us, we can immediately think, well, because they look so different from us, there isn't really many commonalities. So like the more people look like us, the more we can assume that there is a degree of commonality. Even if it's
Can
not
you hear
true.
me, or is my microphone crackling?
No, it's
'Cause-
bang on. It's bang on.
We can hear you. But I just want to say that what's your opinion on especially East Asians and even South Asians like Indians very determined to look more and more white, or even their children to look more and more white, like embryo selection and all that stuff?
I think if you understand human migration, you'll know that there was some people that left Africa by boat and inhabited the south tip of India, but the majority of their population, the Dravidians, actually came from the Anatolian region and moved up and into India. And then after that, you'd have even people further north. The Aryans, for example, came right down into that region, right? So they would phenotypically be more European or non-African looking, but they did seem to somehow maintain a high degree of that blackness. And I'm assuming it's because that at the time those people moved there, a lot of Indo-Europeans and Neolithic farmers would have still been quite melanated, like, for example, like Chedaman. So like the fairest of them all would be like the Punjabis or even the Sikhs that live very far north. And that's because they'd be closer to invading I think there was a couple of Bactrians, couple of Huns, couple of different peoples that like set up shop on the doorstep of northern India, and probably did mix with them a lot more. Because even if we look at the Punjabis, we can see that the ones that live on one side of the Indus Valley, like Pakistanis, for example, have more of an Arabic admixture. Whether that's due to the religion or not, I don't know. But like they do have a variety of admixtures, which really and truly contribute to them being a lot paler or European looking, I would say. What do you think, James?
I don't want to hug the scene north. Do you want to elaborate? Or
I don't know. I thought Thingy Muckers was going to say something. You're northerner. Muckers, you northern
Yeah,
monkey.
sorry, I just wanted to ask you, who's your friend then that found it slightly ironic that all these white people who were tanning? Go on, who's this fucker?
Scientific Method said that.
No, you said it. You were talking about your friend who found it ironic that all these white racists that were tanning on these beaches.
No.
No, you said it. So I'm saying to you, by his own logic, maybe that should tell him something about his own bias. Maybe all these white racists who were tanning aren't actually fucking racist in the first place, and it's some fucking, I don't know, some bias, environmentally sustained trauma he's got that he wants to believe all white people must be racist. Therefore, why? No. You see how fucking ridiculous that was?
I don't believe that all white people are racist, but I think if you live in a white supremacist,
and that's why I asked you who your fucking friend was typing you these fucking.
Wait, hold on. If you live in a white supremacist a white supremacist,
Okay.
what's the word for it? A white supremacist system, then just being white means that you benefit from that system. So whether you're personally racist or not, it becomes irrelevant at that point. The fact is, you're a white person in an environment where
Can.
being
I'm not bothered
white
about your
is your
spaghetti
unfair
psycho.
advantage over other people. So you
I'm
actually
specifically talking about your friend that harbours the belief that all white people are racist, therefore they're hypocritical,
Scientific said
and he
that.
finds irony.
Scientific method said that. I told you
Well,
3
where's he
times
run
now.
off to?
I don't know.
You said it, you lying
I
bastard.
never.
It was your
Ask
friend.
James.
Well, I
Ask
tell you what,
James.
anyway. Go back to your friend and tell him that should alleviate any fears he's got. Maybe all white people aren't the fucking big bad racists he's trying to portray them as, and maybe they do sort of maybe want to get you sort of melanated complexion. Maybe they're a bit jealous. Maybe you should take it as a compliment.
I
You're a
believe that
fucking oddball.
if you're
No, what
listen,
it
if
is
you're living in a
what
white
it is, what it
supremacist
is.
system,
Since you
it's
got
quite
rid of
easy for you to
Zara,
turn
you've gone on
around.
this mad
Wait,
fucking
wait, wait,
attempt
wait,
at
wait.
trolling every
Listen
fucking
to what I'm
subject
saying to
that's
you.
come up.
If you want to sit there and say I'm not racist, right, as a white person, I would suggest to you that all you're doing is deferring your racism to the far right agenda, like the far right people. You're saying, well, they're racist enough for all of us. So I don't really even have to be racist. This far right agenda that we're living in, this
His
white
logic and
supremacist
your
agenda that
logic's
we're living
flawed,
in.
however I look at it.
Well,
So what you should do
if you
then, I
could
tell
let
you
me
what
finish my
then.
point, if you could let me finish my point,
Go on.
my point would be that if there wasn't racists running around and doing racist shit, like, would you be sitting there saying, well, I'm not racist, I don't mind foreigners? Yeah, but is any of your family married to foreigners, or have you actually done anything to prove that you actually don't mind foreigners, or is it just lip service? My question to
Proving
you,
what?
Marcus. I'm saying you can sit there and say you're not racist, but like the fact is, like, you're the whitest person I've seen in my life.
I've got a gollywog doll. Does that make me a racist? It's a family heirloom.
Yes, it does.
What should I do? How can I cure that problem?
I think you should
how can I make amends? How can I
encourage your
appease it?
children to give up their whiteness and embrace the genetic admixture that's been introduced to the British Isles, and prove that Enoch Powell's wrong.
Right. Well, when the gollywog's only controversial because of Noddy.
I don't know. It was on the side of a fucking jam jar for decades.
No, I remember,
and all
like,
of a sudden,
I remember
Noddy.
Noddy. I remember like there was like this comic of Noddy being like, his car being robbed by gollywogs, and you know, it was so controversial that they changed it. They changed it into, like, I think L's or something like that. You know.
I personally feel that the only thing wrong with gollywogs is the name gollywog, because it contains
golly doll. Then we'll call it a golly doll.
Yeah, like if it was always a golly doll, right, then I don't think there would ever been that degree of issue with it.
So you mean?
There would have been.
Okay. So you're going to take offence, and I understand it to some extent, but you don't take offence at the actual visual appearance of a minstrel like golly doll, big red lips or big white lips with a black. So the word offends you. I understand the last bit of it, but the fucking appearance of the doll, minstrels, blackface, that doesn't.
Like
Everything
I said earlier,
you fucking
before you
spurred
jumped
out
on,
in the last
wait.
30 minutes,
I
and
get
you're
to
now
answer
going to
before you
contradict it
monologue.
with a.
I get to answer
Stop
first. I get to
fucking
answer
trolling,
first.
fella. You've
You can
ruined it. You
monologue
were doing
after.
quite well, and
You
now
can
you've
monologue
morphed into a
after.
troll.
Like I
and you're
said to
ruining
you,
it, fella.
before you jumped on, I made the point that it's not the look that matters, it's what's associated with it. Now, that look that you're talking about, right?
Minstrels, golly dolls.
Could be seen as offensive. But what's the most offensive thing is the fact that that look is being associated with the word wog.
What are the origins of the word wog?
I'm not Google. You know where Google is. So
I'm Googling it now. Wog origins.
Have you ever wondered why Google is called Google?
Go on. You first.
All right. What does it mean to ogle something?
Pester it?
To stare at it.
Yeah.
So go ogle means go look at.
Oh, I like
That's where
that.
Google comes from.
How's that related to an offensive fucking word stuck at the end of a doll that is highly offensive visually?
No, I just
Not
thought
a
I'd drop that
fucking white
little
person
gem
on a
in there.
beach, you cunt, having a fucking tan. You're a twat. You're trying to troll and you're making a cunt of yourself. You were winning right up until the point Zara jumped off, and because you got bored, you're trying too
No.
fucking hard and you
I've
ruined
not
it,
said.
right? And I'm
I've not said
disappointed in you.
anything. I've not said anything that you've understood.
Right,
So
now, Wog, a person who is not white, Australian, a foreigner, or immigrant, especially one from Southern Europe, origin, 1920s of unknown origin, however, Wog, informal, an illness or infection, typically a minor one, a flu Wog struck. I'm not sure what that one's about, but basically, very offensive. So I understand that. But in the next sentence, if you're going to fucking tell me you don't find the visual appearance of the doll offensive, well, I'm finding it hard to believe.
are you saying, Marcus, are you teaching me something here? Because you're saying that the
So I'm
Golly
saying
Wog
your
doll
mate's
is be
logic regarding
designed.
those white people on the beach, right? That
I
says
don't know
more
what you're
about
talking
your.
about. I've not mentioned any
That
mates.
says more about your friend's own
What are you about?
bias.
James, talk to him. My argument was that white people don't tan to look like Afghans or to look like other people.
Well, again,
White
you've been
people
cut out
tan
because you
to
said it was
look.
scientific method, and it's not scientific
It was
method. I knew it
scientific
was you
method.
that said it, and you'd
No.
remembered the second bit of the sentence. So then your conversation,
No, you got it wrong.
you're fucking
It
lying.
was scientific method that said it.
Wait. What did you say? Why white people want to look tan?
Khan was relaying a story from his friend long ago, and his friend had told him long ago he found irony that all these white people wanted to get a tan. He found it hypocritical. So by that logic, is it not more likely that all these white people aren't actually racist because they don't mind having a darker skin? And it says more about his friend's biased disposition that he walks around this fucking wherever he is, believing all white people are racist.
See, that's why
and
I would
by
never
that,
make
but hang
that
on a minute, you
sophisticated
fucking
claim.
twat. No,
I don't know why you're
Cam.
calling me a twat. I don't know why you're calling me a twat.
So by
'Cause I
that
never said
fucking
it.
flawed
I'm saying to you, I never
logic,
said
why
that.
doesn't he apply the correct logic?
Yeah.
And if he's going to run with something as ridiculous as that, run with something that might have some basis and fucking worry about all the fucking Paleys. Surely by his own logic,
I'm
the
agreeing with
Paleys
you.
pose more
I'm
of a
saying to you,
fucking
white
threat.
people are racist, and the reason why they tan is not because they want to look like other people. Because, like you said, that's easily disproven.
That's not what you said.
I would never
That
make
is
such
not
a
what you said
sophisticated
about your
claim.
friend and his mindset.
No, I never mentioned any friends.
No, that's true. As a white person who has tanned, I have absolutely done it for the most vain things,
There you go. Go give your friend an example of why this person, this white person, isn't a
jumped
racist.
off and
I
you're
think you're
targeting me. I've
talking
never
fucking
mentioned any
shit,
friends.
and you've been
I've
trolling,
never
and
mentioned
you've
any
ruined
friends. I don't know what
Right.
you're talking about, mate. I think
No.
you've lost the plot. You jumped
Okay.
on to confront scientific method, and because he's not here, you thought, I'll stick to my same argument, but I'll just aim it at Khan. Well done.
Khan, how much weight have you lost anyway on these Ozempic jabs?
I don't even weigh myself anymore.
Go on then, how much are we talking? It was half a stone, remember, and that was about 2 months ago pushing on.
I've not even weighed myself. I'm going
What
to
do
weigh
you
myself
mean you've
now.
not weighed
Stay there.
yourself?
We'll do a live action weigh in. Let me weigh myself now.
I need your height as well before we calculate the body mass index using this Google thing.
Body mass index is for populations, not for individuals.
No, it's not. How tall are you?
5'10".
5'10". You'll get me a weight then.
Hold on. See if the batteries ain't run out on this fucking scale. Oh shit! I've got to move back to kilograms again. I'm back to pounds.
No.
The batteries run out on it. I wonder if I stop weighing myself. No, it's dead. Wait, no, it's dead. Sorry, mate. I tried for
BMI
you.
calculator. Are you going to give us it tonight or not? The weight.
No, you're not getting nothing out of me.
There you go then. Do you still believe? What was it again?
I believe the children are heroes.
A couple slices of brown bread, avocado, and was it a boiled egg? A boiled egg. Do you still believe that equates to 1,600 calories as the dietitian? Do you remember that fucking bullshit you tried spinning?
I've not looked that up.
Yeah. You remember when you were trying to say well, the first time I heard you talk about these, and it suppresses your appetite, and I'm not eating. And then all of a sudden, you were telling us you were going to the gym, 1,600 calories, and I'm like, you're either doing it properly, losing the weight, or you're on the injections, which are suppressing the appetite. And this is how we sort of distinguished you. We're all fucking over the place. You were just fucking talking some bullshit, and you were still a fat cunt, and you're not lost any weight whatsoever, which is what I presume you still are right now. Why do you fuckers lie and fantasize on here and make fucking these bullshit lifestyles up for yourself?
I don't know what you're on
Why
about,
can't
mate.
you just be honest about who you are?
I don't know what you mean. What am I
You,
hiding?
Mr.
Tell
Slim
me.
Jim.
What am I hiding?
Your weight, for one. Why are you
I'm
embarrassed
hiding my
what
weight.
you are?
No, it's not that I'm embarrassed. I'm not going to be held to account by you.
I'm telling you how I know you're bullshitting about your weight.
But you saying that ain't going to make me cough up the information you're looking for.
Well, that's okay then. But I'm just saying I know you're fucking bullshitting.
Great.
Okay
I'm still
then.
not
So
going to
why
tell
do
you nothing.
Okay then. So why do you bring it online that you're losing weight in the first place? Surely it's
I never
something you're
brought it
proud
online that
about.
I'm losing weight. I never claimed to lose weight. I claim that I've been given Mounjaro because I've got high blood sugar. And
Yes, and you also said you were
my
losing
doctor
weight
said,
through it.
yeah, I have been losing weight, but I never claimed that, like as if that's the reason why I'm doing it.
Right. Well, you
That's
should
just a
go back
side
to your
effect of it.
original. You should go back to your original points on it. I can guarantee you.
If I was taking
you
Mounjaro
were
to lose weight, then
right.
you could say to me, "Oh well, the methods that you're using aren't really ethical. Like you're not
I
doing
did
it
say
the
that to
right
you.
way."
I said
Yeah,
that to
but
you when you contradicted your sense.
wait. Because the side effect of taking Mounjaro to stabilize your blood sugar is that you lose weight. That is a secondary interest. That is a secondary goal, right? My main goal is to eat less carbohydrate, eat less processed sugar, and control my blood sugar. Now, the implication of that is that you will lose weight. And Ozempic helps you to do that by controlling your appetite and making you have better food choices. So even if you don't try to do anything, just taking it alone is benefit enough.
And I did tell you all this that it wasn't the correct and proper way to do it. I said
But
it
that's
about 30
irrelevant
minutes.
because I'm not trying to lose weight. It's just happening.
I said it 30 minutes later when you were contradicting. You said about, oh, I'm going to the gym and all this fucking bullshit. I said, so if you're doing all this prim and proper way, you're just a lying bastard, Cam. You're on the weight loss injections for diabetes because you're a fat cunt. It's plain and simple. You're not proud of losing the weight. You're not proud of making these lifestyle changes and choices. You won't ever fucking show it off.
Hey, Khan.
Because you're a fat cunt. Just own it, Cam.
Hey,
Just
Khan.
own it.
Wait. Hey, Khan, as a personal trainer, I'm happy to give you a discount.
You're a personal trainer?
Yep.
I were on a panel with you about 2.5 months ago. Do you remember that night with Triller when he was doing, I don't know who does who, I don't know if Khan tries to pull Triller off as a good impression or Triller tries to pull Khan off, but basically that super toxic fucking red pill bullshit about the women and all this lot, right? Khan's not as bad as Triller. Now, you were on that panel with me and Khan. Now, you put your camera on that night, and no offence, fella, slim, athletic, possibly toned underneath the clothes, but there was no massive muscle mass. So what kind of personal trainer are you, fella? Because I got a good enough glimpse of your upper, you get it, torso, that wasn't happening. Just basic sort of muscle definition, what I could quickly see on your camera, that's no personal trainer. So I think you're fucking bullshitting now as well. Why are you bullshitting about? Do you remember that? Have you forgotten you went on camera?
I have at many times asked people to look me up at Soko Films called Muscular Christianity versus Ethno-Nationalism, where I debate Bob, and I am topless. I'm fucking shredded like a Greek
go on
god.
camera now then.
No, I'm not going to fucking prostitute myself for your amusement. Thank you very much. You can look it up. I've told you exactly
Where am I
what to
going
type
again?
in. Soko Films. That's the YouTube channel.
Go on, I'm listening.
And the video specifically is called Muscular Christianity versus.
Is that what you've coined yourself? Your online moniker?
No. Me and Bob are debated at Speaker's Corner. I am topless, okay? So, and the video is called Muscular Christianity versus Ethno-Nationalism and Islamization, something like that.
Or was he writing that in the headline to sort of take the piss out of you, the video name?
Well, he tried, but he failed. Like, he fucking, like, pushed out of it.
I'm there nearly now. I'm on the YouTube channel. Muscular Christianity.
Right. Yeah, Muscular Christianity versus ethno-nationalism.
Oh, fuck it. Sir, I take it back. I am wrong.
Yep, you are.
Fucking hell, lad. Can you give us any tips? Better yet, can you give Khan any fucking tips?
All right, everyone witness this. Fucking
Well, I tell you something then, fella. That night when you put your camera on didn't do you justice in any way, shape or fucking form. I'm not sure what fucking camera lens you were using, what sort of lighting, but do the exact opposite and show that off. Yep, fair play. I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Khan, are you listening?
Yeah.
That's what you're aiming to get to.
Yeah, no doubt.
You ain't doing it on those Empic fucking needles alone.
Why?
Have a look. You're just not doing it.
Maybe I'll take some steroids.
I think you might have to. What about you,
It's
James?
not hard. Not difficult to get your hands on steroids.
Oh, I'm fucking natural.
All natty, yeah?
Yeah.
Fair play, lad. How old are you?
32.
32. You've got aging, and we know what these T injections do, don't we?
Has it got that 4 genetics, yeah?
No, they age you massively. It's like steroids, isn't it?
It's got the 4 genetics.
I have not taken anything that is like.
So that's all natural?
Yes.
What do they call it? Natty or what? What's the other one? Are you natty or juiced? That's the word I'm looking for, juiced. So that's all natural, yeah.
How do you know these things, Marcus?
Ah, well, maybe I've got a predilection for online gentlemen online and weightlifting videos. Well, maybe I know more than I'm letting on, but I'm just not willing to put into the work. But maybe I'm an admirer of these kinds of videos.
Why don't you start off by actually having a gym membership?
Who are you to judge my predilections?
How about this? How about this? If I tell you I'm going to take TRT and you see me, expand massively, would you then admit that what you're seeing of me now is absolutely
No, listen,
natural?
James, I'm not disbelieving that you're natural.
Yeah, James, just go and have a blood test and put the result online.
As a 32-year-old man, I'm sure you've still got a good enough testosterone level. Actually, while we're on about testosterone, can we speak about the actual wrongs, maybe the rights, if you believe it, about shooting this synthetic fucking testosterone into you?
I love it. I think it's great stuff.
But in such a large quantity, it's not a natural level that you can build up inside yourself. And people go, testosterone, it's related to anger. Well, it is when it's synthetic shit and you're shooting it inside you, and that does.
It's still not.
No. Yeah, it's also very bad for you. It also
I
does.
think that if you're hormonally balanced, you're more likely to be stable. If you can
Well, there
achieve
you
that
go.
naturally, if you're achieving that naturally, then more power to you. But if you have to
Exactly.
be synthetically altered to be in a state of hormonal balance and equilibrium, then I'm all for medication.
When they're shooting that level of fucking shit, fucking synthetic tea into them, they are not hormonally balanced at all.
Yeah, they are.
And that's why they're not.
That's why it's called TRT. That's why it's called therapy.
That's why fucking steadheads are notoriously fucking angry.
It's not true.
Because it's bollocks. Think about it.
There's all different types of testosterone. There's like different esters and whatever. It's like,
why are we fucking talking? Listen, let the professional talk about it. James, lad, go on.
James, go on, tell us about steroids. I don't know if he's the expert on steroids.
I don't know the fuck you think you are, Can. Shut up and let him speak.
I'm just saying, like, this is very personal, but when my best friend committed suicide by jumping in front of a high-speed train. Yeah, I know. You
Sorry
know
for
when
your
you
loss.
no, I'm
What's
just
this
like
got to do with testosterone and
I don't know,
gym juice?
just you know, when you just like do your usual like masturbation, for some reason I felt like I had the biggest hard-on ever in my life.
Are you trolling right now?
You know where that's from, James?
Why?
Basically, there's a connection between testosterone and cortisol.
Yeah,
Because
I
all the
thank you.
hormones
Oh
come
God,
from the same.
I thought I was like fucked up, but
No.
God, thank God there's a
This is
connection.
why we were having a conversation once about why do people in war times commit rape atrocities and things like that, and that's because they're living through such stressful times that hormones are basically out of whack, and what that hormone level does is it kind of like affects your brain,
You
the sensors in your brain, that basically the dopamine in your brain. So you constantly need a greater hit of dopamine. So you become like more and more reliant on like mad things
That
happening.
makes so much fucking sense. Fucking hell.
Are we seriously having this conversation?
Well, this is the thing, James. It's like a pool, isn't it? Hormones all come from a pool.
Yeah,
like,
no. It's just
and
like
there's a cascade that creates
they were just
different
activating.
hormones.
They were just like activating the most random of times, you know.
Right. That's what it is.
You're seriously expecting me to sit here and have a serious conversation, and I sympathise with you. I'm sorry that happened, but you're saying the quality of your erection at that period in time was the best you ever had because it come from the same hormonal glands that releases, and therefore it gave you also the best erection you've. And you're seriously wanting me to sit here knowing what Khan does
Here's the thing, though, Muckers. Here's the thing. What affects you as well? Testosterone has an ester that converts it to DHT, and DHT
Balding,
is
I know it.
responsible
The
for
hair
building.
follicles, especially the
Exactly.
weakest one. I know you
So
fucking.
what I'm saying is,
Clever
some
man,
people
clever
can
man.
have really high testosterone and they don't go bald, and some people, even with normal natural levels of testosterone, can go bald because of the conversion rate from testosterone to DHT. And it's the same thing as taking testosterone and producing estrogen, and why some men get bitch tits, or what they call it.
Man boobs.
No, there's an illness that they call it where they have to have a mastectomy. They have to have the
Oh,
breast
is it
tissue
something like
removed.
gynecomastia?
Yeah, that's
Something
it.
like
That's
that.
the one.
Yeah.
That's the one.
No,
So
but
that's
what's the
based
word?
on gynecomastia. That's based on the conversion rate of testosterone to estrogen in your body. Some people can take mad amounts of testosterone and not convert any of it to estrogen. But some people, based on their natural level of testosterone, can get gynecomastia because they have a high testosterone to estrogen conversion rate.
Wow. But that's
Yeah.
still not giving me the answer I wanted, though, is it?
What about the hard-ons?
No, neither. Balding. I asked James about anger issues.
Yeah, the
Deadheads
thing
being
is, the anger thing comes from like increased conversion of testosterone to, I think it's cortisol that comes. Basically, there's a cascade, there's an order in which your body creates hormones from the same prohormone, right? So there is a precursor to every hormone that then could either become one hormone or another, right? So it's a cascade effect. Now, when you get a real big stressful situation happen to you and your cortisol shoots up, right?
Yeah.
Then what happens to that stress hormone is that will break down into something lower on the cascade, which would be testosterone. So a stressful situation could then create the testosterone surge that would give you an increase in your libido.
Why are you bringing it back to fucking sexual shit again? All right then. So are you saying this stereotype that these fucking gym fucking T-juice shooting fucking steroided up to the eyeball fucking meatheads get really angry really easy? Are you saying
I'm saying
that's
to you that
just
it's
a
based on the
stereotype?
conversion rate.
No. That's the point. Is that in that very, very weird predicament I was in, I must have had like a shot of testosterone equivalent to, you know, the synthetic testosterone
Right.
that these bodybuilders take, you know.
Well, thank you for your honesty, but that proves my point then. Shooting that level of synthetic shit into your body is not good for your can, and it's not building it up natural in your body by seed retention, is what I was going to say. So there you go. Well done for you, James, for doing it naturally, normally, apart from that one at one point in time, which is, I'm not saying that's responsible for how you look now. Obviously, it's not. Well done for doing it naturally. Can, you're talking fucking shit again. You might have had a point about the balding stuff and how it converts. So, yeah, fair enough. But there you go. Right, I'm going to disappear anyway. This has gone well off fucking water and well off topic. Can, if you see a white person on a fucking beach and they're sunbathing, don't worry. There might be more aligned to your way of thinking, is what I'm saying. But by your mate's flawed logic, maybe we should all run around with these bias in our heads that every fucking pale complexion man or woman, they're the actual racists. But I just simply saying at the very start, I think that says more about your mate that walks around on a daily fucking basis thinking every fucking white person is a racist. That's all I was taking from that one comment you made. It wasn't Scientific's method. It was your comment, you speaking about one point in time with your friend. And by the way...
Can I ask you a question, Muckers, before you go?
Of course you can, yeah.
There's a film apparently released recently where Peter Andre, the ex-pop star,
Rasta, I've seen it.
dons a Rasta wig, and people are saying that is racist and offensive to people of the Caribbean extract.
Cultural appropriation.
How would you feel about trying to defend that point?
Well, you know, I've got a predilection also for a few fucking Rasta wigs, so I think I'd be slightly hypocritical judging him. The cultural appropriation thing, I'm not really behind. I think you should take it as a fucking compliment if I want to dress up like a geisha girl or Peter Andre wants to wear a Rasta wig. In fact, if you were to go to these places in Japan, away from these Western bullshit fucking divide and rule fucking shite they're injecting into us all and psych warfare, I think they'd be thrilled and pleased to know that people would appreciate in their fucking culture. And when you're taking it away from these Western media fucking things that are trying to put this cultural appropriation, it's bullshit. Why is a Rastafarian from that sort of Western Caribbean background place, why are you not looking at Peter Andre and going, yeah man, that's the boy, that's whatever, you know what I mean? I'm getting M.R. fucking vibes here as well. Are you saying a ginger Rasta? Don't do it for you, can.
I wouldn't class M.R. as a ginger Rasta.
You don't like ginger Rastas?
I said I wouldn't class M.R. as a ginger Rasta, and I think that people have been locking up their hair even in ancient times. Like there's people in India that have dreadlocks. They don't have to be Rastas to have dreadlocks.
Okay then, so you know my belief on it. I really don't give a fuck. Have you got a problem with like people dressing up as Rastas and cultural appropriation? What's your belief on it?
I personally believe that even going back to the days of Jim Davidson, who used to do a Jamaican accent, I find it offensive. Whether or not it's racist or not is by the by. The fact is it's offensive. You don't need to look any further than that. It's offensive.
Okay,
it's
then.
Offensive.
So why can you sit here and take my fucking horrible fucking Keith Lemon Yorkshire accent off? Slightly higher pitch than the average everyday man, so I'm not offended by that.
I personally hate Keith Lemon, and I do feel that he's a racist also. I feel unjustifiably targeted black people like Mel B, like Craig David, and like he literally ruined their careers, made mockeries out of them, and basically looked at black people as if there was some sort of mockery and expressed that through his comedy, which then had the knock-on effect of ruining Craig David's career.
If Lee Francis is a comedian, actually, he's from but
I don't rate him. He's only ever told one joke that I actually found amusing.
Avid Merrion, that was the boss selector persona he did that you're talking about. All right, I get you. The next time I fucking catch you taking my fucking accent off, you know I'm fucking coming preloaded with that, don't you? Though I'll be waiting for that now because you've done it before, and Billy's done it before, right? So don't get caught fucking slipping with that one, will you?
Really surprisingly good at accents. Like he's actually a comedy genius in the making. I really feel.
Well, do a Yorkshire accent, and I'm going to say you're cultural appropriating.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Right, can I go now anyway?
All right, but here's the irony: somebody who's calling himself Muckers never had a job in his life. Ha! That is hilarious. Muckers. The connotation of muckers is like that people that you muck in with, that you work together with. You never had a job in your life. Are you calling yourself muckers? Okay. Smashing up the place.
Let it rip. Let it fucking
Yeah.
rip.
All right then, Jamie boy. I'm off again. I'll catch you on another rebound. So have fun. I'm sure Veli trusts us to jump off the panel in style. So thanks for everyone for a lovely day of streaming. I hope you enjoy James's outro. And over to you, James.
It's always been a pleasure, everyone. Yep. I don't claim to have all the answers, but, you know, I'm trying my best to speak the truth as I see it. Bless you all.
Toward his back foot. It's getting full extension, full range. There you go. Not bad, Esau. Stop. Not bad for a sissy.